All right, this is Att0Rney here again with Jeff Hopp, and welcome to the Attorney Profit Formula. And you are about to learn, Jeff and I are going to really go through with you why we believe that attorneys are just one of the absolute best local niches you could possibly target. In my opinion, I think they're the absolute best niche. And so let's really go through that, Jeff. I mean, you know, we have here that you could, for me, this is the biggest reason, okay? So it's like attorneys can actually have 4 businesses under the same roof. To me, it's almost like landing sometimes 4 clients at once. And you know, some of you may have heard me tell this story before of an attorney client that I've had that's been paying me over $6,000 a month for over 2 years now. So and when I started off with that attorney, they were only really operating in one area, at least doing advertising or marketing in one area. And so I came in and I started doing the Google AdWords and pay-per-click, and a lot of the stuff that you'll learn exactly how to do in this program. And I started off doing it in one area of the law for him, and he said, and it started working so great that all of a sudden he said, well, hey, if Att0Rney could do that for one area of my practice, why don't we do it in this other area of practice? And so we did, and it took off, and he started getting leads and building a big practice for that area of practice. And this is a real smart guy. This is, by the way, the best attorneys to work with are ones that are really entrepreneurial, smart guys, people that see a big vision, want to grow a big company. And so this guy said, well, why don't I just hire another attorney who practices in a different area of practice and bring them in under my company, and Att0Rney can just generate leads for them. And so he did that, and that worked. And then he brought in another attorney who specialized in another area of practice. So before we knew it, he was practicing in 4 different areas of the law. And that's, how I'm able to, obviously justify a $6,000 a month, that's profit to me in my pocket, by the way, for so many years, for so long, and he's been ecstatic actually with the results. So for me, that's just huge to be able to have 4 times, essentially, be making 4 times as much money, or essentially have 4 clients in one shot, only having to manage one relationship. And have 4 clients in there as well, right? So you can see I have an example. An attorney might be a personal injury attorney, a criminal defense attorney, also do DUI, also do family law, also do immigration, also do foreclosure defense, right? I mean, it's really almost endless. There's nothing that says that they can't practice in 10 areas of the law if they want to. So that's really cool, in my opinion, as well. And Jeff, I know if you want to comment a little, I know that I've personally seen some of my attorney clients, and have heard of other attorneys that are spending $4,000 a month, $5,000 a month on search engine optimization, which, as we know, Jeff, is your specialty as well.
And the reason that they're willing to do so is that they get massive returns. Their clients are worth thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars when they land these cases. And so because their clients are worth so much, and because attorneys are so competitive, they have long ago accepted the need for marketing and advertising. They spend a lot of money to bring in new leads and new clients. And a lot of them are already active with their online marketing. So they make great clients because they continue to grow while you're working with them. They make great prospects because they're already spending money on marketing. So, and they're already spending money online. So you don't have to come in and convince them that they should spend money to grow their practice. They're already doing so. You just have to show them more effective ways to spend that money and help them redirect the money that they've been spending on some of the old ways that aren't working nearly as well as they used to some of the new ways. And one of those obvious examples is the yellow pages. Attorneys are, in most cases, the largest category in the phone book. Attorneys spend, I've heard of attorneys spending millions of dollars simply on yellow page ads. And a few years ago, it was working great. But every year, they're seeing diminishing returns on their yellow page ads, and they're actively looking for more effective ways to deploy that capital and get better returns for them.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I've seen it not only for myself. Have I seen that they spend $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 per month on SEO, right? And again, exactly what you said, Jeff. Like if they land 1 client, 2 clients, from that search engine optimization, then it paid for itself, right? I mean, literally, that's the difference, and that's why attorneys are such a great niche. And back to your other point of, that they are already spending money on advertising and marketing. I mean, if you think about it, what other local business is actually, do you see so many TV commercials for? Right? I'm pretty sure almost everyone listening right now, if they've seen a commercial, they've seen some sort of commercial for an attorney in their area. It's usually personal injury attorneys that tend to spend the most money on TV commercial, because they can land a $1 million settlement off of one personal injury case and make 30% of that or more in some cases. So you just see the value of the client. But I mean, billboards, TV, radio, newspaper, yellow pages, spending thousands of dollars a month in the yellow pages, they're already doing that. And so it's actually, and they also, many of them, they know that they need to do internet marketing in order to survive in the future and be found on Google, right? A lot of what you're going to learn about in this program is about Google, because it is essentially the new yellow pages. And actually, it's funny, I just had a conversation with an attorney that said, I got on the phone with him and he said, I used to be doing $1 million a year in business. Now I'm only doing $600,000 a year, and this is like in a period of, I think, 4 or 5 years it was, I think. And I used to get so, because he's doing yellow pages and still does. And he said, I used to get so much business from my yellow page ads. Now I don't get that from my yellow page ads anymore. And he's like, I'm losing so much market share to these young guys that are coming out and they know how to do the internet marketing. And I really need your help, type of thing, right? And that's exactly. And I said, Google is the new yellow pages. People don't go on Google anymore to find, don't go on yellow pages anymore to find an attorney. I don't even have a yellow pages in my house anymore. I don't even know, I haven't even seen one in years. So, people are going on Google. Why do you need a yellow pages when you can just go on Google from your mobile device, from your computer, from your tablet, from anything? And so that's really the new yellow pages. So it's really, and they know this. You see, it's not like you have to really do all this education. They're like, I know I need to be on Google. I know my young competitors are dominating with the internet marketing. I know I need to be there. Please help me. I mean, that is what I really find, that they're literally saying to you, please help me. And so it's just a really great niche. We're really excited about everything you're going to learn in this program. And again, remember, they get paid by the hour. They charge people and bill people hundreds of dollars an hour. So, they don't want to spend, 5 hours, 10 hours a week doing, any kind of internet marketing or doing any of this stuff. They didn't go to 10 years of law school to be an internet marketer, right? They want to be an attorney, and they value their per hour, their time. And so they just want to pay someone who knows how to do it and knows how to get them results. And so, yeah, for all those reasons, they are such an affluent client. They have such a high value per client. They're already spending thousands. And so it's real easy. Think about an attorney that you see advertising on TV or in the yellow pages or, on billboards. And if you could just get them to reallocate a few $1,000s a month of that, tens of thousands that they're probably spending on TV or billboards or yellow pages, if you could just get them to reallocate some of that money and say, try this out, since you need to be on the internet, it's a way easier sell. And again, right, so it's like someone who owns a pizzeria has to sell a lot of pizzas in order to make up for spending a couple grand a month. An attorney needs to just land one client, so it just makes things so much easier. And we're really excited to bring you this program right now because, in my opinion, this is the absolute best niche. There's so much potential, and with what you're about to learn in this program right now, you have so many different services you're going to be offering to them, and our goal is for you to literally have your own attorney internet marketing agency, right? Internet marketing agency specializing in attorneys, which is how we found students have the best success when they pick a niche, and there's no better niche to pick like attorneys, and literally build your own internet marketing agency around that niche, focused on that niche. And once you go through this program, you're going to have all the tools to allow you to do that and really have success for your clients and build a huge recurring income for yourself with these affluent, high-end clients. So we look forward to having you learn all this stuff and take action and go and start. This is the beginning right now of your attorney internet marketing agency. So I hope you're as excited as we are. Okay, in this video, we're going to give you an overview of the different services that you can offer to these attorneys. And there's a lot of great stuff here. I've got Jeff Hop on the line again as well, who's going to be talking about a lot of the search engine optimization, reputation management, mobile websites, a lot of stuff that he's the expert in. If you haven't figured it out yet by now, or if we haven't already told you, Att0Rney am the Google AdWords PPC expert, and I'm going to, that's the module that I'm going to be covering for you, that, and giving you all the done-for-you attorney landing pages that are proven to work for Google AdWords, as well as the keywords and ads and campaigns and all that stuff, as well as showing you how to set up their Google AdWords accounts and doing all that stuff. So this is an overview of the services you can offer, and the first one that I've already started talking about with right now is Google AdWords, PPC, right? If you don't already know what PPC stands for, that's pay per click, and Google AdWords is by far the largest pay per click platform in the world. Actually, Facebook might be getting close, but we don't cover Facebook as far as pay-per-click, because we just find that specifically with regards to attorneys, Google AdWords is just far, far superior in terms of the results you can get, the amount of leads you can get, the quality of the lead, right? Because Google AdWords is again, there's no higher quality lead than if someone goes into Google, let's say, for example, and they type in personal injury attorney in Dallas, right? So if someone goes into Google and types in personal injury attorney in Dallas, they're looking to probably hire a personal injury attorney in Dallas that week, right then and there. So that's why Google is just the highest quality lead, and Jeff will talk about, Google organic results and the search engine optimization and all that stuff that you'll be doing for the clients. But let me tell you really quick, just a brief overview. You'll get into the full module on Google AdWords later on in this training, but just to give you the overview. So the Google AdWords are the ads that obviously appear at the top of the page, right? So the top 3 results at the top of any Google search, as well as all the results along the right side of the page, are the Google AdWords results. Okay, so the beauty of Google AdWords and why that's been my specialty and why I've been almost completely focused on Google AdWords. Jeff is a specialist in search engine optimization and all the other things that we'll talk about. But specifically with Google AdWords, when you have high converting landing pages like the ones that you'll see and get with this program, you can really get great results for attorneys. And the beauty of it is that you can get results within literally 48 hours or less. So you can, get a landing page up online and set up a Google AdWords campaign for an attorney using the exact step-by-step instructions and the exact landing pages and ads and keywords that I give you later in this training. You can literally do that in less than 48 hours and get that up in line and get that up and running, and they can be at the top of Google for literally any single keyword that they want. And that's just extremely, extremely powerful to be able to be, in 48 hours from now, to be able to be at the top of the page, with your ad, obviously in one of the top 3 ad positions, for any keyword they want. Personal injury attorney, immigration attorney, foreclosure defense attorney, no matter what their niche is, no matter what their keywords are, you can literally be at the top of Google within 48 hours with a high converting landing page and all the right keywords and all the ads and everything. So it's extremely, extremely powerful. We're going to go into a lot of detail about that. That's really a fast solution for a business. And it's also very real and measurable results. So they'll be able to see, hey, I spent $1,000, let's say, in the first month on Google AdWords, and hey, it looks like I got this many leads, and I landed 2 clients that said they heard of me from the Google from searching on Google, and I'll go into later on how you'll have a tracking number on the landing page and all that, so you'll be able to see exactly how many calls came in, and it's perfectly tracked. So at the end of the month, you'll be able to show your client, your attorney client, hey, you spent, let's say, $1,000 a month, and you got this many leads, and they can look up those leads in their system and see, hey, 2 or 3 of those turned into signed clients, and looks like we ended up making 5 or 10 grand. So hey, we spent 1,000 and we made back 5,000 or 10,000. Hey, next month let's spend 5,000. And then if they spend 5,000 and make 20,000 the next month, then the month after that they're going to want to spend 10,000 and make back 50,000, right? So as long as you get the good return on investment for them, they will. It's a total no-brainer for them to want to keep spending more if they're making 4 or 5 times what they spent and getting a positive return on investment. So that's the power of Google AdWords and why that is so valuable to an attorney. The next service that you're going to learn about, and Jeff is going to cover that module, so I'll let him talk a little bit more about this now, is SEO, which stands for Search Engine Optimization. Now, by the way, we're saying with regards to PPC and SEO, with Google, we talk about specifically Google, obviously with search engine optimization and also with pay-per-click, like there's Yahoo and Bing search engines as well, but they get a very small amount of traffic compared to Google. And with search engine optimization, everything you do for search engine optimization will also help these attorneys on Yahoo and Bing and other search engines as well. But we focus specifically on Google because it's by far and large the biggest and best search engine that's way more important than any of the others. So that's what we focus on here. So Jeff, do you want to chime in a little and just give a brief overview of kind of what you'll be talking about a little bit later on, and why these services are such a gold mine to offer to attorneys as well?
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about why SEO or search engine optimization is so important, and certainly Google does get the majority of search, and so we're going to talk about it a lot and focus on it a lot. A lot of this is applicable to the other search engines as well, and being optimized to show up in Bing searches is key. They get a fair amount of traffic, and it converts it also converts well and is very profitable for attorneys. SEO in years past, or traditionally, people just thought SEO meant getting your website to rank at the top of the page for a specific keyword. But Google is constantly evolving their algorithm, and they're always looking to give their users the best results that they possibly can. And not long ago, they figured out that somebody searching for a local business doesn't necessarily just want a website. If you're searching for a personal injury attorney in Dallas, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to have to go to that personal injury attorney's office. And so you're going to need directions to get there. And so Google has essentially replaced the yellow pages. They started by doing it with Google Places, which they've moved into Google Plus Local. Everything is moving into Google's best and most popular app, which is Google Maps. And so I'll talk about all three of those in some later videos, but there really is a convergence of Google services, and there are some very powerful reasons behind it. Google is integrating their search potential with social and obviously their ads platform as well, so that they can maximize their revenue but still deliver the best and most relevant results to their to the users. So search engine optimization today is not just getting your website to rank, but it's also making sure that you show up on the map, and it's making sure that you utilize local directories. In a later video, we're going to go through a search engine results page and show you some of the opportunities that you can help your clients take advantage of to capture this search traffic. Because when you're searching for anything when you're searching for a personal injury attorney in Dallas, as Att0Rney said, you're probably going to hire that personal injury attorney right away. That's not something that people do for fun. So whether it's showing up through a pay-per-click ad or showing up through a Maps listing or your website or a local directory, the best approach is to take advantage of all of those opportunities. So when I say SEO, I mean all of those opportunities.
That's right, and Jeff, just to piggyback on that, I've seen results that you've shown me, for different clients where, I mean, literally for a certain keyword, they could have, I mean, if you think about this, right, and just so everyone understands here, Google is the #1 search engine. Google is the #1 source of leads, and there's, essentially between Google AdWords and Google, it's not one or the other, it's both. If you think about, someone does a Google search for personal injury attorney in Dallas. Now, let's say you have a Google ad at the top of the page. Then your website is also ranking in the organic listings. Then what if you also had, and I've seen Jeff do this many times, have a video ranking there as well. So now you have an ad at the top of the page, you have a website, then you have a video, maybe you even have another video, maybe you even have some other, asset or something else ranking there, and you could potentially be completely dominating, and that's what's going to get you, the most amount of leads for that client, right? If Google AdWords, if 100 people do a search and 5% of those people click on the ad at the top of the page, but then you're also in the organic ranking with the video, and you have another, 10%, 5 or 10% of the people that click on that video, and then you have another, and then you also have your website ranking, and maybe 5 or 10% of the people click on that website. I mean, you're just totally dominating and capturing just a huge, huge market share for those clients. So really dominating Google. And then also, a lot of things that Jeff and I will talk about is the right way to convert a lot of that traffic from Google as well. With Google AdWords, I'll show you the landing pages and stuff like that. With the search engine optimization, I know, Jeff, you mentioned that you require your clients, with your search engine optimization packages to have mobile websites, in there as well. I know that's part of your whole package, and I know there's a lot of also reputation marketing. Why don't you talk a little bit about that? I know you'll go into more detail, but that's another thing that I just know when speaking with my attorney clients, just hugely, hugely important. They're always Googling themselves and seeing what appears. And another thing is, clients will Google these attorneys as well. Clients will, if they're serious about, handing over a $5,000 check or a big check to an attorney and retaining that attorney, they very well may likely do a Google search on that attorney's name as well. And so I just know reputation marketing and reputation management is huge as well, right, Jeff?
Absolutely. All of these things work together, and they all help to support each other. And doing any one of them as a standalone really diminishes the results that you're able to get. So that's why, another reason why attorneys are such great prospects and clients, because they can afford to pay for all of these services because they see the value. But just doing a mobile website for somebody is not going to get them the same results. Conversely, though, just doing traditional SEO for somebody without addressing the mobile component or without addressing their reputation or without addressing their social media is leaving huge opportunity on the table. SEO just doesn't work as well if you don't do some of these other things. So things like reputation management or reputation marketing, making sure that people have good reviews, it helps them to convert, but it also helps them to show up in searches. By having an active or showing active engagement through these online properties, Google is going to rank them better. So businesses or attorneys that have a lot of reviews on Yelp or on specific attorney sites are going to have those profiles show up in searches. So having a good reputation helps you convert traffic, but it also helps you get traffic because Google and the other search engines are paying attention to which pages are active. They deem those as most relevant. When people engage, people are getting the results that they want. Google wants to give users the best results possible. So they're looking for engagement on all of these properties. Mobile websites are key for SEO as well. Websites that are not mobile friendly, that load slowly, are penalized through the search algorithms. So you've got two components. Having a mobile website helps you show up in more searches, and it absolutely helps you to convert more of those searches by being focused on conversion. And so we'll have some more detailed videos on each one of these topics, but I think it's important to understand that none of these by themselves is effective as all of them together. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, just another example of that is, one attorney that I was working with, he had some testimonial videos. So actually I told him, I said, hey, make sure you take some testimonial videos of some of these clients, and he got some testimonial videos, and using some of the video marketing things that, you'll be showing people, real quickly. And again, when you're making something rank for someone's name, it's much easier than obviously making it rank for a more competitive keyword, right? I mean, you can get something to rank for an attorney's, name, or the attorney business, the law firm name. You can get that to rank, pretty quickly. And so, I mean, literally within, gosh, it must have been a week or a couple weeks, or it might have been even a few days. I don't even remember how soon I checked. But right, on page one, when you Googled his name, all of a sudden you now see these testimonial videos. And then you click on one of those testimonial videos, and then on his YouTube channel, it's all the rest of the testimonial videos. So now, Google, anytime someone Googles him, right away they see, these testimonial videos, and they click on those, and then, they watch those, and they're going to be much more likely to hand over that check to that attorney, or much more likely to call that attorney and become a lead. So absolutely, all of these things work together as well, and there's opportunity to do all of these different services, and probably even more. I know there's even more that could be on this list. Like Jeff, I know you do things like even publishing books and content, and doing all sorts of stuff for these attorneys. There's a lot of stuff you can do. These are some of the main things here that we'll go into more detail on in future videos, all the things that you currently see on the screen right now that are just huge, huge opportunities. And so, our goal would be that, hey, maybe if you could make a couple, let's say you have one client. I mean, just think about this, one client that instead of just doing SEO and making, $1,500 a month off them, let's say, that's for one area of law potentially. If they're in 2 or 3 areas of the law, it could be $3,000 a month just from the SEO. But now on top of that, you could be making another $1,500 a month or $2,000 a month from Google AdWords. And that's, again, if they operate in multiple areas of the law, you can make even more from there. And then, on top of that, you can charge them for a mobile site. You can offer them a mobile app, and charge them for that. You can charge them a little bit more if they want a more full social media campaign. You can charge them a little more if they want reputation. So, I mean, literally, you can see how easily, one attorney, one law firm could potentially be $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a month. When you are really offering all of these services to them. So that's extremely powerful to think that you could literally have 3 clients and potentially make $15,000 a month off of 3 clients. And that's really what the whole purpose of this program is to show you how to do that, show you how to get great results for these attorneys, and have literally every single tool, in your toolbox. Anything that they want, you can offer for them. You can fulfill on them when it comes to internet marketing and marketing their business online, which they know is the most important thing for them to do if they want to survive and continue to grow their practice in this day and age. So it's just an awesome niche. These are awesome services. You have so many tools in your toolbox, and you have the potential to make a lot of money from just one client. So as we'll talk about in other videos about prospecting and landing clients and things like that, sometimes you want to just, all it takes is just getting in the door. So, you don't have to meet an attorney, and on the first day you meet with them, hand them over a $5,000 proposal, right? That may or may not be the best strategy. A lot of times it may not. A lot of times you want to just take baby steps and just get in the door. Maybe they don't have a mobile website, and you use that mobile website as your foot in the door. And even though you may not make a ton of money off just that mobile website at first, now you're in the door, and then maybe you're getting them on a small SEO package, or maybe you're getting them on a test run for Google AdWords, right? So you get them in the door, you develop a relationship, and then it's like, well, by the way, you also need this service, you also need this service. And I know for a fact that attorneys are paying a lot of money for every service that you see on the screen right now that you will now be able to offer them. And on top of that, with what you're going to learn in this training, not only are you going to be able to offer these services to these attorneys, you're going to be able to get real great results for them. So you're going to feel real confident knowing that you're going to be able to get these attorneys better results than anyone else will be able to once you follow the trainings that you'll learn in this program. And so you'll feel real confident about that, and you'll have an opportunity to make a lot of money and create a true win-win situation by getting real results for these attorneys using all these systems and services that you'll offer. So this is just a brief overview, and in future videos, we'll go into more detail about each one of these services that you can offer.
All right, this is Jeff Hopp, and I am here with Att0Rney. We're talking about opportunities for attorneys to dominate the search engine results pages. There are specific ways and specific tools that you need to use to maximize your exposure on the Google search results. Because this is a Google search, the ads are featured very, very prominently. That's Google AdWords, that's pay-per-click. Here at the top of the page, we've got 3 big ads. This is a search for personal injury attorney in Dallas, and the first thing at the top of the page are some Google pay-per-click ads. So, Att0Rney, break these down for us. Help us understand what's going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, just like Jeff said, those top 3 results there on the top of the page are the ads, as well as all the results on the right side of the page. They're ads as well. These results are a little different than what you would typically see. You see there's some injury attorneys there in Dallas. There's one guy in Denver. On the right side of the page there. I think, Jeff, that's because you're searching from Denver, typing in personal injury attorney Dallas. So you're getting some Dallas results, some Denver results, and that's because of the different ways that you can choose to target, with your settings, in your when you're setting up your AdWords account. And of course, I'll go through all of that in later trainings when I give you, step-by-step instructions for how to set up your Google AdWords campaigns for attorneys. Because yeah, there's a lot of people that are doing some things they should not be doing here and probably losing out on a lot of money. But again, I'll go through the step-by-step instructions on how to set up your Google AdWords campaign and exactly how to set the targeting when you're setting up your campaigns and all of that in future videos. An important thing that I really want to mention here is, well, a couple things. Number one, Google is one of the most profitable companies in the world, right? We know that. We know that their stock price has been going through the roof for the past few years, and they obviously have a lot of shareholders that have to continue to make a lot of money, and they make their money from Google AdWords. That's their number one. I think it was over 90% of Google's income comes from Google ads, Google advertising, right? So their Google AdWords platform. So that being said, right, you know that with all the shareholders they have and as being as big of a company as they are and all that kind of stuff, that they are going to continue to roll out tools and continue to do things that makes it easier for their advertisers to get results and to make it easier and to get more people to click on their ads, okay? So they are constantly trying to help advertisers get better results for their clients. And as you can see, with this personal injury attorney Dallas, the top 3 spots take up a lot of real estate, on the page, and those are all ads there as well. Now, Jeff's going to talk to you in a minute about the organic results and the other kind of 3 ways to get on this page 1, but the quickest way, I would say, is obviously through Google AdWords, right? Because as we mentioned, within literally 48 hours or less, you can be in one of these top 3 spots at the top of the page, for personal injury attorney Dallas or personal injury attorney, whatever city you're in. So it's a real fast way. And in future videos, I'll be going into more detail again about the best ways to set up your campaign, the best ways to write your ads, the best ways to do all of that. So we'll save that for a future video, but that is, I'd say, probably way number 1 to get on the page because it's the quickest way to get your clients on page 1. Jeff, why don't you tell them about the other 3 ways that they can get on page 1 here too? And if everyone who's listening right now hasn't realized the theme here is that you want to have your clients on page 1 for all of these ways. You want to have them up on page 1 for 4 different possible ways that you can have them on page 1. So the first one is the Google Ads, and Jeff, why don't you tell them about the other 3 ways here as well?
Yeah, and I think the major takeaway is that there are specific tools that you have to use to get your clients into each one of these areas. And by being able to explain this to your prospects, you can immediately establish your expertise, and you can also open their eyes to the different things that they should be paying you to do. So only way you can get here is by using Google AdWords and doing the pay-per-click. The only way you can get to the very top of the page is through PPC. And sometimes you're going to get the argument that people don't want to do AdWords, they don't want to pay for clicks. Some of them that are already doing it are looking for ways that they can eventually stop or even replace that with SEO. And ultimately, that's not to their advantage. They want to dominate the page and have as many placements as possible, and that means that you've got to take advantage of the AdWords. The next thing that is very prominent on the page here is that the map comes up. Google realized a few years ago that if you're searching for a personal injury attorney in Dallas, you're probably going to have to go to their office at some point in time. And so you're probably going to need directions, and that may be one of the reasons that you're searching in Google. And so they feature their map listings very prominently. But there's only one way that you can get onto this map. And in fact, that's starting to change. You used to not be able to get there with ads, but Google has started to incorporate pay-per-click into the map as well. So yet another reason why it's a very important tool. The Google Maps app is one of Google's best app, and it's one of the most widely used apps in the world. And people use it on their PC as well. So taking advantage of the Maps opportunity, both through the Google Maps listing and through pay-per-click, are essential to capturing some of this opportunity. The next way that you can show up on this page is by having a properly optimized website. We've got an individual attorney's website here who's optimized their page for Dallas Personal Injury Attorney, and because they've used those exact words in some of the most important places on their website, and they've gained trust and authority through Google, they're showing up at the top of the page for this search, or at least in the first organic placement. The next one showing up is probably getting more clicks, though. You see the attorney's picture here is showing up, and that's because they have implemented Google authorship. Basically, they've just claimed their work. It's a simple process, but it's very, very powerful. By claiming the work, Google trusts it a little bit more, and so it does help with search results, despite what they say. But what's been proven over and over again is that it helps with click-through. So I'm willing to bet that this attorney gets more traffic than this attorney, even though they don't rank higher on the page. So setting up Google authorship is another way to increase conversions and also to improve your rankings. So here below the ads, we've got 3 organic websites that are showing up. And then a little bit further down the page, we've got the maps listings, the 7-pack. The only way that you can get here is by having a Google page. It used to be a Google Places listing. They merged it into their social network and Google Plus Local. And we'll go into more detail specifically about the directories in some other videos. You can also get here just going through the maps. And so Google is really combining all of their products and weaving them together to make sure that they reach as many people as possible and give users the best results that they can. It's important, though, to understand that you can't just get here with a website. You've got to use Google's properties and give Google what they want to get on the map. And in a lot of cases, people are going to ignore some of these other listings. If they know that they're looking for a local business, they're going to go straight to the map, whether it's through the map application or on their laptop or PC. They're going straight to this section of the search results, and they're looking for reviews. They want social proof. They want to know what have past clients thought of working with this attorney, and they're going to very heavily base their decision on who to work with on what they find here. And these attorneys that don't have enough reviews or have no reviews or don't have enough to generate a score are likely getting less traffic and converting less of those visitors into clients. So that's where the reputation marketing and reputation management comes into play. Just showing up on the first page is not necessarily enough. You need to show up and you need to present the image that's going to help people choose you. So by helping your clients to generate those reviews through some very, very simple strategies, you can dramatically increase the results that they're going to get from the SEO or from the local directory work that you've done for them. Here we've got yet another website showing up with some authorship results. Even though she is further down the page, this attorney is getting better results than some of these other attorneys. Now, the last component on this page, or the last tool that you need to utilize to get onto this page, are the local directories. There are certain authority sites in just about every industry or niche that Google has given some favor to. And so in this case, lawyers.com is ranking pretty well on the page. No individual website is going to bump this and make this go away. So by having, and some people are going to automatically go to these directory sites because they see a degree of trust there. They know that they can go to lawyers.com, read some reviews, and find more listings of personal injury attorneys, and people are going to trust that a little bit more. So Google wants to offer this diversity in their search results. They're going to show their ads because that's how they make money. They're going to show the maps listings because they know that with local businesses, a lot of people simply need directions and they want to read the reviews. They're going to show some websites because traditionally people are used to finding individual attorney websites so they can gather more information. And they're also going to show these directory sites so that people are getting this diversity and getting lots of options to make sure that people get what they want and that they continue to Google things. It's this evolution of their search results that has kept Google ahead of the other search engines, and it's why they still dominate. They're always changing their formula to make sure that people are getting what they want, and they keep Googling things. So we see a couple more directory sites here, and even one of the main directory sites that we'll talk about taking advantage of for your personal injury or for your attorney clients. But utilizing all of these different elements is the key. They all work together to create this dominant online presence and to really deliver the best results possible.
All right, Qzx900 Zamir back here with Jeff Hopp. This is just going to be a really quick video where we just want to kind of give you a really quick overview and what to expect and what you're going to learn in this awesome program and training here. So basically, here we are. We're inside the members area, and actually at the time of this recording, we don't have all of the videos completely uploaded into all of the modules yet. We're currently getting all those videos loaded up onto our video player and getting those ready to get in the members area here. But we just wanted to kind of go through each module really quick and kind of let you know what you could expect and where to find what and just stuff like that. So real quick video about that. So module 1, this is just a really, really simple getting started video. Jeff and I have recorded a bunch of videos in here. It's just going to kind of give you the basic basic overview, background information about attorneys, why attorneys are the best, the different services you're going to offer them, how all the different ways that you're going to get them to dominate Google. So it's just kind of the overview of everything. And we also then give you an introduction to the Go Mobile Lead Automator, which is the lead automation prospecting tool, which is a really awesome tool, which we give an introduction to that at the end of module 1. And then in module 2, if I just click on that, because this one is completely filled in, this module is where you would get your lead automator. Here you would download it here, and basically you would have all your training videos right there as well. Okay, so see here. So basically, yes, you have these are very detailed training videos on how to use the lead automator. So in module 3 then, so that's what you want to do. You obviously want to go through these first 2 modules first, go through the overview, get a background, learn about how we prospect and how you can use this lead automator tool. Go through module 2, download the lead automator tool, because this is what's going to help you land clients, and start playing around with it and go through these training videos about it, and that'll be great. Module 3 is where we're going to start talking about landing clients. Okay, so actually in module 3, I have a recorded phone call of me closing an attorney on Google AdWords services on a package there. So that's in module 3, as well as a bunch of other training videos about landing clients. So kind of this module 2 is about how to use the prospecting tool to prospect. Module 3 will be more about some of the templates and the recorded call and how to actually kind of close the deal and how to price your services and some things like that. And some of that may bleed over into module 4 and module 5 as well. Module 4, Jeff, that's your module. I'll let you explain a little bit about it. I know you don't like using the name SEO for everything, because this is much more than just basic SEO, what you go over. But yeah, if you want to just give a quick overview of what you're going to be teaching in module 4.
Yeah, and SEO is just such a double-edged sword. The term has been around for a long time, and in a lot of cases has a black eye. So, and many times you kind of scare people away with SEO. And I also really feel like SEO is just kind of pigeonholing things. To get the best results with search engine optimization these days, it's a much broader approach. And mobile and reputation also play a part in it. So I talk a lot about traditional SEO tactics, some more advanced strategies, but also the importance of mobile and reputation in conversion. And so I've got templates in there as well for, as we talked about, finding attorneys that are not mobile friendly and using that as your hook and lead in to offering them other services, from SEO to reputation to social to pay-per-click to even website development. And we've got some resources for you to get the fulfillment done, some good outsourcing solutions.
Awesome, awesome, yeah. And then in module 5, and again, in case you haven't realized by now, you will. Jeff is the expert in the mobile optimized sites, SEO, reputation, that whole category. My expertise is really in Google AdWords and high converting landing pages and remarketing. And of course, I also give you a done-for-you sales video as well, which is a really awesome tool. So basically, with the lead automator that you get in module 2 that you learn how to use, you'll have templates from both Jeff and I that you'll upload into that lead automator. You upload them prospecting messages. I have a done-for-you sales video selling them on Google AdWords services, so you can send them an email on autopilot. Have them click on the link to your sales video, sells them on the services, then below the video they book a consultation with you, and then when they book a consultation with you, you can actually listen to the recorded phone call in module 3 of me closing an attorney who just listened to that sales video, who just watched the sales video, the same one you have access to, and then in module 3 you hear the recorded call of me closing him. So you kind of have every piece of the puzzle really completely done for you. And in module 5, I take it even further, because you have actually a done-for-you Google AdWords campaign with all the keywords you need, all the ads you need, the done-for-you landing pages for multiple different areas of the law, So that's really, really powerful stuff. You're really getting complete done-for-you Google AdWords and remarketing campaigns, which are extremely, extremely valuable. All of these attorneys want more leads. So again, I'm kind of the Google AdWords, expert and high converting landing pages and all that kind of stuff. And Jeff is more the SEO mobile reputation, like we mentioned. So if you hear me in some of my videos talking about Google AdWords and Google AdWords is the best, that's because that's what I know, that's what I do. You might hear Jeff talk about some of his stuff and say that his stuff is the best. So don't, you might be asking, hey, which one's better? Which one should I do? It's all, the attorneys need all of this, right? I mean, attorneys, and that, and again, in Module 1 where we give the overview, we talk about that. They need all of it if they're going to succeed in this day and age, if they're going to thrive in the future. Actually, when you hear the recorded call of me and the attorney, you're going to hear him say one of the first things is that his business has been cut by 40% over the last few years because he hasn't kept up with the times and stayed with the internet, and he's got all these new competing attorneys, young guys who are internet savvy coming in and taking all his business, right? So this, there's a huge market of really kind of established attorneys, and he even mentions this. He said there's a ton of attorneys, between the ages of 40 to 65, let's say, who have a ton of experience, have probably a pretty big bankroll because they've been doing it for a long time, but now they're just losing business left and right because they haven't been able to compete and they don't know what they're doing on the internet. And so this is a huge opportunity for you to really offer them all of these different types of services. So just to wrap up really quick about the members area, and we're going to fill in a lot more videos. We're going to be constantly adding things. The resources section as well will constantly be adding new things like sample proposals that you can use, all different types of sample templates. And you can see in here, you actually also in the resources section get the mobile website builder. And then you also have the SEO services. This is when you have a client that signs up with you on your SEO services. You have a complete 100% outsourced solution, and Jeff is obviously going to talk more about that. You'll learn more about that in Module 3 and Module 4 about that done-for-you SEO solution. Just so you know, it's completely 100% US-based team here. This is not being outsourced to an overseas. We have great communication. It's a great team. We know the head of the team personally, and she's really great. Shelby, you probably hear from Shelby. So she's going to do the done-for-you outsourcing of the SEO services. And so when you have a client that's ready to sign on, and you're ready to submit the package for them to get started, and that's great. You just get paid month after month after month while they do all the SEO work. So that's where you would submit that here in the SEO services. And then you have the landing page builder. So this is an awesome, awesome tool that I've included for you here. You get a bunch of different pre-written high converting landing pages for attorneys that you can use for Google AdWords. As well as in your prospecting. You can say, hey, I noticed you don't have a landing page. Did you realize a high converting landing page could double or triple your conversion? And so here's a mock-up of what your landing page might look like, or if you want to, we can have a consultation. I can show you a mock-up of a landing page, whatever the case may be. So in this landing page generator, you'll have these pre-written high-converting landing pages for different niches of attorneys already in there. Plus, in that landing page generator will also be your sales video, your attorney sales video. And so with the landing page generator, you can easily put any of those landing pages up online in a matter of minutes. So next to each page within your landing page generator, you would simply click on the publish link. It would show you step-by-step instructions how you can put these pages up online. So you can put your sales video up online, and then when you do your email prospecting, you send those an email with a link to your sales video. Then they watch the sales video, they book a consultation with you underneath, which I'll get into more in my sections of this program. But that's the landing page generator that also has the attorney sales video in there as well. So this was just a really quick overview. We're going to be adding a lot more stuff, and again, it really has the total package for attorneys. I mean, these attorneys really need all of these services. You pretty much have every tool in your toolbox now with this entire program. You have done-for-you automated prospecting with this lead automator. You have pre-written templates from both me and Jeff that could sell these attorneys on different services that they desperately need. You have done-for-you landing pages. You have done-for-you sales videos. You have done-for-you recorded phone calls of me closing someone so you can hear exactly what that sounds like. You have done-for-you keywords, campaigns, and ads for the Google AdWords campaigns. You have completely outsourced SEO services, so you don't have to do any of the SEO work. Again, you have a mobile website builder. I mean, you just really have the total package here. So we're excited about it. We hope you're excited about it. Really, go through, dig in, really, give it a good shot. Give it your best effort. There's that old saying, right? Winners never quit, quitters never win, right? So, you gotta you gotta understand something. If you're building a real, I guess, attorney agency here, we're talking about something that could legitimately be a 6 or possibly a 7-figure business for some of you. So you have to understand that, again, I might have mentioned this, or I mentioned this in one of the other videos, like, you can't expect to send 5 emails and land a client that's worth $20,000 a year, right? Think about it. If you get one attorney that pays you $1,500 a month, that's $18,000 a year, and you can land a $1,500 a month attorney just for Google AdWords services alone. Let alone when you throw in the SEO and the mobile and reputation and all the other stuff that you're going to learn in this program. I mean, you could be easily making $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a month or more off of one attorney. So, I mean, if you think about that, if the value of a client is potentially $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year, potentially for just 1 or 2 clients, just know that it may not happen after you sending 5 emails. So, be committed to this, stick with it. In my opinion, attorneys are the best niche for you to target. They can operate in multiple areas of the law. One attorney can practice in 5 different areas of the law, which means it's like having 5 clients in one shot. You could be doing SEO and AdWords and mobile sites for one attorney in 5 different areas of the law. That's almost like having 5 clients in one shot, so that they're one of the most affluent local business niches. They have money to spend. They make a lot of money. A value of a client is very high for them. They make thousands of dollars usually on every single client. For the most part, and sometimes they make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some personal injury attorneys can make $100,000 on a settlement there. So just realize that attorneys, you're in the right niche. You have all the tools you need to help them. You have complete done-for-you automation for prospecting, for all the services you can offer them. It's all there for you in this program, and now you just got to stick with it, put in the effort, and make it happen. And that's going to be your part that you have to play in this. And we believe that we're giving you everything we can to support you in that and to help you get those results. And we believe that you'll definitely get there as long as you put in the effort and stick with it. So we hope you're as excited as we are, and enjoy the training. Hey, what's going on, everyone? This is Talor and Jeff again, and in this video we're going to show you the Go Mobile Lead Automator, which is an awesome tool, and it allows you to gather information of attorneys and a lot of times their email address and be able to email them on autopilot. We have pre-written templates for you, so we'll talk to you about that. And this is just a great way to really automate your prospecting process, which is extremely important. In the past, I've heard people that were prospecting, and they're like, "Oh, I sent out 7 emails and I didn't land a client. What happened?" And and the fact of the matter is that if you're doing cold prospecting, you got to make more contacts. It's really, a lot of it's a numbers game. So you can't expect to just send 5 emails and land a client. I mean, yeah, it's great. Every once in a while that may happen, but it's realistically here. Any type of sales or marketing is a numbers game and a percentages, and so that's why this is so powerful, because now you can actually automate this entire process with this Go Mobile Lead Automator. So for me, this is an extremely powerful tool. It's been a long time in the making, and a long time for us to bring this to you all to be able to use this. In the next module, Module 2, you'll have a ton of actual in-depth training videos on how to use this tool more in-depth. Right now, me and Jeff are kind of just going to give you an overview so you know a little bit about what it's about and how we use it as well. So Jeff, I know you just before we started recording here, you ran a search query, and yeah, it looks like you want to tell everyone a little bit about that search query, and it looks like 45 leads found already that you got there.
Yeah, so we're on the Find Leads tab of the tool, which is really one of the core functions of the tool. This is where you land when you open it, and it's incredibly simple to use. You just plug in a keyword and a location and hit Find Leads, and it goes to work. It takes a little bit of time to search the leads because it's actually searching for 45 or so different pieces of information. So you get a ton of data back. It'll take anywhere from 10 minutes to maybe an hour, depending on how much data you have it find. And as you can see here, there are checkboxes where you can select or unselect some of the categories for the information that you want it to search for. I typically have it search for all of the information. The one on here that doesn't seem to apply quite as much to attorneys as the deal sites. I don't see a lot of attorneys running Groupons and living social ads, but the rest of this information is extremely valuable. And what I really like about the tool is it's not just going out and finding business names and email addresses. It's giving you some real intel on your prospects, and so you know the problems that they have or the things that they're doing wrong or not doing in their marketing, so that you can take a really targeted approach when you reach out to them. And you can identify specific issues that they have that you're able to fix. And so you're really able to come up with a lot of different campaigns. We'll talk about a few of the different approaches that you can use for landing clients. One that we focus on and that I've got a lot of training and templates around is businesses that are not mobile friendly, because that's one of the data fields that it will bring back. It'll tell you if they have a mobile optimized website or not. And I choose that one because it's really low-hanging fruit. It's an area where it's a simple fix, but you can have a big impact on their business because so much internet traffic is mobile, and because mobile traffic converts so well. Helping them with a mobile-friendly presence really helps them convert better on everything else that they're already doing, and so it can factor into really all of these categories.
Yep. Yeah, and I definitely want you to show them about the mobile, mobile optimized or not. And I know that's a great way that you get in the door with a lot of clients, because it just makes a lot of sense in this day and age with the amount of mobile traffic and the growth in mobile traffic. If they don't have a mobile optimized site, that's a huge way, a great way to get in the door, and then obviously upsell them other services once you're in the door and you've captured their attention. I do want to mention one thing really quick, Jeff, before you show the mobile stuff and how we'll talk about some of the templates and how you prospect. And just if everyone kind of hasn't realized yet, Jeff is the specialist in SEO and mobile websites and reputation and more of that part of things. And my specialty, Att0Rney, my specialty is the Google AdWords part, right? And the paid traffic. So we use this for I've used this tool to get Google AdWords clients. Jeff uses it to get clients who don't have a mobile optimized site, who aren't ranking, who have don't have any reviews or have bad reviews or don't have their directory sites. And so there's so many different things you can use this for, and it's really great because with this program you literally have pretty much everything in your toolbox. You can anything that these people could want, you can offer them. So this tool provides all that. Now I just wanted to mention really quick the reason why you might say, oh, why is this tool not going faster? Why does this tool take so long? Well, like Jeff mentioned, first of all, you just run it in the background, right? So you just run your search and then go about your normal daily business and then check back a couple hours later and you'll have your leads found. But it's on purpose. This tool, was created by a really smart person, who's got a lot of experience with this stuff. And the fact of the matter is, if you're getting these searches so fast, it could raise a red flag with Google. So this is pulling information from Google. It's timed on purpose so to not raise any red flags with Google. And the same thing with sending the emails, which we'll show you in just a minute about how you use this to send. We'll give you some pre-written templates. Of course, you can edit those templates or create your own templates. We would actually encourage that if you can make tweaks and create your own so that your template is slightly different than the template a lot of other people may be using. But with the emails as well, it's not going to just blast out 75 emails in one shot. It's going to slowly drip out those emails over the course of, let's say, a couple of hours. And that's on purpose, and that's a good thing, okay? So you don't want to be setting off any, having your stuff all going into spam filters or, getting flagged or anything like that. So everything with this is on purpose. So just have a little patience with it and just do your search, go about your day, come back a couple hours later, boom, it'll be done. Send the email, wait a couple hours, the emails will be sent. So, it's not like you're sitting there the whole time waiting. You can go about your day. So I just wanted to kind of let everyone know about that. It's important that you realize that it's on purpose, that it's not going faster. So I just wanted to mention that. So yeah, Jeff, let's get back into showing them kind of a little more how you use the tool and as well with the mobile, checking for mobile optimized sites. With me, just actually let me touch on my part real quick because you got a lot more in-depth stuff with all the different features of mobile and SEO and reputation and social that this tool provides you. With me searching for AdWords prospects, Really, I go after all attorneys. I personally think that, and specifically personal injury attorneys, right? So if you see in the search box there, Jeff has the keyword accident attorney and the location Dallas. So you would literally just type in a keyword like accident attorney, or you could type in injury attorney, or you could type in immigration attorney or criminal attorney or whatever, and then you would put in the location. Okay, for me, I think that pretty much all attorneys should be, advertising on Google or at least giving it a shot. So I don't think that you need to specifically search for any one person when it comes to Google advertising. So the templates that I'll give you and the done for you sales video that I'm giving you with this program that sells people on Google AdWords services, you can prospect to all attorneys with that message. Okay, so with Jeff's it's a little different. You could, for example, if you're prospecting for someone, letting them know that they don't have a mobile optimized site, you're obviously going to look for certain fields here that show people if they have a mobile optimized site or not, right? With AdWords, I literally think you can target everyone. You'll also notice that not all of these results have an email address, but you find that a lot of them do. And so, again, if you're doing emailing, and then Jeff will also show you the other awesome feature, which is being able to submit contact forms on people's website using this tool. And again, there's more in-depth training on that in the next module as well. But that's an awesome tool because, I do have people that say to me, well, not all of these attorney websites have email addresses. And as you can see, this tool right now, a bunch of the results don't have email addresses on their website. But they do, almost all of them have contact forms. So if they don't have an email address, you can still submit the same message that you would send them via email, but now you can submit it on autopilot through this functionality. Why don't we show them that functionality real quick, Jeff, of being able to submit the web form, on people's website. So that's an awesome way. So if they don't have an email, you automatically submit your message on the web form on their site. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, so that's how you would. Let's see. So send message. So yeah, you would kind of fill in these categories, and again, there's more in-depth training on the next page, but yeah, you'd fill in this information, and it would automatically submit this into the contact form on their website, which is an amazing feature. I don't even know how they do this. Pretty cool. So.
Yeah, so those that don't have email addresses, you can target through submitting the message on their website, and it even has a built-in deCAPTCHA feature where it will fill in the CAPTCHA code on the website so that you can get past that and submit those, and all of it's going to happen automatically. So you can do 75 of them at a time, upload the template, and real quickly send out your messages. And so because it's so easy and so automated, you can really set a schedule to make sure that you do this every day and that you commit a little bit of time every day to finding new leads, sending out messages to new leads, and being consistent about your prospecting.
That's right. That's exactly how it should be. Yep. Awesome. So yeah, so that was just my bit on how I pretty much target everyone for Google AdWords services. And again, you'll have pre-written templates selling people on Google AdWords, PPC, pay-per-click, Google AdWords services, as well as a done-for-you sales video that you send people to as well. And again, I would target everyone. But Jeff, why don't you show people how you target a little more based on whether they have a mobile optimized site or other things that you would look for when you target people for these other services.
Yep, and I want to address the speed issue a little bit as well. So there's a couple different approaches that you can take to finding leads. If you do want the tool to run faster, simply uncheck some of these boxes and remove some of the information that you may not want, specifically this one. And the less fields that it has to check, the faster the tool is going to run. So if you want to run a list real quickly, you could uncheck most of them, and maybe just do the mobile search if you want to find leads that are not mobile optimized. When you do that, you can always come back and upload your spreadsheet back in here and search for the fields that you didn't get previously. And so you can run a list of leads with basic information, and as they become prospects, if you want to do a little bit of research for them, or if you want to use this process for the marketing audit that I talk about in Module 4, you can come back and do the research here. A lot of the information for the audit is going to come for this report. So it makes it real easy to have information about them and know exactly what needs to be fixed before you even talk to them, or early on in the conversation. And the more that you know about the prospects when you're actually having the conversation, the better those conversations are going to go. They're certainly going to appreciate that you've done a little bit of research and that you understand their situation. I like that it has all of this different data, and by combining a few of these data fields, I start by filtering out those that are not mobile optimized. But then by combining some of the data here, if you take somebody that is not mobile optimized but is already spending money on pay-per-click, you know that they're wasting a lot of their pay-per-click money because they're sending a lot of mobile pay-per-click traffic to sites that are not mobile friendly. Social is the same way, and this tool will pull back Facebook information. So you can see some of these attorneys have some really big or popular Facebook pages, and a lot of them are posting very frequently. They're putting a ton of effort into promoting themselves on social media. They may be spending money on pay-per-click, but they're sending all of that traffic to a non-mobile friendly presence. And so by making a simple improvement for them, you're able to give them a big improvement on their return on investment. In Module 4, as I go through the marketing audit, I'm going to go through each one of these fields with you and talk to you about the importance of it and how you can target people with them. But we'll go through each of the categories really quickly. Owner first name and last name, it does get pulled from some of the websites online, so sometimes you're going to get some of the partners. Sometimes you may or may not get the most relevant person to talk to. So you don't want to rely too heavily on using that as your to message when you're sending out emails or if you're making phone calls. That's not necessarily always the person you want to talk to, but it can be valuable. The emails that it does pull here are ones that they can find on the website, so know that those are email addresses that may be getting a lot of solicitations from other marketers. And so finding a way to get in touch with the people that don't have email addresses makes them even more valuable prospects because they're probably not being marketed to nearly as much. I like to find prospects that are ranking maybe on the second page or ranking on the bottom of the first page. They're close to getting results, but they're not quite seeing the full benefit of their efforts. And so by giving them a little bit of improvement, you can have a pretty big impact on their results. Categories are a place where a lot of times they get it wrong. They're often miscategorized, or they don't take advantage of the fact that they can be listed in multiple categories. And any attorney that's specifically targeting personal injury cases shouldn't just be listed as a general attorney. So being in the right category can make a big difference for them.
And many times, with attorneys, many of them are in multiple categories. Many times you have someone who's a personal injury attorney, a criminal attorney, and multiple. Yeah, and you can see there you have some that are, yeah, exactly. You can see multiple different areas of practice. Yep. So that's good to know. It's good information. Yeah.
Yeah, they usually do cover multiple areas of the law, but a lot of times their Google listing doesn't specify that. So by not having all of the areas of practice in here, they're missing out on low-hanging fruit. They're missing out on traffic that should be coming their way simply because they didn't put themselves in the right category. It's like not being listed in all of the right places on the phone book.
Nice.
Pulls a lot of data from their Google pages, shows whether or not they have a score. Anybody without a score doesn't get a star rating, and so sitting next to their competitors that do have a score, they're losing out on clicks. The number of reviews is the trigger for getting the star rating. You got to have at least 5 Google reviews to get a star rating. So those that have a few reviews are on the verge of getting some of those results, and that is a good potential campaign as well. Prospects that do have some reviews but don't quite have 5, and so they're sitting on the first page next to their competitors that have some stars. All they need to do is get a few more reviews, and they can start grabbing a lot more of that traffic. This tool is very heavily focused on bringing back reputation information, so you can find those that don't have reviews, and you can also target those that have bad reviews. And so you'll see there's a column here where it shows some of their bad Google reviews, and there's lots of strategies for targeting attorneys that have bad reviews and helping them to at least address those or push them down the page and give them less weight. Because bad reviews, but ranking on the first page is not necessarily a good thing. They may be putting in a lot of effort to bring people to their page. They may be doing a lot of pay-per-click and spending a lot of money to bring people to their Google page, and then people are landing there and seeing bad reviews, and so they're just wasting their money. So helping them fix that problem is one that resonates with them quite well. Goes through a lot of different sites where they can have reviews listed, and then it grades a number of other things that help them to rank well and to optimize their pages for conversion. So whether or not they're using images or videos, Google Plus offers are pretty much going away. gets into the Groupon and Living Social. Like I said, I don't think I've seen one attorney running any deal sites. I don't know if you ever have, Tiller.
No, I don't think I have.
I'm not sure that I would buy a Groupon for an attorney anyways.
That's right.
It pulls through their website type, and one thing that you'll notice is when they have a WordPress website, it also gives you the version. So 3.9.1 is the most current version. This particular attorney here running an old version of WordPress has some huge security risks because not having an updated version of WordPress leaves you open to attacks. And so that's a potential campaign, is targeting attorneys that don't have their software updated. Obviously, nobody's watching over it for them, and it puts them at risk. Here's the column with the mobile optimized site, going after attorneys that don't have that mobile optimized site but are actively doing things in marketing, actively spending money or active on social media. Those are great prospects because, again, you can make a simple fix and get them a better return on everything they're doing. Talks about how their site ranks a little bit. Whatever keyword you put in here, the tool is going to give you some monthly search volume. So specifically for accident attorney in Dallas, it's showing 120 searches a month. And I know you go into a lot more keyword information in some of the other modules and videos, but there are so many different variations of keywords. Personal injury attorney and accident attorney are really searching for the same person, but they're different keywords, and there's lots of different variations or permutations. So it says there's 120 searches, but that's for this exact keyword. There's definitely a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I get that question quite a bit as well. Like people say, oh, there's only this many, there's only 100 searches a month, it's saying, for this keyword in my area. And it's, I really don't go by that. I can tell you that people are searching for attorneys in any market in the country. Okay, that's number one. Obviously, if you're in a town of 10,000 people, there's going to be less searches, and that's just, there's nothing really you can do about that. But the bottom line is that, people are searching for attorneys. They only get, with Google AdWords, they only get charged when someone clicks on their ad. So, if there's not a lot of searches and not a lot of clicks, then they're not going to be getting charged very much, right? So, but the main thing, too, that I want to mention is, like, you see, people say, there's only 120 monthly search volume. Well, that's only for accident attorney. Well, then there's accident lawyer. Then there's personal injury attorney. Then there's personal injury lawyer. Then there's wrongful death attorney and wrongful death lawyer. Then there's, all different types of variations of keywords that just have the word injury or the word lawyer or the word attorney in the same search in one form or another. So it adds up. So don't see something that's like, I can promise you this, in any major city or in any, even small cities, people are searching for attorneys and accident attorneys and injury attorneys and all that kind of stuff. So again, don't get too concerned about a low monthly search volume. You'll have, with the amount of keywords and different things that you'll be targeting, you'll be able to get a great traffic for these attorneys, no matter where they are. Again, obviously, if they're in Los Angeles, you're going to get a lot more traffic. If they're in Los Angeles, they could spend $40,000 a month on Google AdWords, whereas if they're in a small town, they might only be able to spend a couple thousand or a few $1,000s a month. So that might be the only difference. You could probably make more with a bigger client in a bigger city that has bigger search volume, but it works for anyone in any city, no matter what the search volume is. So just wanted to mention that as well. So yeah, sorry.
Well, and I think it's really important to keep in mind that 120 searches for a keyword like accident attorney Dallas, the pay-per-click cost on something like that is around $100. Every single one of those clicks would cost $100 through pay-per-click, and so it's very, very valuable traffic, even if you're not dealing with thousands and thousands of them, because landing one of those cases is could potentially be. It
wouldn't be quite that much. I mean, it can be if you're trying to always be number one at the top of the page, and it's a very competitive market. It could be up to $100 a click. I usually keep my clients. And actually, you guys will see, when I give you the pre-written keywords, I give you estimated bids. I tell you what you should bid and stuff like that. When it comes to Google AdWords, in Module 5, I'll talk more about that. But yeah, you're probably going to pay, especially in major markets, you're probably going to pay $40, $50 a click to be in a decent position on the page. But with the landing page that you get in there as well, that's the great part about it, right? So not to get too far off track from this tool, we'll talk more about Google AdWords and high converting landing pages and everything like that later on. But that's the importance of it, right? So if they have to spend $40, $50 a click, if they send that traffic to their main website and they only convert at 5%, there's a difference between that and a high converting landing page that converts at 25%. So if they spend $40 a click, but they convert 1 out of every 4 clicks or 1 out of every 5 clicks, into a lead, then they're paying, what is that, like $160 or $200 a lead. And for personal injury attorneys, most of them will be happy with that, with $160 or $200 a lead, because again, the value of these cases are so huge. So yeah, not to get too far off track there on the AdWords stuff, but I didn't want people to be scared away with a $100 a click thing. And some keywords like accident attorney can be $40, $50 a click, but because your conversion on a landing page is so high, that's where you're going to give your clients a huge, huge advantage over their competitors that don't know how to convert traffic, right? Conversion is the most important part of Google AdWords. So very, very important for you to realize that. The only reason why a keyword would have a 40 or 50 or higher cost per click is because it is an extremely, extremely valuable keyword. So keep that in mind. A lot of people say, oh, the cost per click is so high. Well, it's high for a reason, because those leads are extremely valuable. So just keep that in mind, and we'll talk more about that in the AdWords section later on.
And I'm glad you talk about conversion, because it's definitely going to be a very common thread that people are going to hear, focusing on improving their conversion no matter what they're doing, whether it's pay-per-click or social media or SEO. If they're going to put in the effort, if they're going to spend the money, helping them to convert that traffic actually into cases is what's going to help you to land them as clients.
Right, and mobile too. And mobile is a huge thing, right? Like I know you lead a lot of times with, again, like we're talking about now, searching for people that don't have a mobile optimized site. And that's exactly right. I mean, if you can say to them, hey, did you realize that, the growth in mobile search is growing every year? Hey, it looks like you're doing a ton of stuff on Facebook. Most people these days are searching Facebook from their phone. Do you realize that you don't have a mobile optimized site? So if someone is searching, clicking on your link through Facebook on their phone, they're going to a site that's not mobile optimized. You could potentially be doubling or tripling your conversion. That's what I say with AdWords when it comes to landing pages. You could be doubling or tripling your conversion with a high converting landing page. That's 2 or 3 times as many leads for the same amount of time or money or energy spent. And the same thing goes for social media or for anything. I mean, for anyone that's finding them online, if they don't have a mobile optimized site, they could probably be converting twice as high with a mobile optimized site. So really, when it all comes down to it, it's all about conversion, right? I mean, the higher you can convert for these people, and that's what a lot of this program is going to be about, getting that conversion. So yeah, you're exactly right, and that's, I think, a huge selling point of mobile. And I know there's a lot of statistics that people can use about the growth in mobile and people that search people's websites from a mobile device and don't find a mobile optimized site. I forget what the stats are, Jeff. Maybe you know off the top of your head, like 69 or 70% of those people end up leaving and never going back to that site if it's not mobile optimized.
So they say that 40% will leave your site immediately and go to a competitor site, and somewhere around 60% of them won't recommend your site to somebody else, even if they're a customer of yours. If you don't have a good mobile site, it's just one that they typically don't want to recommend.
Right. So you can now find someone that doesn't have a mobile optimized site. You present them with these statistics. You talk about how you could potentially double or triple their mobile leads by having a mobile optimized site, and now you've got their attention. Now you're in the door with them, and now you have all these other services and tools in your toolbox, like AdWords and other types of SEO and social media and everything else that we're going to talk about in this program. So yeah, it's a great way in.
And I think that's one of the big takeaways, for everybody listening to this video, is that attorneys don't want pay-per-click. Attorneys don't want SEO. They don't want mobile websites. They want new clients and they want new cases. And so helping them to use those tools to get what they really want must be part of your language. And it's how you have to frame the conversation in all of your prospecting, how you can get them the result that they want. These are tools that you use, and all of this information here is helping us to help them convert better on what they're already doing. And one of the reasons that we target attorneys is a lot of them are already advertising. So if they're already advertising, they're already spending the money and investing the time, let's help them convert better. So I'll finish going through just a couple of these real quick. Authorship is going to help them convert more clicks when they do show up in searches. Contact form is going to
and I know you might mention this a little bit more later on, but authorship, just so everyone understands exactly what authorship is, that's when, if you ever done a Google search and you see the person's picture show up in the search results. If you've ever seen that, like you do a Google search and then all of a sudden you see someone's picture and you're like, hey, how'd that guy get his picture there in that search result? And you know, usually you click on those. Those really pop off the page, those search results that have the picture, and that basically means they've claimed their authorship. Jeff, you know a lot more about that than I do. I just wanted to make sure people understood what that means exactly.
Yeah, authorship can be very powerful. That, you know, they'll tell you that it doesn't help with search ranking, but it definitely does help with click-throughs. And the more click-throughs you get, that does help with your search ranking. So indirectly, it helps with search, but it helps to get more people to click on your page, and it makes them more familiar and trust you more by the time they land to your page, because they've already seen your page and you've already built some authority by demonstrating that, you know, you're doing a good job with your marketing and doing things that others aren't doing. So authorship is really powerful. It's really simple to set up. So it's amazing, you know, how many don't take advantage of it.
I think that's huge. I mean, personally, every time I do a Google search and I see the authorship, I see a search result with someone's picture next to it, I'm always like, how did they do that? You know, I don't really, you know, this is your field. I'm always like, how did they do that? That looks so cool. And you know for a fact that more people are clicking on those results, and I know for a fact that the results that people click on the most are going to rise, like you say. So it does help the organic rankings, even though it's not maybe directly. Just because you claim the authorship doesn't mean it's going to help your ranking, but when you have a higher click-through rate, it does help your ranking. When more people are clicking on your search result, it's going to move your search result up in the ranking. But I think this is also a really cool tool. Like if you're going to meet with the client, or if you're just going to talk to them over the phone and have a consultation with them, you can say, oh, you know, you don't have your authorship verified, and you can show them like a screenshot, let's say, of someone who has, you know, of a search result where someone does have their authorship and it has their picture next to it and it really pops off the page, and say, hey, wouldn't you want that? Wouldn't you want your picture next to your search result, and make it pop off and increase your click-through rate and increase your rankings? Again, this is a really great way to educate these clients about, and this tool allows you to see so many things that they don't have, that they're missing out on, that you can now point out to them and educate them on, and it really establishes you as the expert and the authority, and really is going to help you land a lot more clients. So this is great stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely. And again, you know, all about conversion. So video is another one. Video on the home page has been proven to convert. You can see that the top ranking attorneys here are using video on their home page, but some of these a little further down the page aren't. And by being able to compare them to the people that are ranking, the people that are already getting their traffic or getting their cases, is going to help motivate them to take action. You know, attorneys are very proud of their practice. They put their name on the title. They use their picture a lot in their marketing, so another reason why authorship really appeals to them. But by the same token, comparing them to their competitors, they get very competitive about it. Just about every attorney has another attorney that they want to outrank or that they want to beat, somebody who's, you know, typically getting their cases. And so you certainly want to engage in that conversation and talk to them about their competition. And an easy way to start the conversation is, I noticed you're not doing this, and so, you know, is. I noticed that you haven't verified your authorship, but most of the others on the first page have, or you're not using video and these guys are. It's been proven to work. You know, here's how we can fix that for you. Here's how we can make it happen. The micro formats, it gets into some SEO stuff, basically just a code language where you can specify what the content is on the page. One more way to help the search engines know that this website is about a local business and specifically an attorney. And so you can get into micro formats and micro data and schema.org. We'll get into that a lot more on the marketing audit checklist, but this is, you know, some of the cutting edge SEO stuff that can give them a big advantage over their competition. So it gets into a few technical SEO fields, basic stuff that they need to do to show up well that a lot of them aren't doing, and can give them that advantage over their competition. And then analyzes their social connections, whether or not they've added the social links to their website. You'll find that most of these attorneys are active on these channels, but they haven't linked them to their website. So simple problems that they've overlooked. You've got a YouTube channel, but you haven't linked it to your website. Why are you spending all this effort on and time and money on video if you're not going to use it on your website? Gives you a link to their Google Plus page. Just by taking a look at their page, you can see a lot of problems that they have, and we'll go into some of the checkpoints that you should look at to see who's doing a good job in optimizing their Google page. Just by claiming the page, it gives them a bit of an advantage. You'll see that it's pretty tough to get to the top by not claiming your page. You can take a look at those that are active on social media, and again, these are prospects that are already engaging in some form of marketing. They're going to be much more receptive to your marketing and to your approach of helping them improve their conversion than those that just aren't spending any money. You don't have to do the double sale. You don't have to convince them that online marketing works. They've already invested a lot of time and effort into online marketing. And then you've got the address. So it'll pull down the address, and the tool even allows you to send out some direct mail. So we'll look at the other tabs here just real quickly. Module 2 gives you a lot of detailed training on how to use every aspect of this tool, but I'll just give you some more of the highlights here. Obviously, we've talked about how you can send out emails using the tool. You can send out the web messages, and you can save your templates in here. So we're going to go over some of the templates that we've given you as part of this program. A couple other features with the tool is the ability to call leads, and you can actually upload a message, and you can set this up to call after hours and leave an automated voice message for all of your leads for you just by integrating Twilio and uploading the message here. And so you can leave them a recording. You know they're not going to answer first thing in the morning when they come in. They've got that message from you. And also allows you to use the same templates, print it out into a PDF, and use it for direct mail. So allowing you to really contact people using multiple methods, sending them the emails, contacting them via their web forms, making phone calls, sending them direct mail. The more approaches you use to get in front of your prospects, the higher your success rate is going to be.
Absolutely, yeah. And let's go to the message leads thing one more time. And so we'll have some templates for you that you can upload into your own, and obviously make any kind of custom changes you want. Again, I'll have a template for you that basically is prospecting for people that for Google AdWords services, and then sending them to a done-for-you sales video, selling them on the Google AdWords services, which you get. Along with your landing page generator, you'll have the sales video for attorneys, selling them on Google AdWords services. So that's really cool. And so what's great about this is that you'll have a few different templates. So you'll have templates from me about landing attorneys on Google AdWords services. You'll have templates from Jeff about landing them based on them not having a mobile optimized site, as well as templates that he may have in there as well. Different angles and see, so one attorney might not respond to one angle, but they may respond to another angle, right? And so now, you get to switch it up a little bit. So, there's so many different attorneys. I mean, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands or millions of attorneys, you can access through this tool. But when you times that by, a few different templates, selling them on a few different services with your prospecting message, that just really gives you a huge database and messages to work with that you'd probably never be able to go through every attorney and send them every message for every service that you could offer them. So you just have a huge market opportunity for you here as well. And Jeff, I wanted to show them too about when you email about making the and I know again in module 2, in the next module, they're going to go into more detail, but about emailing on the bottom there, when you send out these emails, you select your template, you have your message in there, and then at the bottom you can see it says email every 1 second or 5 seconds or 10 seconds. You can set that to whatever you want. I would personally recommend that you set it to email every at least 5 seconds. I think it's preset to email every 1 second. I would set it to every 5 or 10 seconds. If you're not in a rush to get these emails out, it's better to drip them out slowly over time. So again, emailing like one email every 5 seconds or every 10 seconds or even more, again, will just be better. You just have a better chance of it getting delivered successfully to the client, in my opinion. That's what I would say about that. And then, Jeff, I don't know if you have anything else to add, but I also wanted to just talk real quick about the back on the Find Leads tab after with regards to the 75 results that you can pull. So it can search more, but then you can select up to 75. So just wanted to kind of explain people about that as well.
Yeah, let's jump back to that. First, as far as when you're sending out these emails, definitely setting a delay is going to help. You don't want to get your IP address blacklisted. So you want to be cautious with how frequently you send them out, and you want to be careful about the email profiles that you use. And so you can actually go in and choose lots of different email profiles to send from. And so you can set up a Gmail address, a Yahoo address. You can send one directly from your server using some of these hosting accounts. I personally don't do that. I would prefer to use some throwaway email addresses, but you can use lots of different email addresses so that you don't load them all up on one and create any issues. So by spreading it out across a number of different email profiles and by delaying the time frequency that you send out your messages, you can protect those accounts a little bit better.
Yeah, and if you're absolutely not, if you've sent out a ton of prospecting from one specific email account, and you're seeing for some reason that you're not getting, any results, or, you may want to consider setting up a new email address on a different platform, like, if you've been using Gmail, maybe do a Yahoo, and see if you get any different results. It's possible that, if you've been doing too heavy prospecting, I don't think this will be the case, but who knows? Maybe you've been maybe you've been marked as or blacklisted, or for whatever reason. You never know sometimes, A lot of people don't even know when they're blacklisted. So, and your emails could be not getting delivered correctly. Again, I don't think that will normally be the case, but just something to keep in mind. If you're sending out a ton of messages and not getting any results, maybe try to switch up the email, or, just do things like that. Not a bad idea.
And one other piece of advice, and a bit of a disclaimer here, obviously you're responsible for all of the emails that you do send out. So you want to make sure you do a little CYA. You can include some links in the bottom of your emails, and then you make sure that you are CAN spam compliant. So you can send emails to lists like this. You're just required to include a little bit of disclosure within those emails. When you're using autoresponders, a lot of times that stuff is plugged in for you automatically. Using this template, I highly recommend that you drop that into the bottom of your email and just cover yourself.
Yeah, and again, this is totally, the person who, this tool was created and was really created in a very specific way, a very smart way, and it's been, had extensive testing done on it by a lot of different people. So, but again, it is obviously ultimately your responsibility, and obviously, for example, if an attorney replies to you and says, don't email me again, or don't contact me again, you got to make sure you don't contact that same attorney again, right? Because, if they, that's on you, right, to make sure you do that. And that's with any kind of prospecting you're going to do for any business. So, just take a little responsibility, and just, be a little careful there, that you're not, continuously contacting people who have specifically asked you not to contact them, or anything like that. So, yeah, just be smart about it, common sense.
So at this point, we're up to 136 leads. It does take a little time, but the tool works pretty quickly. It does only select 75 at a time, so I think that's what you wanted to look at here. And when you're messaging leads, it will only let you import 75 at a time. So it's got some built-in controls to make sure that to help keep you from getting into trouble by sending out too many messages at once. And it also has a filter. So the way that it works is we've got 137 leads, but we can go in and we can just select those leads that say
have an email. Like, let's say you were doing an emailing campaign, right? It might find 200 leads, but only 75 of them have an email address, right? So if you only wanted to send the emails, you would just select. You'd put the filter of them, only the ones that have the email, and then you'd get your 75, and you'd be able to, send out the 75 emails today. That's kind of how you would do that. So Jeff set it to, so you set it to right now the amount of people that don't have an optimized site and do have an email, and it looks like out of the 139 results that this thing pulled in, let's say, the last hour or so, you got 21 results that don't have a mobile optimized site and an email, it looks like, right?
Yep, and then so we could save that list, and we could send them emails through the tool. We could just change the filter to don't have an email. We've got 47. We could send them all web messages.
Cool. Yep.
So, I like that the tool allows you to use some automation and do a bit of mass marketing and send a lot of messages by email and through the web forms, but it also gives you really, really detailed information, and so you can dive in and you can identify some of the best prospects here. And remember that landing an attorney client could be worth thousands or tens of thousands of dollars to you as the consultant, and so it's worth taking a little bit of time. If you find a great prospect who is actively buying pay-per-click ads and actively marketing on Facebook and using their Twitter page and doing a lot of things right, but also making some huge mistakes, they're willing to spend the money. You have a solution for them. So it's worth doing a little bit of research in here to find maybe your 10 best leads and take some extra effort and make some phone calls or send some mail to them as well, because if you land them, it's going to be a huge payoff.
Yep. Yep. Great. Well, I think this was a good overview. And again, everyone, there's more detailed explanations in the next module, module 2, about all the different, exactly how to do each one of these as well. But we wanted to give you a highlight and talk about how we think it should be used and what to look for, and give you kind of the overview. And then in the next module, you'll get all the videos of kind of step-by-step how to do each specific thing that you need to do. But this is an amazing, amazing tool. It really helps automate the prospecting process and lets you accomplish a lot and get a lot of information. And this is really important, because when it comes to attorneys, you want to be able to educate them, show them what they're doing wrong, have yourself be seen as the expert and the authority, and that's going to really help you land a lot of clients. And like Jeff said, I mean, there's as far as local businesses go, I don't know of too many local businesses that are more valuable as a client than an attorney. When it comes to attorneys, they can operate in 5 different areas of the law. You could have a client who wants you to do SEO for them in 5 different areas of the law. You could, and they want Google AdWords in all those areas, and they need mobile optimized sites. I mean, the opportunities are endless. I mean, you could literally, again, I have an attorney client that some months spends $40,000 a month. On Google AdWords. For a while, he was spending $5,000 a month on SEO. He spends money, probably $6,000 a month on Facebook ads. I mean, there are these types of attorneys in pretty much every major city. So listen, they may not be, you may not just land them by sending one email, but that's why all this data is really, when you get in front of them and educate them on how you can improve it for them and be seen as the expert and the authority. I mean, just think about that potential opportunity there. And that's just the biggest ones. The smaller ones, you will be able to get in contact more easily with them. They may not be the biggest clients with the biggest budgets, but it's kind of easy money once you get in the door with them and use these services. So yeah, I think that was a great overview. I don't have anything else to add, Jeff, unless you do. Yeah, we can move on.
Yeah, that sounds great. The tool is fantastic. It gives you so much data, and it makes it really easy for you to find the leads and send out the messages. So, like I said earlier, make a commitment to using it every day. Find fresh leads, find the best ones, put the extra effort into following up with them.
Hey everyone, and welcome to your lead generation training. This is the first video for your lead gen tool, and this video we're going to cover how to register your software and then how to get started. So the first thing that you'll see when you come into the software is an account tab that'll show up on the left hand side. And the first thing that you're going to need to do is go ahead and put in your email address and password that you have registered for your account. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, and we'll get started. Now once you hit this activate button, it's going to just confirm your registration, and then you'll see that it's going to take you directly into your Find Leads tab, and you'll be able to get started. Now you'll see over here on the right hand side that you're able to select up to 75 leads at a time. You'll see your basic layout of the Find Leads section. You can open and close your filters from the right hand side using the close filter or open filter button. And that's all we're going to cover in this video. In the next one we'll go in depth about finding leads and how you can get the targeted leads that you're looking for. See you in the next training. Hey everyone, and welcome back to your lead generation training. In this video, we're going to be going over your Find Leads tool and how it's going to help you find and select targeted leads that you want to contact. So we're going to start out by coming into the Find Leads tab. You'll actually see it over here on the left-hand side. It'll be the default place that you go to when you start up the program. And from there, you'll see the basic layout. You can see the keyword, location, and also the Google country URL boxes. Those are going to need to be filled out for every single search that you do. You can also see selectable boxes here for the different types of categories or things that you might be selling or offering to the person that you're trying to target. So whether you're looking for SEO, social media, reputation, mobile, Google Plus information, deal sites, directory sites, or website optimization, all of that is here. You can easily select or deselect these checkboxes if you don't want information to populate for those fields. So for example, if you're not concerned with selling mobile sites, you could uncheck this mobile box and we wouldn't pull information on that. Now this is going to help speed up searches if you are unchecking these boxes. So if you know that there's something that you don't want to target, we recommend for you to uncheck those boxes just to speed up your search. Now you can see over here the total leads found. This will populate as your lead list fills up. You can also select leads, which we'll show you in just a second, and that will give you a count of how many you have selected here. And you can also filter your leads. Now one important thing to mention is that when you're searching, we're actually using your local IP address. An IP address is like an address for your computer. Now as you search out a lot of information using your lead generation tool, your IP might get burnt out, and what that really means is just that Google or some of these other sites will say that you've done too many searches too quickly. Now to remedy that, you can use what's called a proxy. And what a proxy does is it's just going to switch up your IP address every now and then so you can continue searching and continue to get great results from your lead generation tool. So to do that, all you want to do is check this Use Proxies button up here in the corner. And that's going to go ahead and bring up a proxy box for you. Now all you need to do is put in your IP and the port of your IP in this box and then just hit Check Proxies. Now what your lead generation tool is going to do is try to check those proxies to make sure that you're able to connect to them, and then they will populate in this box, and all you have to do is hit Save Valid Proxies. Now if you don't have any proxies or don't really know what they are, you can actually just click on this Get Free Shared Proxies button, or you can go to any other site. Just a quick Google search on proxies will bring you up a bunch of different services that offer dedicated proxies for a low monthly cost. But there are free proxies out there to use, so definitely utilize this tool to make sure that you get the best results on every single one of your searches. Now for the keyword and location fields, it's going to work just like a Google search. So you just want to put in the keyword of whatever type of company or niche or vertical that you want to go after. So just as an example, we're going to go ahead and put in dentist in this box. And then the location or region of your search. I'm going to go ahead and put in Dallas for this search, and then we'll go ahead and hit Find Leads to start populating information. Now as your lead generation tool searches, you'll see this progress bar start to fill up with a percentage as we pull information. Your lead generation tool at this time is going out and looking for every local company within the location that you've selected. Now you can get a varying amount of leads in each one of your searches, but in general, Google will only return 200 results per search. So your lead generation tool will generally top out at about 200 leads. Now depending on if you're using proxies or how many boxes you have selected at the top, it can vary how long your search is actually going to take. But we've already seen that we have information populating in our field here, so I'm just going to go ahead and use the pause button to pause our search and show you a little bit more about the Find Leads section. Once you have a few leads populated, all you need to do is just select the boxes of the leads that you want to save, and then you hit the Save Selected button to save this file and export a CSV file of all of the information that you have there. So I'm going to go ahead and name this as Dentist in Dallas, and we'll go ahead and hit Save, and now we have a record of the 3 leads that we've already found here in CSV format that we can use in the rest of the software for contacting them and following up. So that's it for this training. In the next video, we're going to go over all the information that you've just pulled so you can understand every single one of the categories that you have at your fingertips to qualify these leads before you contact them. See you in the next training. Hey everyone, and welcome back to your lead generation training. In this video, we're going to go over understanding the data. So we're going to go through the categories that are populating here in your Find Leads section so you can know how to utilize all of this information to target and filter the leads for exactly who you want to go after. So you can see that we're using a search here for dentist in Dallas, and we've already populated a few results. So we'll just go through. Now the first thing that you're going to see populate is the name of the company. Now each one of these is a clickable field that's going to take you directly to their Google Plus page. So if you want to verify any information there, or see just what their Google Plus page looks like, you can just click on the name of the company. Now beyond that, you're going to see the owner's first name and last name. So each business, if it's a public listing, we're going to pull down their owner's name. And you can use this in several ways, the most powerful of which is actually personalizing the email. So you can put the owner's name in each one of your emails and make sure that they feel like they're getting a personal message and they're not just getting spammed by another person marketing to them. We're also going to go ahead and go out and find their email address. We search a lot of different places to find their email address. If it's public, if it's on their website, we're going to go out there and find it, and it's going to populate in the email field. Same thing goes for the phone number and the ranking on the first page. So if the company is ranking anywhere on the first page, we're going to go ahead and populate that in this field. Now there's two ways that they could rank on the first page. They could show up in the 7-pack of Google Plus, and that's a Google Maps listing, or they could show up in the organic results. Now the first few ones that are going to populate are generally going to be Google Maps results. But if you get an organic result, it's going to show organic inside of this ranking on the first page box. If not, it's just going to say none if they're not ranking anywhere on the first page. We also analyze the site to see if they have any citations, what their first category is on their Google Plus page, as well as all of the rest of the categories that are on their Google Plus page, so you know exactly what they're classifying themselves as, and so you know if they need to optimize their page. Now we'll pull if they have a Google Plus score, if they have any Google reviews, and how many third-party site details they have, what other sites Google is registering that they show up on, how many third-party sites they're on, and then if they have any Google bad reviews. Now in this category, it's going to give you the number of Google bad reviews that show up on their profile. You can see just in our search here that there's one company that has 4 Google bad reviews. Now if they do have a Google bad review, what we're going to do is we're going to take one of those reviews and we're going to populate it inside of this next category, Google bad reviews. So you can see that for this company right here with 4 reviews, the Baylor College of Dentistry, they have 4 bad reviews on their profile. If you expand out this box, you can actually see what one of those bad reviews is. Check out their work. Rude. You ask for help and they ignore you. 0 customer service. Now this is the type of person that you're definitely going to want to go after if you're marketing anything like reputation, or if you're just trying to monitor their reputation online and get them better reviews. The next category is actually for insider pages, and we follow the exact same process. So if they have bad reviews on insider pages, they'll show up here, as well as one of the insider pages' bad reviews. The next categories are for yellow pages, same process. So if they have bad reviews there, it's going to let you know, and it's going to give you one of those bad reviews, so you can use it in your email marketing, or to just show them and make them aware of what people are saying about them online. The image number and video number and Google Plus offers are all associated with their Google Plus page. So from this you can tell if they've optimized their page at all, or if they've even touched it or claimed it. The next group of categories we have are all associated with deal sites. We have Groupon offers, the name of their offer, their Groupon purchase, and the date that their Groupon offer expired, and all of those same fields for Living Social. If you're marketing deal sites to companies, this is a great tool to have to know if they're already in the deal site market, and if they're not, it's definitely something that you could target for them and talk to them about as something that could help them get more customers into their business. From there we move on to the website information. So you'll have a link here of the website URL for the company. This is a direct hyperlink, so if you just click on it, it's going to take you to their website and you can see it for yourself. We also pull the website type, so if the page is a WordPress page or Joomla or HTML5, we're going to pull that information down and let you know what type of site they have. If you're marketing web design or web optimization, this is definitely something that you're going to want to focus on and it's a great thing to know before you step in and have a conversation with the business owner. We're going to show you if they have keywords in their homepage, if their site is mobile optimized, how many backlinks they have on their site, where their website is ranking, and then we move on to their marketing information. So in the keyword location box, you're going to see basically the search that you made at the top. And this is going to give you basic information about the search volume for that keyword. So for Dentist Dallas, you can see that the monthly search volume on that is 390. So that's going to populate for all of these because you searched the same keyword and location for all of these businesses and they were all showing up under that. Now, if there's public information on their PPC AdWords budget, it's going to populate in these next two fields. This is a great way to know if a company already has a marketing budget or if they're already spending money online for PPC. We also pull information on their website on whether or not they have authorship, whether or not they have a contact us form, if they have a video listed anywhere in their homepage, if they have micro citations, if they have their phone number in text format, and what the title, keyword, and city is for their company. Now, all of these fields deal with optimization of the website and can lend themselves to SEO. So if you see non-optimized information in any of these fields, you know it's someone you might want to go after for web design or website optimization for SEO. From a social standpoint, we see if they have a Facebook connection on their website, Google Plus connection, YouTube connection, or Twitter connection anywhere on their website. You have their Google Plus URL if you want to check their Google Plus. You also have information on whether or not that Google Plus page has been verified. So you can see here if anyone has actually claimed that site and if anyone is claiming ownership over that Google Plus page. We pull their Facebook information, so you have their Facebook page URL, how many likes they have, how many people have talked about them, their social score and their social ranking, how many posts they've made in the last 30 days, and the last time that they posted. You also have similar information for Twitter, so you can see if they have a company Twitter page, how many tweets they have, followers they have, and then you get basic information on the address of the company, their city, their state, their postal code, and their country. You can see from all of these fields that you're pulling powerful information, so you can qualify these leads as someone that you even want to market to, as well as the fact that when you do market to them and contact the business owner, you already know everything about them that you need to have a conversation and explain to them how you're going to help them and why they need your services. So that's all for this video. In the next video, we're going to go over filtering your leads, so you have a short list of all the pre-qualified leads that you want to contact. See you in the next training. Hey everyone, and welcome back to your lead generation training. I'm here inside the software on the Find Leads tab, and you can see that we've already populated some results here for dentists in Dallas. So in this video, we're going to be going over how to filter your leads and how you can use that to narrow down your list to get a targeted group that you want to market to. Now the first thing to do is go ahead and hit your open filter button over here on the right hand side, and that's going to pull up a list of all of the categories in your Find Leads section. So each one of these columns has a corresponding label over here in your filter panel. And the usefulness of your filter panel is that you can get rid of leads that you either don't have enough information for or don't fall inside of a group that you want to go and market to. So let's say that you plan on doing an email campaign to a list of companies. The first thing you're going to want to do is filter out any companies that populated that don't have an email address. So you can see a few that have populated here that you don't have any email addresses for. So what you're going to want to go ahead and do is come over here to your email label in your filter panel, and then from this drop down, instead of it saying equal to, you want to just make it exists, yes or no. Now in the box over here, you're going to want to just put in a Y for yes or an N for no, depending on what you're looking for. And then if you apply filter, it's going to just give you leads that only have an email address. From there, you can just either select those leads, or you can right click and highlight leads, or you can use the select all button to select all of the leads or deselect all of the leads. Now as you make these selections, you'll see the information in the top right change. So we have searched out a total of 45 leads. After we filtered for emails, we have 32 leads. And then as you select leads, you'll see that the selected leads will populate in the top right-hand corner as well. So we have 12 selected right now, or we can select all and select all 32. Now you can apply multiple filters at the exact same time. So if you're looking for someone that has an email address, and let's say you're marketing to people that have a bad reputation. So we'll also look for people that have Google bad reviews. So you can see that we have a few there, so we'll just find the Google bad reviews in your filter panel, and we'll say that that exists. And then once you apply your filter, it's going to just give you leads that have Google bad reviews as well as have an email address. Now the exists yes or no works really well for fields that don't have a binary response. But if you wanted to look for companies that had, let's say, more than 2 or 3 Google bad reviews, instead of using the Google bad reviews, you could switch to number of Google bad reviews. Now on anything that's a binary category that's going to populate in a number, your drop-down is going to be different. Instead of equal to or exists, it's going to give you less than, greater than, or equal to. So in this we're going to look for any company that has greater than 2 Google bad reviews. If we hit apply filter, it's going to just give you leads that have more than 2 Google bad reviews. From there you can just use your select button to select all of those, or you can just highlight them. And now you have a targeted list of 8 leads that have an email address and also have more than 2 Google bad reviews. Now you can apply filters to any category that populates here. So no matter what you're marketing or what you're trying to target, make sure that you filter down your list. Like we talked about in the earlier training, some of your searches can populate up to 200 results. Now realistically, all of those aren't going to be perfect leads, and all of those aren't going to have emails, owners' names, or public information that you're going to be able to use. So you can quickly use your filter panel to get rid of those leads and just save the ones that you want to target. Like we talked about in the earlier training, after you have all of the leads selected, all you have to do is hit Save Selected. And then we're going to go ahead and save our list as dentist in Dallas. And then the best way to actually categorize or save your leads is to put in what you filtered them down to. So right now we have dentist in Dallas with bad reviews. So when you use this list later for marketing, you'll know exactly what this list is and what you should be selling them on. That's all for this training. In our next video, we'll go over how you can message these leads and send them personalized emails to get your message out there and show them how you're going to help them get more customers into their business. See you in the next training. Hey everyone, and welcome back to your lead generation training. In this video, we're going to go over how you can import your list and set up your email. So from the Find Leads tab that we just pulled that list down from, you're going to want to go over to Message Leads, and you'll find that over here on the left-hand side. Now when you click on that, you'll default to the Email Leads section. We have several different tabs up here for you: Email Leads, Web Message Leads, and then your templates that you can set up. Now we're going to go and focus in this video on emailing leads. The first step that you need to do is go ahead and set up your email profile. So from the drop-down, you're just going to want to select the service provider for your email address. We have a host of different companies here, whether you use HostGator, Gmail, Yahoo, MSN, GoDaddy, any of these you can use. I'm going to go ahead and put in a Gmail address. Now in this little box over here, you can see that if it's a known service provider, we'll go ahead and fill in the SMTP and port information for you. If you are not using a provider that's in this list, all you have to do is hit Other, and then get your SMTP and port information from your hosting provider. For this example, we'll use Gmail, and I'll go ahead and put in an email address here. and then your password for the account. And then once you have that information set, all you have to do is hit add, and it's going to try to verify that email address. If the email address is added successfully, you'll get a little pop-up box that will notify you. If for any reason it's not added successfully, you will get a message that will either tell you that your user's password is incorrect or that we weren't able to connect. Now, if you're having trouble connecting, the first thing that you're going to want to do is check and make sure that you don't have any firewall settings blocking third-party access to your email provider. The other thing you want to check if you're using a browser-based email host is to log in from your browser and make sure that A, your username and password is correct, and B, that there's not a CAPTCHA that would block the software from connecting with your email address. Now, once your email's been added, it'll show up in this box here at the bottom. You can add as many email addresses as you want to use with the software, and then if you ever want to remove them, you can just select the box and select Delete Selected. Once you have your email address set up, you can just come over to the Single Email panel, and this is where you're going to be sending out all of your email messages. Just to go over some of the basic layout, you have a list of templates here. You can name your campaign, add a sender name, which would generally be your name or your company name. From email by, you'll get a drop-down menu of all of the email addresses that you've added. You'll get a reply to email address, and then you can name the subject of your email and as well as the content of your message. The first step that you're going to want to do is go ahead and import the spreadsheet that you just saved from your Find Leads section of the list of leads that you want to contact. So here I've imported the 8 leads that we just got from Find Leads. You can see all of their email addresses show up in the to box located on the top right-hand corner. I'll go ahead and name my campaign something relevant to the list of leads that we've pulled. Add in my sender name. You can add in a reply to email address. If you leave this box blank, it's going to default to the same information that's in your email by field. We'll go ahead and add the subject of our email. And then we can craft our message that we actually want to be in the body. Now, all of the emails are actually HTML formatted, so you can either use the editor here to create your template, or if you already have an HTML layout for your email, you can come into the code section and just copy and paste your HTML code in. Over here on the right-hand side, you'll see merge fields, and all of these are going to correspond to the information that you've imported on your spreadsheet, which is the same information as the categories in Find Leads. The value in this is that you can just select any of these fields to paste them into the email and add personalized information for each one of the companies that you're contacting. So for example, if I put in pay, owner first name, it's going to pull the first name associated with each one of those companies on the lead sheet. So because all of these companies have Google Bad reviews, we'll just say, did you know there are, and then we'll select our Google Bad Reviews number, bad reviews about you online. Here is one of them. And then we'll just go ahead and add in the token or field for the Google Bad Review itself. Now you can actually do anything you want to these tokens. If you want to format them to be italicized, all you need to do is highlight it and italicize it. If you want to add in your company website, you can just add a link and use the editor to use the hyperlink tool. Now let's say you want to add a link into the email to go to their Google Plus page. All you need to do is say here is your Google Plus page. And to personalize that, all you would need to do is add in their Google Plus URL. And that'll just give them a direct URL to their Google Plus page. But if you wanted to make it a hyperlink, you could just copy this token, highlight the text, click on your hyperlink button, and then instead of an address, go ahead and place in your token for Google Plus URL. Now if you hit OK, that's going to go ahead and hyperlink the Google Plus URL directly to the text. So now that we've added in all of this information, you can go to your Preview tab to make sure that everything is showing up correctly in the way that you expect it to. So from here you can see it says, "Hey Catherine," which is the owner's first name. Did you know that there are 4, which corresponds with the Google Bad Reviews number, bad reviews about you online? Here is one of them. And it's going to go ahead and pull that Google Bad Review. And you can see that it's here, italicized, and then a link here at the bottom that's going to go directly to their Google Plus page. Now you can scroll through all of your emails to make sure that they've come out the way that you want them to. Now it's important to check this information because if you didn't filter properly in the beginning, some of your emails might not show up correctly. So in this example, you can see that this company did not have an owner's first name. So it just says "hey, comma," rather than "hey" with the owner's first name. Sometimes the reviews can be a little bit long as well. So these are things that you're going to want to check as you go through and preview and make sure that the formatting on your email is exactly how you want it. Now once you're ready to actually send out your campaign, all you need to do is hit Save and Send. But before you do that, you're going to want to set the drip rate on your email campaign. A drip rate essentially means the amount of time that the software is going to take between each email send. To avoid hitting spam filters and to avoid hitting limitations on your email account, you're going to want to set a higher drip rate. So if we're going to go ahead and set it to 5 seconds between each email because we're only sending a short list. So I'll go ahead and hit Save and Send. And you'll get a notification that your email campaign is now running. That'll bring you directly over to your email campaign window where you can monitor all of the email campaigns that you've sent out. It'll populate the campaign name, so Dentist Dallas Bad Reviews is the one that we've just sent, the email ID that you've just sent the emails from, and the date and time that you sent the campaign. Now while it's running, you'll get a status that it's running, and after it's completed, this will go ahead and change over to finished. So we'll just go ahead and let this campaign run and finish up. So as you can see here, we've sent 8 out of our 8 emails, and our status has gone ahead and changed over to finished. Now if for any reason your email bounced or is unable to be sent, you'll see that populate inside of your bounced column. You can also hit the Details button to make sure and check each individual lead that you've sent to make sure that they've been delivered. You can also use the buttons over here to pause your campaign mid-send, or if you want to delete it from your list, you can go ahead and hit delete. Now one thing that you're going to want to check is the limitations on your email hosting provider. Under email profiles, we have some basic information if you're using one of the default providers. So if you just click on Gmail, for example, you can see that we've added some information here about their limitations on their service. So for instance, Gmail will not let you send to more than 500 recipients per message, or over 100 recipients or email addresses per hour. So depending on the provider that you're using, you're going to want to check their terms of services and spam filters to make sure that you're falling within all of their guidelines. Different services have different standards for what they allow, so just before you start sending out mass campaigns, you're going to want to check the terms of services to make sure that your email account is not going to get banned or temporarily suspended. So just that quickly, we've sent out all of our emails to all of the leads that we pulled from Find Leads. I hope this video was helpful in giving you one way that you can go ahead and contact and market to those pre-qualified leads. See you in the next training. Hey everyone, and welcome back to your lead generation training. In this video we're going to go over how to create templates. So now that you know how to send out a single email, you're not going to want to have to create your message and your subject line every single time you go to send out an email campaign. So what you can do is come up here to your Templates tab, and you can create templates that you can use over and over again as you send out email campaigns. Now you're going to default to your dashboard, which is going to show you all of the templates that you have populated already. Because we don't have one yet, we're just going to go ahead and go over to this Create Template tab and create our first template. The first step here is just importing a spreadsheet, so we'll just go ahead and import the same spreadsheet that we've been working with. Dentist Dallas with bad reviews. Now the spreadsheet that you import isn't really important other than the fact that it has all of the tokens or merge fields that you want to use in your email. So the first step is to go ahead and name your template, and then go ahead and add a subject line. So from there you just go ahead and create your message as you normally would for the content that you want inside of your email. Just like the single email panel, all of your emails here are HTML formatted, so if you already have a template or design, you can use the code section to copy and paste your content in. If you're copy and pasting your content in from another software like Word, you're going to want to copy it to Notepad first to make sure that the formatting is correct. Or you can just create the message inside of the text editor. So we're just going to go ahead and make a basic message here. So just like single email, you can customize this email to whatever you desire it to be, and you can add in whatever copy you want. You have all the same features and utilities as you did in the single email panel, so however you want to customize your message, the power is in your hand. After you're done creating your template, all you need to do is hit the Save Template button at the bottom. That'll give you a pop-up message letting you know that your email template of whatever name you selected is now saved. From there it'll show up on your dashboard so you can refer back to it later. From your dashboard panel you can delete it if you no longer need to use that template, or if you need to make any edits to it, you can just hit the edit button to pop up a window and you can change it in any way that you need to. Now the power of creating email templates is that you no longer have to write your email every single time that you want to send out a campaign. From now on, whenever I send a campaign to companies with bad reviews, I have a template already waiting there for me to send. So if you come back to your email leads section, at the very top you'll see a Use Template drop-down. This is going to populate all of the templates that you've created in that template section. So if you go ahead and select bad reviews from the drop-down, it's going to populate that information for you in the message field and also in the subject line. So all you need to fill in is the campaign name, the sender name, your email by drop-down, and just import the list of leads that you want to send that message to. Everyone should utilize the power of templates as you decide to go out and market these leads. Over time, you'll build out a list of templates to target any market or any niche that you're going after. That's all for this training. See you in the next one. Bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to your lead generation training. In this video, we're going to go over the Web Message Leads tab. So the first thing you'll see when you come into Message Leads is your email leads section, but you'll also notice that you have a Web Message Leads section on the next tab. Web Message Leads allows you to send your messages to companies that may not have an email but do have a Contact Us form on their website. So as an example, you can see that some websites actually have Contact Us pages. So what your lead generation tool is going to do is going to scan their website and see if they have a Contact Us page, and inside that Contact Us page, if they have a contact form. If they do, it's going to fill out the fields for name, phone number, email, etc., and then it's going to put your message inside the comment box. Now once it submits this message, most of the time these contact forms go directly to the business owner or the person that's running their marketing. This allows you to get your message out or set an appointment with companies that might not have a public email address. So from the Web Message Leads tab, you'll see that the formatting is very similar to email leads, The first step, as always, is that you want to go ahead and import a spreadsheet. So here I've imported a spreadsheet of 8 leads. The next step is finding their website URL from the website URL dropdown. On the right-hand side, you'll see the imported leads number and also the amount of leads that have a website from the list that you've imported. Now you can select a template as normal for your message. So we'll go ahead and select the bad reviews template that we created in the last video. And you can see that it automatically populates your message at the bottom. Now you want to fill out your campaign name. And then you want to fill out all of your information to populate those contact us fields. So just as an example, I filled out some test information here. Once you have all of your form fields filled out, you can go ahead and preview your message as normal. Now before you go ahead and send your campaign, one thing that you're going to want to do is go ahead and do your deCAPTCHA setup. As you can notice, some websites have a CAPTCHA on their contact form. A CAPTCHA is usually an image of numbers and letters that you have to type in to verify that you're a human being. Now there are services out there that will go ahead and break these for you and automate that process. One of them is called Death by CAPTCHA. So if you go to deathbycaptcha.com, you can buy deCAPTCHAs in bulk. All you need to do after you set up an account is add a username and a password, and we'll use your account to break all of the CAPTCHAs. After you've set up your deCAPTCHA, you can go ahead and save and send your message. After you're alerted that your campaign sent correctly, you'll be taken over to the tracking tab to see the status of your campaign. Now the layout of your tracking tab is very similar to that of your email leads. You'll have your campaign name, the sent date and time, the status of your campaign, the total websites, forms filled, and the amount that's submitted and the amount that failed. Like we mentioned in the earlier training, not all websites actually have a contact us page, and even fewer actually have a contact form. So you will see that the forms found will be usually lower than your total websites. Sometimes they'll submit successfully, and sometimes they'll fail if you're either unable to break a CAPTCHA or if they have required fields that aren't included in the software. Now after your campaign is finished, you'll see the status change over to finished, and you can look at the total stats found. So out of the 8 websites that we imported, only 2 of them actually had forms. One was submitted successfully, and one of them actually failed. That'll give you a success rate of about 50% on this campaign. Now generally we found that the majority of our campaigns finish with a success rate over 80%. If you're interested in the details, you can click the details button and see why any of the forms might have failed. So if we weren't able to fill out a required field on the form, that'll be told to you here. And also if they don't have a contact form or contact page, you can also find that information as well. You can also log the information if you need to send it into support, or delete the campaign if you don't want to keep it inside of your tracking tab. This is a very powerful tool for you to reach out and connect with leads that might not have a public email address, or if you're just trying to follow up in another way if you haven't gotten a response through email or by phone. So that's all for this web message leads training. Join us in the next video as we go over another way for you to contact leads.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to your lead generation training. In this video we're going to be going over the Research Leads tab that you can find under Find Leads. So in the previous videos we showed you how you can find leads by just searching for a keyword and location, but in this video, if you already have a list of businesses that you know that you want to go after, all you need to do is have a spreadsheet of the company name, city, and phone number, and you can take it to Research Leads and we'll find the rest of the information. So the usefulness of this is that if you already know a couple companies that you want to go after, but you haven't done all of the research on them before you contact them, you can use your lead generation tool to find all of that information that you normally would for those specific businesses. Now, say you have a list of leads from a different lead generation tool and you want to import them in here. You can do the exact same thing, but all you need to have is a field with company name, city, and phone number. So I have a list here of PPC information for a few companies. You can see that we have the name of the company here, as well as the city and the phone number. So we can use this sheet to find more information that you would normally get from your lead generation tool. So the first step is to just import the spreadsheet that you want to use.
Once you've imported your spreadsheet, you'll see that the total leads imported will show in the top right-hand corner. From there, you can select all the same checkboxes as you normally would in Find Leads, so you can decide what information you want to go out and find. You can also use proxies as you normally would, and you should still enter a keyword and location so you can still look up PPC and location data for the search term. This list is for cars in Miami. So let's say that we don't want to look for mobile sites, deal sites, or website optimization, and then we'll go ahead and start our search. So you can see here that our search has completed, and from just looking at the numbers up here, you can see that we have found 8 of the 11 leads. That means that when we've searched them online, we were able to find their information and pull all of the regular data that we normally would. Now, if you ever have a blank in your sheet or incomplete information in your spreadsheet, we won't actually be able to find that. So you can see that we have a dash here in our search results, and that's because in our CSV file, we didn't have a company name, address, city, or phone number for that location. Some sites still won't be able to be found if they don't have public listings that your lead generation tool can find. But of the 8 that we did find, you can see that we have all of the normal information that you would normally find in Find Leads. Now, the interesting thing about this is that the information that you originally imported has also been added to the spreadsheet. So not only do you have your website information, SEO, social media, and all of the other information from Find Leads, all of the original PPC data that we imported in the original spreadsheet that you can see here has been added to the end of the search. This means that we can select all of the leads, go ahead and hit Save Selected, and we can save a brand new CSV file that not only has the original information from your PPC sheet that we imported, but it also has all of the information that your lead generation tool would find in Find Leads, putting all of the information in one spot. Now you can use this Research Leads tool to import any spreadsheet that has a company name, city, and phone number. So if you ever have a list of leads that you want to research, just make sure to throw them into a CSV file, import them into Research Leads, and then we'll do the rest and find the rest of the information for you. Well, that's all for this video on Research Leads. See you in the next training. Bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to your lead generation training. In this video, we're going to go over mail leads. So the mail leads section of your lead generation software will allow you to print PDFs of any messages so you can actually send them as physical mail. This is another great way that you can get in contact with leads that you've found through your Find Leads tool. Now on the left-hand side, you'll see the button for Mail Leads. That's going to bring you to the default panel of Create Mailer. Now just like message leads and web message leads, you can actually create templates just as you did before. Now your templates from message leads will not carry over to mail leads, so you'll have to create custom templates for your PDFs. The layout is exactly the same. From the Dashboard tab, you can see any templates that you have stored. You can also edit or delete them. And you can also create templates from your Create Template panel. On the Create Mailer tab, you'll see the layout is very similar to your email leads section. The first step, as always, is to go ahead and import the spreadsheet for the leads that you want to contact. So here you can see that we've imported a list of 8 leads that we want to print PDFs for. From there, you can select any templates that you want to use from your Use Template dropdown. Under the file name, you're going to want to choose the name of the PDF files that you're going to create. The easiest and simplest solution is to go ahead and choose the company name as the file name for the PDF. So once you select company name, it's going to populate the names of the files that it's going to create. So each one of the dentist's office that we have in our lead sheet is going to get their own PDF file. From there, you can go ahead and write up the message that you want to send. Once you have your message populated, you can go ahead and preview the message inside of the preview box. Now with your mail leads section, you can actually take screenshots of their website or their Google Plus page and have it attached to the PDF that you're creating. To do that, all you need to do is select the appropriate field from the print link. So if we want to attach a copy of their Google Plus page, under print link, all we need to do is find the Google Plus URL. If you have any other PDFs or written materials that you want to attach, you can use the Print PDF button to browse and find those files and attach them to the PDFs that you're creating here. So if you want to attach a proposal or any other sales collateral, you can use the Print PDF button to just select that, and your Mail Leads tool will automatically connect it to each one of the PDFs that are created. Once you're ready to go, all you need to do is hit Print to PDF. That's going to open up a save box where you can select where you want to save the leads to. If you want to create a new folder, you can go ahead and click that. And then go ahead and open that containing folder and hit Save. From there, Mail Leads is going to go ahead and generate all of those PDFs and save them inside of that file. We're going to give this a few minutes to run and watch our letters printed populate, and then we'll take a look at one. Now, as your PDF files are created, you'll see your letters printed numbers start to populate. So right now we've printed 4 out of our 8 PDFs, and you can see here that we're at 50%. Now you should already be able to see these letters populating inside of the containing folder that you've created. So you can see here that we already have 5 of the letters printed, and if we go ahead and open one of those up, you can take a look at the final result. So you can see our message here that we've included, and then on the second page you can see the print link that we've added in, which is going to be a screenshot of their Google Plus page. Now you can optimize and format this in any way to make your letters exactly how you want them. After some practice, you'll be creating killer mailers that you can send out to all of your pre-qualified leads in no time. Well, that's all the training for our Mail Leads section. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you in the next training. Hey everyone, and welcome back to your lead generation training. In this video, we're going to go over your voice broadcaster feature under Call Leads. Now, your voice broadcaster feature is a very powerful tool that you can utilize to make contact and try to set appointments with leads. Now, the voice broadcaster is going to dial the phone number of the leads that you have selected and imported, and it's going to leave them the MP3 message that you're going to record on your computer. Now, inside of your lead generation software, on the left-hand side, you're going to see a Call Leads panel. If you click on that, it's going to take you to the default voice broadcasting panel. Now, the first step once you're inside your voice broadcasting panel is you need to go ahead and configure your account. To use the voice broadcasting feature, all you need is a Twilio account with a phone number and funds added to it. If you already have a Twilio account, all you need to do is add your account SID and your authorization token in these boxes and hit Save to verify your account. If you don't already have an account with Twilio, it's very easy to set up. All you need to do is just click this Click Here to Set Up Your Account button. Now that'll bring you directly over to the Twilio homepage. If you already have information, you can log in to get your authorization key and your account SID number, or if you don't have an account, you can just hit Sign Up for free. Go ahead and fill out your information with first name, last name, email, and choose your password. After you've filled out your information, you're just going to need to verify that you're human by adding in your phone number and confirming a text message. After you've confirmed your information, you'll actually be given your first Twilio phone number. If you go ahead and hit Get Started, it'll take you into your account. Now from there you can get your account SID and your authorization token for you to bring into your lead generation tool. So you can go ahead and copy and paste this information, reopen your software, and go ahead and save the information inside. Now once you save your information, you'll get a message telling you that your Twilio has been configured successfully. Now before you actually get started though, you're going to also need to add a phone number and add funds to your account. The phone number that Twilio gives you initially will be a test phone number, and you won't actually be able to send calls from that number. All you need to do is come under Numbers, and you can either verify the number that you have, or you can go ahead and buy a phone number. After you do that, all you need to do is add some funds to the account, and you'll be ready to go. After you have your Twilio all set up inside of your lead generation tool, you can go ahead and import the spreadsheet of the leads that you want to contact. So you can see here that I've imported the list of leads that we've been using in the other videos. All of the phone numbers from your spreadsheet will be imported into your To field so you can see who you're contacting. In the From field, you just want to select your Twilio number from the drop-down. The next step would be to go ahead and name your campaign. And then you can select the MP3 message that you want to send. You can record your MP3 message on any recording software on your PC or Mac and just save it somewhere you'll easily be able to find it. You have two options when you're making a voice broadcast. You can either have it call immediately, which you can select with the Call Now button, or if you'd like to schedule a campaign, you can select Schedule Campaign to enable some more options. You can select the date that you would like it to send. You can select the time that you would like it to send. And then you just need to select the applicable time zone. Now, the usefulness of Schedule a Campaign is that if you're trying to leave a voicemail message, you can have the campaign run after the business's hours. So if you're calling a doctor's office, you can schedule the campaign for 6 p.m. at night and know that you're going to leave a voicemail message for them that'll be ready when they get there in the morning. Now, even though you've scheduled your campaign, you still need to have your lead generation tool running for the campaign to actually run. Because everything is saved locally on your machine, you're going to need to keep your lead generation tool up at the time that the campaign is supposed to run. Once you've confirmed all of your details, you can just go ahead and hit Send Broadcast, and you'll get a confirmation box that your campaign has been started. All of your information for the campaign is going to populate in the window below. You'll get the campaign name, the number that you sent the campaign from, the MP3 message that you sent, the status of the campaign, how many were dialed, how many answered, how many left messages, busy signals, no answer, and then how many calls might have failed. Now, you'll get the date and time of the campaign. Because we scheduled this one to run at 5 o'clock today, you can see that nothing has happened yet. Once 5 o'clock hits, you'll see the status change to starting, and then running, and then finished when completed. After the campaign, you can select the Detail button to get specific details on what happened with each phone number that you called. This tool is another great way that you can contact leads and get your foot in the door, so make sure to utilize this and your Twilio account to get a hold of those hot, pre-qualified leads that you found in your Find Leads section. That's all for this training on the Voice Broadcaster. See you in the next video.
Hi, this is Jeff Hopp, and I'm here with Shelby Larson. We're talking about SEO for attorneys and how a dynamic SEO approach can yield much better results than traditional static SEO approaches.
Absolutely. So if that's confusing to you, the difference between status SEO and dynamic SEO, you're probably, when you think of outsourcing SEO, what you think of is what I am calling static SEO, meaning they have these packages, right? For X amount of dollars, you get these 12 deliverables, and that's what we're going to do month after month after month. And to be honest with you, that's how I used to sell SEO too. But the truth is that any good SEO company has to shift their strategies with Google and any search engine you're trying to market in, but obviously Google is the ringleader on that. So we have to shift our strategies to be compliant and to make sense with the trends and things that are important to Google. And SEO companies that don't do that become ineffective, waste your money, or they go out of business. So in order to avoid that, I always have to have my fingers on the pulse of SEO and how Google is measuring that. So what we do now, instead of creating packages, is we do what we call dynamic SEO. And what that means is we establish a budget with you, right? So your budget might be $500 a month, $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month, whatever that budget is that we set. We then evaluate your client's market, and we look at all the plethora of strategies that we have, right? Because our company literally utilizes pretty much every legitimate SEO strategy that there is on the market. We do a ton of content marketing through press releases and publishing on authority sites online, and we do a lot of blogging on your website. We do on-site content. These are local businesses, so we're optimizing Google Plus local pages. We are building citations. We're just doing a ton of positive work that gets great results for our clients. But when someone comes to me and I look at their market, I don't really, it's not authentic for me just to give them some cookie cutter package, because even in the same industry, looking at an attorney in Los Angeles and an attorney in Boise, Idaho will have very different markets. So what tools I may choose to do that month could be different for each of those clients. Maybe it wouldn't be, but the fact is that it could be. So by having a budget and having access to all of our different strategies, that allows us to choose the strategies that will make the most sense for your client's goals in their particular market that will have the highest impact. So that's why we do dynamic SEO as opposed to static packages. And this can be sort of disconcerting sometimes to people who are used to getting packages because they love the fact that they have, like, this is the 12 things I'm getting. But what ended up happening that caused us to switch over to this is that we had our packages, and we would, our SEO professionals would look at the client and say, oh man, we see this awesome opportunity. But then they can't do it because they're bound by what's in that package, even if it's no longer the best option that month, right? So that's why we do dynamic. We're getting killer results. It's definitely the way to go, and it definitely means that we can work with Google and how things are responding in your client's market. So that's why we went to that direction, and it's awesome.
I'm really excited about this, and one of the things that I think makes this so powerful is that by leveraging your team as the SEO experts, your team is the one that needs to keep up with Google and figure out what's most appropriate, what's getting the best results, and the marketer, the reseller, the local marketer can focus on their clients and going out and getting more clients.
Absolutely. I mean, it is rare to me that I would actually look at a consultant and think that the best use of their time is to be tracking SEO strategies. Usually the best use of their time is getting more lifeblood and more leads into their company, lead acquisition, right? So finding a dependable outsourcing solution frees up the consultant to do just that. And us being able to go to this dynamic system allows us more control over the results. It allows us to really figure out what's going to get the best impact for that client, which keeps your retention in a great place, right? So if you know your retention is going to be great because you're getting great results and you have time freed up to be getting more lead acquisitions, that's a good place to be in for a consultant.
And the good thing is the client ultimately is going to get better results anyway. You're basing your dynamic packages and the adjustments that you make based on what you see across many, many, many different clients, because you guys are handling this for a lot of different resellers, as opposed to the local marketer who may have 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 clients, just doesn't get to see as many campaigns to really make a proper analysis of what's working and what isn't working.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what's so great about being dynamic is because my SEO guys, they're really good. We staff really as a good SEO team, and they get really excited when they find something that's really working, or this is going to be just awesome for your client, and it frees them up. I even see a higher performance, actually, to be honest with you, from my SEO team because they actually get to dig in, and that's their passion, right? That's why they're SEO professionals. And instead of following some cookie cutter package, they get to dig in and find out what's really going to rock it for that client. So their experience and knowledge is so vast, and to be able to draw on that, that's definitely an advantage for anyone doing this type of SEO.
And I think we should probably talk about your team a little bit.
Yeah.
All US-based team, English speaking.
Yes, all US-based team, English-speaking, and surprisingly low amount of automated tools, only because that's the way SEO is shifting. So we do use tools, but you have to be careful in the SEO world with what tools you use, right? So using us, you definitely get a white glove, high-quality experience. The thing that I love about this relationship that we have with our consultants is that the only way for any of us to win is for us to get absolutely stellar results for their clients, because if we don't get stellar results for their client, then they're going to drop the consultant, and then the consultant's not going to be our end client anymore. So the entire process is completely incentivized on getting absolutely great results. So we staff project managers that take really good care of you and have great communication with you, so you feel like you always know what's going on. We staff SEO professionals that evaluate and map out your plans. We staff a team of people that fulfill those plans in those campaigns. And then we're really great about passing on reporting, work reports and ranking reports and whatnot, so that you have good information to report back to your clients. So overall, it's a really good experience. And again, we totally set it up so that it's just win-win for everyone involved.
And it just makes sense with the evolution of SEO and where Google is taking this. It's really a focus on quality over quantity, and that's why the manual work is worth it. Automation has its place, but manual and quality is really what's going to get us the results. So you talk about the packages being dynamic, and there are so many different things that you can do, and you guys utilize virtually all of the effective strategies, but there are some things that need to be done in most every case. And so I believe that's what you're going to talk about in the setup package a little bit. So if you would kind of walk us through what you would do to start off a campaign for a client.
Excellent. Yes. So we offer a setup package, which our recommendation would be to sell the setup package, double it, sell it for $2,500, sell it for their first month's work, and then start the ongoing maintenance packages, in month 2. So this would be our recommendation. After I go through the setup package, I'm going to talk a little bit about an alternative plan if you have to downsell and can't get them to purchase a $2,500 package, some other options we have to maybe still help you get that client and do a great job. So this is the setup package, and we sell it to you for $1,200, and you're not going to believe what's crammed into this for $1,200. It's fabulous. So everything we do centers first around this SEO evaluation here. This is our most popular, most loved, top-selling anything that we do because it completely rocks. This is where the first thing we'll do when you purchase this setup package is we'll have you fill out a form. Once we have all the information, the very first thing we do is we turn that over to our SEO team, and they go in and they look at your client's website. They look at how they're ranking, in their market. They look at their Google Plus local page. They look at their citation presence. They just look at all the different factors that really matter, and they create a map out of absolutely what has to be done in order to succeed. So that by itself, we sell that by itself as our most popular, most loved thing, just having that done. Because then anybody could take that blueprint and walk away with it, and whether they hand it to their own internal team or they don't want to use us and they use it to someone else, or they do use us, it's literally worth its weight in gold because it maps out these are the on-site things you need to change. Here's what you're lacking compared to your competitors. Here's what you need to do to succeed, right? So that all by itself is amazing. But what we do then is we go in and fix all those things. So we have our team goes in and makes all the changes on the website for them that are recommended in this. And then what's important to know about the SEO evaluation is that then going forward, when we switch over to the ongoing SEO, because we're not guessing how things will go or where your status is, because we've done that full evaluation, we can create a much higher impact SEO campaign that's targeted just for your client because of all the things that we did in this setup. So including potentially creating content pages on your client's site that coordinate with their most impactful keywords to make sure that they rank well in the Hummingbird environment and make your SEO dollar go farther because they're set up correctly in the beginning. By itself is one of my most favorite things that we do that's high impact, and the reason is with Hummingbird environment, and I'll have to do a training video for you on Hummingbird because it's so important that you understand it. It's one of those things that if you just understand it, when you talk to your clients, you'll sound a little bit more authoritative because Hummingbird, Google's the first time since 2001 that they wrote an entirely new search algorithm. So everything's changed and it's based around Hummingbird, and content is so important. So once we have the keywords that matter for your market, we then look at your website and we make sure that you have appropriate pages to promote, to backlink those keywords to. And if you don't, we're going to suggest, and hopefully you'll allow us to build those pages for you, or you can go to your client and have them do it, whatever, every client's different. But then forever, when we do SEO, we have a map out. These keywords go to this page, and these keywords go to this page, and these keywords go to this page, so that you're always going to get the maximum results in the search engines, which is going to make your dollar go farther and your results. So that's something really powerful that we do. And then, of course, we look at your reviews and your citations and all the different ranking factors for a local business. This is fact finding mode, right, because this is the setup. We also go through and we set up accounts that we know we're going to want to utilize in your ongoing campaign. Now, some of these your client may already have, and so if they already have it, then we look at how can we optimize it, how can we make it more awesome. And so for local search, we make sure that they have Google Plus local page, obviously, Bing local, Yahoo local, but then for social, we set up these 5 social properties. And I'm not saying we won't set up more things for you in ongoing SEO. That's the beauty of being dynamic. We have the freedom to do that, but we always know we want these 5 powerhouses set up so that we can use those in our content marketing strategies ongoing, right? And then Google authorship is just a really good solid thing to have set up. So moving on from that, citations, everyone who has a local business knows how powerful citations are and why it's really important. And if you don't know why it's really important, then I can make a training video on that for you too, because it is really important. And so what we do is we go through and we create all of your, I would say, powerhouse citations in month 1. We just go through and we really identify which citations are the most important for you to have, and we make sure before we kick off your ongoing SEO that we have the powerhouses made and linking to your site and connected up to your Google Plus local page and all of that. So the whole point of this setup package is to make sure that everything with your client is set up to have the highest impact so that we get greater results for less money once we start going, right? And then this is the on-site piece that I talked about, where we actually go in, we take the results of the evaluation, and we make those changes on your client's website for you, assuming that you give us permission to do that. And these are just some of the, and then besides that, these are just some of the basic things that we look at when we're doing on-site. This is probably, I won't even go over each one. It's pretty basic stuff that we look at outside of even what comes back on the eval, that we just look to make sure they're really set up and optimized correctly on the site. We also do a duplicate content check because that can really get you in trouble. And then as far as conversions go, we just want to double check and make sure that the phone number is correctly, and not only on the website, but in relation to the citations that are being built or have been built. We also are looking for incorrect citations at this phase also, actually always. And so we're kind of looking to make sure that these things are on your website so that your client is maximizing their efforts of conversion, but then we're comparing that to what's on the Google Plus local page and what's on citations, just because inaccurate citations can kill your client's ability to rank in the map box, which is super, super critical that they're ranking well in the map box. And then, of course, there's your blog. We do all the basic blog setup and just make sure it's, there's proper categorizing and that everything that's already there is tagged correctly. Obviously, anything we build going forward will be categorized and tagged correctly, but we want to make sure all this is set up for success. And then lastly is the mobile optimization. I know that you have the ability to make mobile pages and mobile sites for your clients, and if you end up using the Do It Done For You tool that Go Mobile offers, we can go in and just make sure these parts are, that the SEO fields that are filled out, and then we make sure we add the mobile pages to your existing sitemap, and then we use those URLs to promote moving forward in our SEO packages. And then we set up domain masking so that the URL to the mobile site is not some weird, long, crazy URL. And then again, we mark the duplicate pages canonical so that they don't end up having duplicate page hits. So this is all if you create the mobile optimization. And if you're going into this and you say, yes, I plan on doing that, but I'm not doing that in month 1, no problem. Once you build it, once you're doing ongoing SEO for us, once you build that, you just talk to your project manager, who, again, this is a white glove service. You'll have full access to your project manager. You let them know you did that, and awesome, we rock this out for you and get it integrated. So, and then of course, we make sure your sitemap's set up right. And then I think this might be the last thing on here. I don't know, we do so much. Like I said, you're going to be shocked of everything in here. The Google Plus local page optimization, probably the second most popular thing that we do for our clients. And this is where we look at your client's Google Plus local page and fully optimize it so that you rank well in the map boxes, and then also to make sure it's coordinating accurately with the website and the citations, because that's super important. And these are all just descriptions of all the things that we do in that, and you'll have access to this description so you can read through this. We do a lot to make sure it's really powerfully optimized for you, for your client. And then lastly, I think this is lastly, it just keeps going. It is. Okay, content creation and distribution. So we look at in the setup phase, I just what I did is I left a portion of budget in the setup fee that is dynamic. So even this is a dynamic system. So I just have a dollar amount that's set aside for content creation. So we'll look at your client and we'll say, okay, what do they need the most to be optimized correctly? Do they need content pages built to coordinate with their keywords so they rank well? Do they need blogs? Do they need a video marketing campaign done right from this onset? Do they have no social media presence? So doing a social media campaign in month 1. Do they have something really killer? We should write a press release out, or should we just do a basic content marketing strategy? This right here is dynamic and open for our determination, and then you as a consultant, we let you know what we're going to do before we do it in case you have any concerns or questions or you don't want us to go that route. But even this is the one piece of our setup package that's dynamic, and that's awesome because if you come in and you have a client that's super video heavy, like they have all these awesome videos but they've never marketed them, then awesome, maybe we'll go through and optimize all their videos and do a big video marketing campaign. If they have no blog, maybe we'll say, you know what, let's write 60 days worth of blogs right now or whatever, and then one a week so that we can map them out to just kind of go with what we're doing. Or again, like I said, building those on-site pages. So this is something we do. And then finally last, this is the third time I've said last, but we're going to assume that that's correct. Here's all the analytics, right? We do reporting for you. We set up your analytics to make sure that it's set up correctly and through the webmaster. We don't set up your Google Analytics, but we do the script analysis and make sure it's got the target pages in it. And then cleanup is just really kind of wrapped into what we already talked about. We just make sure you don't have inappropriate citations or duplicate Google Plus pages, which does happen. The whole switching from places to Google Plus local is a pain and sometimes creates duplicate inaccurate pages. And then same thing looking for these sites. And then just the reporting we talked about. Lots of work reports. Work reports vary that you get depending on whether what's being done. And then we always provide ranking reports too. And then of course you got access to graphic designer, dependable support staff, and an awesome white glove project manager, and usually me as well. So that was really long to go through all of that, but I want you to understand what you're getting, not only so that you can feel the value in it, but so you have the ability to explain it to your client and just understand how awesome this is. Why we're going through putting so much time in the beginning is so that then when we do the ongoing SEO, you're getting the greatest amount of impact for the smallest dollar amount. That's really our goal. The more we can stretch your dollar, then the more powerhouse stuff we can do for you every month. It just depends how your client's website responds in the search engine, and it's going to have the best chance of responding properly if we do this setup package on them first. And so that's what it's designed for.
And it's a huge package, and I love it. And calling it an SEO package absolutely does not do it justice. It is making sure that they have an effective online presence. From setting up the social sites, analyzing the conversion aspects of their website. That's not something that the typical SEO approach takes into account, and it's hugely valuable because it's a waste of money to drive traffic to your website if you're not going to convert them into leads or convert them into new cases for these attorneys. And the ongoing content creation is something that is absolutely necessary in the current environment. Google loves fresh content, and that's one of the big keys for getting effective rankings and staying relevant. Not only does the fresh content factor into their algorithms, but every time you're generating fresh content, it's an additional opportunity to utilize your keywords and to put relevant content out there and content that actually engages with prospects and leads.
Exactly. And my whole point of this, because it's so important to my personal business that your clients get good results, that's why I created this setup package, because I am walking into a much better situation for my personal goals if I know that they're absolutely set up for success. Can I move forward without the setup package? Sure, and we can talk about that next, but this is really, getting all of this set up is really worth it just because of it sets us up for the biggest results for the smallest amount of dollar, which means we can do a lot more, right? So love the setup package. I hope that everybody does it.
And that would be ideal, but as you mentioned, not everybody's going to be able to walk out with a $2,500 check or $3,000 check and get that setup package sold. But you may have some very, very hot prospects or very interested prospects that you need to show them a little bit more to get them to take action and to decide to sign up with you. And I believe that you have something that that consultants can use to bridge that gap as well, right?
Absolutely. So if for some reason you're in a situation where the client's skeptical, they're definitely just not going to sign right in the dotted line, we're putting together a package for you. And I don't even think that we've 100% nailed down the price point yet, but hopefully by the time you're reading this, you'll have that, right? So, but this SEO evaluation, I will tell you, for my members, for my SEO company, if they do an SEO evaluation, there is 100% conversion into a campaign. 100% of the time, their client orders work. It may not be to do everything that we suggest. It may be at a smaller dollar amount than they were hoping for, but 100% of the time, they convert into a paying client, which gives them the opportunity to earn their trust and upsell them into bigger packages later, right? So this is beautiful. So if you can't get the setup package, really try to sell them into the SEO evaluation, which you've had a pretty good description of from me so far. But why the selling points on this are, hey, you're going to have a blueprint that tells you exactly what you need to do on your site and in your market to gain more market share online over your competitors. So whether you choose to use me again and use our services, or whether you're just going to take it and hand it to someone else, you have that. This SEO evaluation gives you that. It's really easy to sell to people because they want to know, why am I not outranking my competitors? Or, hey, I'm outranking my competitors. How come no one's, becoming my client? Right? There's a couple different pain points. Or how come I'm ranking really well organically, but I don't show up in the map box? Right? So this is going to answer all those problems, and it's also going to point out everything they need to do to fix it. And so far, 100% of the time, they hire us to do that campaign for them. So that's why we're putting this together for you as a downsell. And then if that happens, then what you can do after the evaluation comes back, that's when you would sell them into one of the 3 ongoing packages that we're offering you. And instead, since the setup package didn't happen, instead of just going right into the marketing campaigns that we normally would, we would start by doing, this fact finding, and we would wrap in their Google Plus local optimization and citation builds. Like, for sure that has to happen in month 1, right? So we would take, this is when we create a balance, where we would take pieces from the setup package over time and get them done in the order that makes the most sense, also along with doing marketing campaigns so that they're getting a little bit of both. So it allows us to do the things that are in the setup package. It just might take, a couple of months to get it all done, which is less ideal, but still okay.
And that's another advantage. If you're not able to sell the full setup package with this dynamic approach, you can have these SEO professionals figure out what's most important and prioritize what needs to be done first and second and third to get the best results. And it's only by doing this thorough evaluation that you can map out this blueprint.
Right, exactly. And that's the beauty of being dynamic. If we had just ongoing packages, we wouldn't have the flexibility to do that, which is really nice. So do you want me to talk a little bit about the 3 different packages and what we're doing in those packages and why we have different price points?
Absolutely. Let's cover that.
Okay. So I don't have a fancy document for this one, but we're going to talk about it because we've talked through so many of the components. Here's the thing. If you're a consultant, you know enough about SEO to be dangerous, but it may or may not be your actual wheelhouse of expertise. And that's fine as long as you have a partner that you trust to handle that for you. So what we do with the ongoing packages, we have 3 different price points. We have $750, $1,500, and $2,500. Now, your clients are attorneys, and so the lifetime value of a client is really high. I love working with people that have attorneys as clients because it justifies a larger budget, because they're bringing in clients that are worth more money to their if your client is a pizza parlor, they have to sell a lot of pizzas to equal $2,000, right? But if you're an attorney, one client maybe 10 times what they paid you for just that month alone, right? So it's a great market to work in with bigger budgets. Now, so the difference between $750, $1,500, or $2,500 is in two different areas. The larger the budget, the more ideal, because the more quickly we can get results for your client and get their phone ringing more and people walking into their office, the more they're going to believe in you and stay with you forever. So what we do with these budgets is we look at our vast knowledge, which you'll have a list of access to of all the different tools and things that we do, and each month we structure the campaigns to get the results based on what's going on in their market with your client, what's the budget, and what can we do. So with the larger budgets, we have the ability to move forward more aggressively in their market, which means we can make things happen faster, and we have the ability to do higher quality content. Like if we see an opportunity to write a really nice press release and submit to one of the expensive distribution centers that actually gets it in newspapers in their local area, we have the ability to do that. And that kind of thing matters to an attorney. That would be a very hard sell to a pizza place. It would not make sense. The marketing on that would not make sense. But for an attorney, it makes sense. They might want us to write a white paper for them because they have some reason for that, or they may want to do a really aggressive social media campaign, and this allows us to have a budget to pay for Facebook ads along while we're doing that, right? So the larger the budget, the more the higher volume of stuff we can do, but sometimes it's not about the volume. Sometimes it's about how aggressive can we be, and we have the budget to be aggressive. And that's really the difference between the budgets, is how quickly we can get things done, how high quality can we get it done, and how much can we do. So you're looking at all of the different tools in our tool belt. You have this list that you've been given of all the different things that we draw from. And what's beautiful about marketing is that new things come to the surface all the time. So if there's some strategy that's not working very well, but some new trend that Google's loving comes out, then we add that to the list. So that list you have is going to change. If you would have been doing marketing with anybody a year and a half ago, article marketing would have been a huge part of that package. But we don't necessarily, we don't rely on article marketing anymore because it doesn't get the same results. Or we've shifted how we do it, and we only do high quality article marketing. So you will see this list that you have available to you change over time to reflect what we do, what we can draw from. And the budget that you get with your client allows us to do a lot more and a lot more aggressively. So that's really the difference between it, is not that what we can do, the list doesn't change, just how quickly we can do it, how much of it, and how high quality changes.
All right, so in this video we're going to talk about how to charge for Google AdWords management, also known as PPC management. And just so you know, it's very common. PPC management is very common. And many businesses, particularly affluent businesses like attorneys, are familiar with PPC management fees, especially if they've tried Google AdWords in the past. They may be very familiar with a PPC management fee, but in general, they're used to paying, people for services. They're used to paying advertising agencies a management fee, and so PPC management fees, just so you know, are very common. Now, personally, I don't like to be called a PPC manager because PPC managers are I don't want to say it, I guess I can just say they're kind of like a dime a dozen, and so I prefer to call myself a lead generation and conversion specialist, and the reason for that is because the large majority, almost all PPC managers, don't even know anything about landing pages or creating landing pages or writing good ads and split testing ads and doing all that kind of stuff. Over the years, I've literally fired 5 different PPC managers, and one of them was an ex-Google employee. A bunch of the other ones, they were all Google AdWords certified, which, by the way, anyone can get Google AdWords certified in a couple of hours. It doesn't and it doesn't really mean much at all. And by the way, in the Google AdWords certification, they don't mention anything about landing pages and how to write good ads and stuff like that, right? So it's just basic campaign setup, and really the high converting landing page and having good ads is the most important aspect of a successful campaign. So anyway, not to get too off track about PPC managers, just to let you know, it is very common. And there are these big nationwide companies that just do an awful job. Like there's, you may have heard of Qzx900 Knows or Yodel or Reach Local, and those are big nationwide PPC management companies. And I've taken over at least 3 different clients from those companies that were previously using those companies, and all of those clients told me that it was just night and day with the results that they got with me versus they got with those companies, because again, those companies didn't even put up a landing page. They just said, oh, okay, we'll do a PPC campaign, we'll do a Google AdWords campaign for you, we'll just pick your keywords and set up the campaign and we'll charge you every month. They didn't even mention, hey, do you know about a high converting landing page? These are, when you're dealing with these big nationwide companies, you're getting a $35,000 a year employee who just learns basic Google campaign setup. They don't know anything about high converting landing pages or ads or anything like that. So just know that that's the difference. And so if you ever hear an attorney say, oh, I used this company in the past or whatever, again, make sure you reiterate the importance of a landing page and all that kind of stuff as well. But just so you know, it's very common, okay? So this is a very common term, PPC management fee. So here's the deal. You're going to obviously be positioning yourself as an authority and as an expert by using education-based marketing. So whether that be using the white paper for attorneys that you get with this program, or whether it be showing them a landing page mock-up, which is a great way, explaining to them the importance of a landing page, showing them the landing page mock-up, explaining that they could, potentially double the amount of the leads they're getting for the same amount of money spent if they're already advertising on Google. And by the way, people a lot of times, just as a side note here as well, I get a lot of questions from people saying, oh, should we go after people that are currently advertising on Google, or what kind of prospects should we be going after? So basically, here's the deal. I'll run through that really quick right now. So you can go after people that are currently advertising on Google, and specifically you'll want to look for people that don't have a landing page and don't have their site links and location extensions integrated in their ads. And I talk about those in the later videos about setting up your campaign and using site links and location extensions. So you'll learn about that in this program as well. So if you want to target people that are currently advertising, again, look for people that are doing so, but without a landing page and without good ads that are optimized the right way, like I show you in other videos. The second way is, you can go after people who are on the bottom of page 1 of the organic results, or on page 2 or page 3 of the organic results. Why? Why are those good prospects? Because those people are probably spending money on search engine optimization if they're at the bottom of page 1 or on page 2 or page 3 for certain terms, for certain attorney keywords. They're probably paying for search engine optimization but not getting very much results. So if they're not in one of the top 5 results, let's say, if they're at the very bottom of page 1 or on page 2 or 3, they're not getting many leads at all from that. So that's someone that you can convince to say, hey, I see that you're on page 2 and that you're spending money on search engine optimization. I wanted to let you know that if you reinvested that money with me, with Google AdWords, I can have you at the top of Google for any keyword you want within 48 hours, and you only pay for clicks, so we're going to be generating leads for the money spent. And it's almost a guarantee that you only get charged when someone clicks on your ad. So it's guaranteed, at least guaranteed views to the landing page. And again, you would explain the importance of a landing page and all that kind of stuff as well. And the third way is, you just go after all attorneys. And in my opinion, that's just, recently that's what I had my virtual assistant doing for me, just saying, hey, just go after all attorneys, because all attorneys need this. They all need to be on Google. They all need to be generating leads from Google. So in my opinion, you just go after all attorneys. They all need it. And in this video, I'm going to talk about different pricing strategies from low-end clients to high-end clients and everything in between. So again, my opinion is just go after all attorneys, because they all need leads. They all need to be getting leads from Google. So here's the deal. Again, the education-based marketing, the landing page, the white paper, that's what you're going to use to educate them and position yourself as an authority, as an expert, and that's important. You don't want to be seen as someone who's just spamming them. You want to be at least giving them some value, showing them some results in advance, talking to them about the importance of landing pages and all that. So the minimum fee that I suggest, now you can charge whatever you want, and if you're in a very small rural market, in, I don't know, Nebraska, in a town of, 10,000 people or something like that, then, you may charge less. I don't know. And actually, I'll talk about that, what to do in that situation towards the end of this video as well. But in most cases, my suggestion is that you have a minimum fee of $950 a month, which is very, very reasonable as far as PPC management fees go, especially for a high-value PPC manager, someone who has a good high-converting landing page and all that, plus a $500 one-time fee for the landing page. Okay, so that's what I would recommend you charge. And this landing page, if you're selling it to them, they now have a great page that they can send all their traffic to, and this is an absolute bargain for them. All right, it's just an absolute bargain at this price. Now, one thing I want to note, because I get this question sometimes, is so who pays for the ad spend and all that? I want you to understand the client always pays Google directly for the ads. Okay, so once you set up the account, the Google account, or if they already have a Google account set up, then their billing information, their credit card information is going to be in that account. Or if you set up a new account for them, you're going to give them the login, and you're going to tell them to log in and enter their billing information. Okay, very self-explanatory how to do that. Okay, so they are going to be paying Google directly for the ads. And typically, Google will charge their card after every $250 or every $500 they spend, then Google will charge their card for that. So that's, and by the way, there's two things. You can choose to do post-pay billing, which means that after you accumulate $300 worth of clicks, then Google will charge your card $300, or you can choose prepay, which prepay is kind of annoying, which basically means, let's say they choose prepay and then they pay $500, and then basically Google will run their ads until that $500 is spent, and then their ads will start running, and then they have to log back in again and buy another $500 worth of ads, and then when those are spent, they have to go log in. So I can't stand prepay, because it's like all this stop and go. It's like, okay, load it up again. Okay, your ads have stopped running. You need to load it up again. It's really annoying. So ideally, you want post-pay, where it just keeps running. But again, also, when you have a new client, if they choose post-pay billing, make sure you keep them updated on how much money is being spent, because some of them don't pay attention, and then they're going to be like, wait a minute, I was just charged $3,000 over the past month. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know I was charged that much. So, so keep that in mind as well. But the bottom line is this: they pay for the ads. They enter their credit card information directly in Google. And by the way, once they enter their credit card information, it is not exposed to you. Okay, once that information is saved into Google, all you can see is the last 4 digits of their card and the cardholder name and address. So obviously you're already going to have their name and address, and all you see is the last 4 digits of the card. So you can let the client know that they can rest assured that their credit card information is not exposed to you. It's once they save it in Google, only Google has it. Now, so again, your monthly fee, what we talked about here on the last slide, right? This $950 a month at a minimum, that is 100% profit in your pocket. Okay, you're not paying for any ads. It's 100% profit in your pocket. It's known as a PPC management fee, and businesses like attorneys are very used to this. Now, in your proposal, you're going to clearly state that your monthly management fee is $950 per month, as long as they are spending less than $5,000 per month. If their account is performing so well that they want to increase their ad spend, right? If they're performing really well, like if they spend $2,000 in the first month and they say, hey, yeah, that was really good, let's spend $4,000 next month. And then they say, hey, that went really good, let's spend $8,000 next month. Okay, so if their account's performing so well that they want to increase their spend, once they get over $5,000 per month, then your fee becomes 20% of the ad spend. So that'll be clearly laid out in your proposal that your management fee is $950 per month, as long as they're spending less than $5,000 a month on the ads. And once they start spending over $5,000 a month on the ads, then your fee is 20% of the ad spend. Okay? So this way, they understand that as you get great results for them, and they start reinvesting and spending more, then your fee goes up as they get a great return on investment and they want to keep getting more and more leads. Remember, they're not going to want to spend more if they're not getting a great return on investment. So it's really, your interests are very aligned. You want to get them great results. If they get great results, they're going to spend more. If they spend more, your fee goes up. Your interests are completely aligned. And I like to say that when I'm talking to attorneys as well. I say, look, my interests are completely aligned with yours. I want you to get phenomenal results so that you want to keep spending more and more, and then, I get 20% of your advertising spend. So quick example, right? If a client spends $3,000 in 1 month on Google, then your fee is $950 a month, right? Because it's still less than $5,000. If a client spends $10,000 on Google, then that's over $5,000, so it's 20% of the ad spend. So if they spend $10,000 a month, then your fee is $2,000 for that month. Okay? Make sense? Pretty self-explanatory here, right? So again, remember, if the campaign's performing well, then they're going to want to spend more as they make more, right? If they spend $1,000 and make back $5,000, next month they're going to want to spend $5,000 and make back $25,000, right? So your fee is usually insignificant compared to the return on investment that they're getting, and it's a very common fee. So the best part about this for me is the leverage that Google gives. And so the best part is that after the first month, there's not a whole lot of work for you to do. Right? Now, don't tell them that, okay? You know, you don't want to tell them that, but the fact of the matter is you're not someone who's getting paid by the hour here. You're getting paid for results. If you can deliver great results for them with a proven high-converting landing page, proven ads, proven keywords, you know, once you've got that dialed in and everything's up and running, fact of the matter is, the truth is, between me and you, there's not a ton of work. Yeah, you're going to maybe do little tweaks and things, and they might say, hey, we're getting a lot of leads from, you know, that are asking about this, and we don't really want that, and you might pause a certain keyword, or you might just split test, you know, some new ads and make small tweaks. But essentially, when your clients start seeing great results and they want to spend more, you're going to make more money while actually working less. It doesn't cost you, it doesn't take much time to raise their budget from, you know, $100 a day to $300 a day. Right? So $100 a day would be at 30 days in a month. $100 would be $3,000 a month. If they say, yeah, we're doing really well, let's increase the budget, and you increase it to $300 a day, that would be $9,000 a month. And it doesn't take any time. You just go in and raise the budget from $100 a day to $300 a day, right? So that's pretty cool. Now, again, the clients don't really know this, that it doesn't take you much time. They don't know how much time it takes you. And what I find is, for the most part, they don't care. As long as they're getting results, they don't care how much time you're spending on things, okay? And another strategy, which I'll talk about a little bit later, but another strategy is, because I have students that say to me sometimes, well, you know, what's to stop the client from just running away with my work and not paying me after the first month? And so the answer, so first of all, I want to acknowledge that that's never happened to me. And my personal opinion is that when you're getting great results for a client, they're going to continue to pay you month after month. Okay, that's been my personal experience. You know, so that being said, I can understand you might have a concern if you don't trust someone, or you think they might just take your campaign and landing page and stop paying you after the first month. One way to avoid that, a strategy, is that you can buy a domain yourself. So let's say you're in Missouri, and this guy is John Smith, and his website is John Smith Attorney. You know, you could buy a domain called johnsmithmissouri.com, or johnsmithlaw.com, or missourilaw.com, right? Missouri law, you know, whatever's available, okay? You get the point. You buy that domain, and you put the landing page up on that domain that you own. So now you own and you're in control of the landing page, so they can't run away and keep your landing page. The other thing is that you could set up a new Google account, and you could send them the login to enter their billing information, and if you want, you could change the password on them after that, so that they don't have the password. So that way you're in control of the Google account and you're in control of the landing page if you're afraid of this situation happening, which personally I'm not. It's not something that worries me, but just so you know. Okay, so now here's what I want you to do, though. I want you to do whatever it takes. When you're first starting out, you really just want to do whatever it takes to land your first couple of clients, because once you get a few clients and you get great results for them, then you're going to start getting lots of referrals. Like, people talk a lot, right? So, you know, you get great results for one attorney, you know, and he has a friend who's an attorney that practices in another area of the law that's not competing with him. He's going to very well refer you to them. Or maybe he knows attorneys in other states. He's going to refer you to them. Also, you know, he's going to be a testimonial for you that you'll be able to use when you're prospecting for other attorneys in other states. So just do whatever it takes to get those first few clients. The other thing to keep in mind here is that you already have the landing page. You already have, you know, for the most part, the keywords and the ads, and, you know, you already have most of it. So it's not like, you know, the hard work has been done for you. You know, you have this program, the hard work's been done for you. You just get it all done for you. So, you know, for the most part, maybe, you know, you have that. So it doesn't take you a ton of time. So just do whatever it takes to get those first few clients. And so one way to do that is by offering to do a trial run for them so that you can prove to them, show them results in advance, and prove that this model works before they even have to pay your fee. Okay, so yes, I'm actually telling you that when you're first getting started, if you have no clients and you just want to start landing clients right away, that you can take on clients with no upfront payment if you have to, starting out. Now, obviously, I don't need to do this at the point that I'm at. I don't need to take on clients without an upfront fee. But, you know, again, if I was just starting out and I just wanted to do whatever it took to land my first couple clients, I would say, okay, look, here's what we're going to do. I'll be willing to even do a trial run for you. And again, you can use this as a backup. Try to land them first and see if they take your $950 a month plus $500 one-time fee. If for some reason they say no, then you can come back and say, hey, how about we do a trial run where basically I'm going to prove to you that this works. I'm so confident that this is going to work for you and that you're going to get a better return on investment than any other form of advertising or marketing that you've done before. I'm so confident in that I'm going to do a test run. So all you have to do is pay Google for the clicks. So you don't even have to pay my fee until after I prove results. So let's do a $500 or preferably a $1,000 test run, because $1,000 will give you more of a fair sample size. You know, all right, in this video we're going to talk about prospecting for attorneys using the Done For You sales video that I created for you, as well as this attorney white paper that's also been created for you that you can brand to yourself. So you can see the attorney white paper on the screen right here. You get a copy of that, and you know, you get to brand it to yourself. And so what you're going to want to do, here's a big tip, is I use timetrade.com to schedule consultations. So if you just go, as a matter of fact, let me just show you real quick timetrade.com real quick. So if you go to timetrade.com here and you just click on sign up at the top, okay, you just click on sign up, and then if you just say get started with professional, with the professional version right there, then you get a free 30-day trial. Okay, so you just enter your information there, you get a free 30-day trial, and then after your free 30-day trial, I think it's like $49 for the entire year. But try the free 30-day trial first and see if you like it and see how it goes. And I'm going to show you why this is such a great tool and how you're going to use this to prospect on autopilot. So again, you just go to timetrade.com if you're on the home page. Just click on the sign up link at the top there, then click on Get Started with Professional, and then it'll have a free 30-day trial that you can do there. And again, it's only $49 for the entire year if you want to continue using it after that. And by the way, with this free 30-day trial, you don't have to enter your billing information. It's not like they're going to automatically bill you after 30 days. You get to sign up and try it out absolutely free for 30 days. So definitely a good tool. So try it out and use that. So getting back to where we are here, so use timetrade.com to schedule the consultations, and then so basically what you're going to do is I'm going to show you the sales video in just a second and what that page looks like. But if you're using the white paper, right? So you'd use the Go Mobile Lead Automator, right? And you'd prospect for attorneys, and you'd use you know, a template in there with the white paper. And what you're going to do is at the end of the white paper, you're going to simply have a paragraph that says, you could have a footer at the bottom of every page if you want to, but I think I just use a paragraph at the end. So you'd have a paragraph at the end that simply says, so they consume the whole white paper. It's only a few pages. It's not too long, but it's great content, great information in there, so they consume that. Now you're an authority. You're the expert. They're looking up to you as the authority, the expert. This is called education-based marketing. Very, very important when you're dealing with people like attorneys to position yourself as the expert, as the authority by educating them. And so this white paper is a great, great way to do it, and it's leading them towards signing up for your service. So it's great information about how to leverage the power of Google AdWords to grow their law practice. It's great information, and then at the end, so they'll consume it, and then at the end, you're going to just add a paragraph that says, that has your name and your own time trade link in there. So at the end, the last paragraph would simply say something like, if you would like to learn more about how you can dramatically grow your business using Google AdWords, click here. Click here to schedule a free consultation with Joe Smith with whatever your name is, right? So so that's what you would do, and then the link would take them to the timetrade.com. So I think I forgot to even mention, so basically what timetrade.com does is it basically allows you to set aside time on your calendar that you are available for consultations. So for example, let's say you are available, on Monday at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., Tuesday at 2 p.m., Wednesday at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. You just simply designate on your TimeTrade calendar, and I believe it connects to your Google Calendar as well if you really want it to. But I think I just usually set a schedule on TimeTrade. And so basically, so someone will click the link, so they'll read the white paper. At the end of the white paper it says, if you'd like to learn more about how you can dramatically grow your business using the power of Google AdWords, or how to dramatically grow your law practice using the power of Google AdWords, you can schedule a free consultation with Joe Smith here. And then is the TimeTrade link. So TimeTrade gives you a link once you go through that initial setup and you mark off what days and times on your calendar you're available, then it'll give you a link. So you put that link there. When they click on that link, it will take them to your calendar, and they can just click on a time that works for them, and they can schedule a consultation. And then what happens is you simply get an email like this. So I just get emails like this: appointment confirmation, 30-minute phone call. I created a within TimeTrade, I created something called a 30-minute phone call appointment, 30-minute consultation, whatever it was. And so someone read the white paper or watched the video, and then at the end they clicked my TimeTrade link to schedule a free consultation, and I just get an email that looks like this with the time that they scheduled it, and then you can add it to your calendar right there, boom, and I did that. And so that's what that looks like. So you would do that by either using the white paper, and now let me also show you the awesome sales video that I created for you that you can put up online as well. So let me show you that now. Okay, so here we are inside your landing page generator that you get here with your pre-written attorney landing pages. So when you log in, it'll first look like this, and then you'd go to My Landing Pages. Now, ignore all these landing pages here. I got a lot of stuff going on, things that I'm testing. You're simply going to have your pre-written attorney landing pages in here is what you'll see. But what you want to do is you're going to go to the video landing page one, okay? And then you have your video that automatically starts. I just paused it there. So essentially, here it is, right? So this is a great sales video. It's proven to work. I've used it, and I've generated appointment confirmations from attorneys, sending them here. I've actually got great feedback from it. I actually got on the phone one time with an attorney. He's like, that was you on that sales video? That was a great video. I usually don't even listen to videos and stuff like that, but that was a great video, So I got great feedback on it, and now it's yours to use for your own practice. So again, this is the sales page, sales video page here. So you got your standard headline at the top. Turn up your speakers and learn the fastest way to generate new high-quality leads that turn into clients for your law practice. Then you have the video, and then below it says, after you watch this video, if you would like to speak to someone, go here, and you can insert link there, right? And you can change this, by the way, right? So within the landing page generator, if I do the edit this page, okay, so you can see. It has the headline here, I can edit the headline if I wanted to. The video you're not going to want to mess with. You're going to want to leave the video as is. But let's say I want to, at the bottom here, if I want to switch this after you watch this video, if you would like to speak to someone, go here, and you insert your link. Okay, so you can easily edit any of this stuff if you want. You can edit the headline if you please. You can edit this bottom call to action if you want, and you're going to want to edit this bottom call to action because you're going to want to insert your TimeTrade link right here below the video. So there's a place for you to go in there and insert your own TimeTrade link. So essentially, people will hit this page, they'll watch the video, and then it says after you watch this video, if you would like to speak to someone, or if you want to change that to after you watch this video, if you would like a free consultation, go here and insert link. So I would probably just leave it as is. I would just leave it as is because this is what I've used, and I would insert the link right there. So that's essentially what you wanted to do, and you insert your TimeTrade link. So they watch the video, they like the video, they want to speak to you after, they click your TimeTrade link, they go straight to the appointment on your calendar, and boom, you got the you get on the phone and you speak with them, and that's it. That's how you close a sale. So this is a great tool, and I highly encourage you to use this. Now you're going to obviously have to put this this page up online somewhere. So that's what you're going to want to do. So I would recommend that you buy, you might want to buy a domain. Obviously, if you're serious about this business, you probably want to have some sort of presence. So you can just buy a domain like, I don't know, lawyerleadgeneration.com. You can whatever you can find available. Just think of a name. Obviously, if I give you a name, everyone's going to use the same name, and that domain name will be taken. So you'll have to get a little creative on your own here and find a domain name that's not taken. But ideally, and I guess worst case scenario, you could just send them this preview link. Right? I guess if you really don't want to buy your own domain, you could just send them an email with, in your prospecting to attorneys, you could just, send them to this preview your landing page link, right? And make sure you edit this page and insert your time trade link. And then I guess in your prospecting emails, when you use the Go Mobile Lead Automator, you could just copy this link at the top and paste it into your email, and it would send people to this page. The only thing is that, when an attorney is watching this video, if he looked at the top in his browser, he'd see a link that says previewyourlandingpage.com / whatever, a bunch of numbers. But if he went to previewyourlandingpage.com, if he went to the root page of that site, he wouldn't see anything. There's just a login page. It would just say, log in with your information. So really no harm done. But if you want to look more professional, then you just follow the instructions. And by the way, on the landing page generator here, next to any one of these landing pages, so if I just save that, next to any one of these landing pages, there's step-by-step instructions. So so if I go back to my landing pages, right? So any of your landing pages, don't worry about the names here. These are just things that I've been testing with my developer and all that kind of stuff. So you have your pre-written attorney landing pages here on the left-hand side, and next to any one of your pages, if you just click Publish. Okay, if you just click on Publish, here's step-by-step instructions for what to do. Okay, so here's step-by-step instructions for how to put your pages up online onto our website. Okay, and then there's even a video tutorial on how to publish your page up online as well. So the same goes for this video landing page. You just click the Publish link, like I just showed you, next to that page in your landing page generator, and you need to obviously buy a domain. So if you bought a domain like whatever. Leadsforlawyers.com or if it's a family lawyer, maybe it would be like you could buy a domain like growyourfamilylawpractice.com or something, right? Growyourfamilylawbusiness.com. Whatever, you get the point, right? So you find a domain if you wanted to. Again, worst case scenario, you can just prospect with this preview link. Worst case scenario, but if you want to look more professional, you could buy a domain and then put this landing page up on that domain. You obviously would need to have hosting. We do not get involved with your hosting when it comes to the landing page generator. We're not trying to make any money off hosting or anything like that. You just need your own hosting. By the way, any domain, if you've never had any type of website before, any website has to have hosting. So there's two things. You can go to GoDaddy.com or wherever you want to buy your domain from. I buy my domains from GoDaddy.com. So let's say you bought the domain leadsforlawyers.com from GoDaddy.com, and then you would need hosting. So you can get your hosting through GoDaddy. I use HostGator for my hosting. I think the video tutorials with the landing page generator are for HostGator. So I would probably just recommend using HostGator. It'd be easier for you to, if you've never done this before, just to set up your page. But if you already have hosting, which many of you I'm sure already have some sort of website up online, so you already have hosting, you can just attach this to your current hosting account and again just follow the instructions for putting the page up online. After you click the Publish link next to any of your landing pages, you would see these step-by-step instructions here. Okay, so that is basically how you would do it. Worst case scenario, just use the preview link and prospect. But if you want to look more professional, buy a domain, host it, put this video sales page up on that domain, and you can prospect and send people to that domain. So that's pretty much it. It's a great sales video, great tool, has the link for people to book an appointment right on your calendar, and that's a great way to land clients and use the Go Mobile Lead Automator, and in conjunction with either the white paper or this sales video to land clients. And again, I'm speaking specifically about Google AdWords, and so this video is actually a sales video for selling attorneys on Google AdWords services. So that's obviously my focus and my specialty, and that's why I'm not doing the videos about SEO and mobile websites. That's not my specialty. My specialty is about Google AdWords. That's what I wanted to mention there. And yeah, this is great stuff. I wish I had all this stuff when I was starting out. So there you go.
Well, hello there. On behalf of Go Mobile Solutions, I want to welcome you to our training piece here on outsourcing your sales force. My name is Jerry Foster. Very happy to spend a few minutes with you, really helping you take your business to the next level in a whole new way. Now, we all know the power of outsourcing and leveraging our time. And the concept here is very simple. We want to be the CEO of our operation, of our company, and we want to hire or outsource those other activities that people can do for us, and it's really just going to help us maximize our overall profits. So when we talk about outsourcing, one of the things that most resellers are slow to grasp is the power in actually outsourcing your sales force. So what we know in business, very simply, is more sales equals more money. And that's the motivation behind outsourcing your sales force. And there are some other motivations as well. In fact, when you think of the advantages in outsourcing your sales force, let's face it, some people just don't like sales. They think they don't like sales. I mean, they love the benefit of sales, which is more income, more profits, right? But they don't like the whole concept of selling. Now, that's fine, and in fact, we've seen resellers be very successful who weren't very comfortable or didn't like sales. They learned to overcome those objections or those fears, or they just simply outsourced the sales. Now, another benefit is maybe it's not that they don't like sales, it's just maybe some people are terrible at sales. You know, they have a hard time asking for the sale or asking for the money. You know, they passionately believe in their product or their service, but they are uncomfortable asking other people for money. Another advantage, very simply, is you can leverage your time. Let's say you're great at sales. Let's say you love sales, but if you can outsource a portion of your sales so that you can leverage your time, you obviously can make more sales and make more money. And then another key component here, and this is one that I hope you really grab a hold of and run with, and that is your ability to leverage your location. You may live in an outlying area, in a very small area, and you can really open up the world of opportunity to you in your Go Mobile Solutions business if you will get salespeople in other areas. Doesn't matter how big or small your area is. Let's face it, if you take a map of the United States or a map of the world for that matter, and you put a push pin in where you are, look at the rest of the world. It's huge, it's big. And so what if you actually outsourced sales in 10 other cities, 20 other cities, 5 other countries, whatever it might be? You have the ability to really leverage yourself and leverage your success beyond just the area that you personally live and work in. Now, here's a simple fact. When it comes to outsourcing sales, the world is full of qualified, skilled salespeople who are broke. And these are the people that you're going to reach out to. I like to refer to these people as professional salespeople. In fact, in my classified ads, I like to use the terminology professional salesperson. So reality is this. We are in a tough economy right now. And this economy that we are in right now is a situation where people are spending less. There's less spendable money. There's less discretionary income. And so what I know is we have a lot of salespeople out there who are either unemployed or underemployed. It's not that they're not skilled. It's that people are buying less of whatever it is that they sell. And so this is your opportunity to plug into that resource and put them to work for you. Literally, you have the ability with your very profitable Go Mobile Solutions business, you have the ability to help them earn a full-time income with a part-time effort. And that's a great subhead, by the way, of any classified ad that you might run. We'll talk about advertising here in a minute, but I love the idea that my professional salespeople that I outsource my sales to, I love the idea that they can literally double their income. They take the income that they're making at their full-time job, and they can double that by working with me on a part-time basis. And let's face it, one of the key things that they have is they have a sphere of influence. They have people that they know that are business people that are in the market for what it is that you have to offer. And so you have the ability to take your circle of influence and overlap it over their circle of influence. And they can make very good use of their time on a part-time basis and create a nice little income for themselves. Now, keep in mind, one of the things that you're getting paid for here then is you're getting paid to manage their efforts. So you almost become a sales manager of sorts, helping them target the right types of prospects, the right types of prospective clients, and helping them manage the sales process and helping them get the deal done. And whatever that might be, with mock-ups or anything that you can show the prospect, in aiding your salesperson to get that deal, you're going to want to be able to do. Okay, so let's talk about getting the word out. If you're going to reach these people and you're going to outsource a portion of your sales, one of the key things you got to do is you got to get the word out. You got to advertise. Now, I learned a long time ago in my advertising classes that the most powerful form of advertising since the beginning of man is word of mouth. So let's face it, you have people that you know who know people who know people who know people, right? So start getting the word out. Start talking to people that you're networking with, mastermind groups, people that you lunch with, people that you have in church groups or social groups. Let them know when people ask, how's business, or how are you doing, or what are you up to these days? Let them know that you're looking to hire some people on a part-time basis to help you in your business with sales. So just word of mouth. I've gotten some of my best people from someone who knows someone who's looking for some extra work and some extra income. Don't hesitate to use social media. So many of us, whatever social media it is, whether Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever, great resource for you to reach out and let the world know, certainly all the people that follow you, all of your social media contacts, let them know that you have a fantastic opportunity for someone to join you in your company and potentially make a full-time income on a part-time basis. Then, of course, there's good old classified advertising, some of which are free and others of which are very low fees to be able to go out and get the word out. And I'll give you just a few of my favorites here. Of course, most of us are very familiar with, and certainly, if not my favorite, one of my favorites is Craigslist. And you see an example here of Craigslist in San Diego, but you can run a Craigslist help wanted ad in the sales category anywhere that Craigslist is covered, anywhere in the world. Also, a great source of classified advertising is Indeed. Indeed.com is actually kind of leans towards a help wanted resource, and there are many of those out there. Indeed.com is one of my favorites. Getting back to more of the traditional classified advertising, traditional online, that is Backpage.com. A very good source. So a lot of good traffic coming through there. ClassifiedAds.com, and again, you can be targeted and very specific in a specific certain area that you want to advertise in. FreeClassifieds.com is another. FreeClassifieds.com and SuperAds.com, covering many of the major metros around the country. Oodle.com. It's a very powerful one and a good one to make use of. Definitely have gotten some good traffic there. And the last one I'll cover here for right now is Local.com. Local.com is a very good one too, and that's one where you can actually go in and get your listing there for your company. And then once you have your listing, as you see here on the screen, then you can go through and put your help wanted ads out there. Okay, so we've talked about why to outsource sales. We've talked about how to get the word out. Let's talk about compensation. Let's face it, these people are going to help you and work with you in your business because they want to make money. They want some compensation in return. And so there are several different ways to do that. And what I would recommend that you do is you definitely keep it simple. But first thing to keep in mind is this is performance-based pay, commission-only pay. In other words, these people get paid for results. And so the good news for you is if they don't produce results, then you don't have to pay. And if they produce results, then obviously you're making money and you're sharing that income and those profits with them. So usually what you want to do is you want to pay your salesperson based upon a percentage of your initial account setup fee, if you have a setup fee. If you don't have a setup fee, then it would be a percentage of the first month's fees. It might even be, if there's no setup fee and it's just a monthly fee, it might be all of the first month's fees. There's several different ways you can structure it. In most of our efforts, we have some sort of a upfront fee. Whether we call it a setup fee or whatever. And one simple example here is, let's say you have a $14.95 setup fee, and your cost on that is $400. So you have a margin there of $10.95 to play with. So obviously, if you go out and you make the sale personally, then that's $10.95 that you're going to put in your Hip National Bank. But if someone else comes to work to help you, and you're going to outsource that sale, and someone else is going to go get that sale because of contacts they have or efforts that they make, then what you're going to do is you're going to share that $10.95 with them, that margin that you have there. Now, how much you share is totally up to you. Let me give you an example of how I like to do it. First of all, I always like to use a sliding scale. In other words, in this example here, let's say that if they went out and they made one sale that week, and I like to reset the clock every week. Some people reset it every month. I like to reset it every week. I like to come from a baseball background, and using the baseball analogy, you know, one great thing about baseball is you have another game the next day or in a couple of days. You don't have to wait a week or a month for the next game, right? Okay, so the idea here is if someone has a bad week, the clock resets itself the next week and they can start fresh. So in this example, let's say you pay, of the $10.95 margin that you have on that setup, or the first month's fees, you pay your sales rep $200 if they make one sale in the week. Let's say if they make 2 or 3 sales, you pay them $400 each. I like to reward them retroactive to their first sale. You could always have it be $200 for the first sale. The second and the third sale would be $400. So if they've made 3 sales, it's $200 plus $400 plus $400. That's $1,000 on a part-time basis for the week. You know, obviously that's some really great money. But me myself, I don't ever want to pay that $200. I want to upgrade all their sales. So if they'll go out and they'll make 3 sales in the week, let's say, well, I'll pay them $400 on all 3 of those sales. So they're making the $1,200 as opposed to the $1,000, if you're following me on the math. And then you could, you know, probably want to have that scale top out at some point. Let's say in our example here, one sale is $200. If they make 2 or 3 sales in a week, then they're all $400. And let's say if they made 4 sales and up, each sale is worth $600. It's an example. A lot of different ways you can structure it. I want you to be comfortable with what you're paying them, but I do want you to keep in mind that we like to be very favorable and we like to be very generous with our salespeople, because let's face it, we want them excited and we want them out there producing results. That's the bottom line. Now, another great thing that you have the opportunity to do, if your product or your service, if it has a monthly fee, you could possibly pay your sales rep a percentage of the monthly fees that are coming in, thereby offering them a residual income. The idea being that if they make a sale this week, they get paid for months and months. That does a couple of things. Obviously, one of the things that does is creates excitement in the fact that they get paid tomorrow for efforts that they did today. Tomorrow meaning next week, next month, next year. Okay. Another thing that it does is it helps them make better choices in who they pick, because let's face it, if they have the ability to make a sale to a potential long-term client, you're going to make more money because there's a long-term potential there, and they're going to make more money because of the long-term potential. The other thing that you can do is you can actually reward longevity. You can say, listen, After 6 months with me, you start getting paid a residual income on your sales. You could do that for someone right out of the gate, week 1, month 1, whatever. But I like to reward someone. I like them to have kind of a long-term vision of what we're going to do together and working together. So there are, again, so many different ways you could set this up, but one of the things I like to do is I like to say, okay, so I'm going to reward your success and longevity and loyalty to me. So in month 6, I'm actually going to pay you the residual from, let's say, month 1. So let's say month 1, they set up 4 clients, and the residual was $100 each from those 4 clients. So in their 6th month, they'll make an extra $400 from the residual that was paid to me, 5 or 6 months ago. Again, a lot of different ways to set it up. I want you to, generally speaking, keep it simple. Also, keep it very doable from your standpoint. You're not giving away all your profits, but you do want to make it generous for the salesperson so that they're very excited about going out there and making sales for you and increasing your profits. Okay, so when we talk about outsourcing sales, then bottom line, you have the ability, when you outsource your sales, to leverage your time. You also leverage their expertise, your salesperson's expertise, all the training that they've gone through in their professional career. You get access to that benefit, and then bottom line, you make more money. I hope this training's been helpful to you. I wish you continued success in your Go Mobile Solutions business as a reseller. Get out there, have some fun, and make it happen.
Welcome to this video titled SEO, What You Need to Know. The purpose of this video is not to give you a full course in search engine optimization, but really to help you understand what SEO means today so that you can have good conversations with prospects and clients, and so that you're able to offer the service to them and let your outsourcing team handle all of the technical details. So on this video, we're going to cover really 3 main topics. First up will be what is SEO, giving you a better understanding of it. Next is what to do on page, and then finally we'll talk about what to do off page. So first, let's take a look at what is SEO. Here's the technical definition: the process of affecting the visibility of a website or a web page in the search engine's natural or unpaid organic search results. The idea is to show up higher and get more traffic. The official definition talks about the fact that SEO may target different kinds of search, including image search, local search, video search, academic search, news search, and industry-specific vertical search engines. And that's what I want to talk about a little bit more in detail. Make sure that you understand that SEO should have a much broader meaning, and in that a lot of people associate SEO just with ranking highly in Google or maybe in Bing and Yahoo as well. But the fact of the matter is that there are many different search engines out there these days, and while Google still gets the majority of online search traffic, in order to really maximize the visibility of a business and not just a website, we need to focus on a lot more properties than just their website. So when I look at what is SEO, I think it's important to remember that there really are multiple search engines. We talked a little bit about Google, and obviously when it comes to online search, Google is getting the majority of the traffic, and they get the lion's share of mobile traffic as well, because Android is the operating device on most mobile devices out there. And so they've got some built-in advantages with their search engine and with their operating system for mobile devices, but there's lots of other places that people go to search for information. And YouTube is the number 2 search engine in the world, and people are often looking for detailed explanations of things directly through YouTube. So it's important to optimize a YouTube channel so that it shows up in YouTube searches, but also so that it shows up in general Google searches. Facebook has become the 2nd most popular place for people to search for local businesses, and in some cases Facebook pages can show up in Google searches. And so you've got both elements to consider: the fact that many people are searching directly in Facebook, and some Facebook searches are going to show up in Google searches, so you get the double advantage there. Similar situation with Google Maps. Some people go directly to Google Maps to search for a local business, and being listed on the map helps you show up in lots of Google organic searches. And so you need to make sure that you account for both of those areas of traffic and take advantage and leverage the platform properly. Siri itself is actually a search engine. Lots of people search for things just by using Siri, and so if you want to reach Apple users, which of course you do, you need to account for Siri and really consider it to be a search engine. Yelp has become a very popular search engine as well. Although it's a directory and it's focused heavily on reviews, many people rely on it as a search engine, whether they go to the Yelp website or they use the Yelp app or they end up on a Yelp page from a Google search. Yelp is very important to consider for search engine optimization. And then there are a number of other niche directory sites that play a very important role, and so specifically for attorneys, some of the sites that we look at are avvo.com, lawyers.com, and some of the other major directory sites like Yellow Pages. But industry-specific sites can play a valuable role in creating good citations and backlinks and also driving traffic. And so to really be optimized for search engines, you need to account for all of the different types of search engines that there are to be optimized for. So now that we've looked at just a short list of some of the search engines that you want to be optimized for, let's take a look at exactly what optimization means and what they want. Search engine optimization really is mostly about data classification. The search engines, whether it's Google or even Facebook or Yelp, they want to show users the most relevant information possible. And they can only show that information when you tell them exactly what is there. So the job of the search engines is to figure out what exists on a web page or website and classify it correctly so that it can show up at the right time. And so that is simply showing them relevance, and by making sure that you're using all of the proper terms, which we'll get into what you need to do on page, you can give the search engines the information that they need so that they can display your website or web page or profile or whatever it may be at the appropriate time. The simple fact about search engine optimization, and the biggest mistake that most people make and most business owners make when they try to optimize themselves for the web, is that they just don't include enough information and they don't include it in all of the right places. So simply by including all of the right information and including the right places, you can help the search engines deem your page as relevant, which is the first half of real online optimization, is making sure that your content is relevant for whatever people are looking for. So if people are searching for a personal injury attorney, then we need to make sure that we're using the term personal injury attorney and all of the related terms in our content. And we want to make sure that we use it in the most important places so that we give it significance in the eyes of visitors and in the eyes of the search engines. So let's take a more detailed look at what we need to do on page so that we can establish relevance and include the right keywords and the right information so the search engines can classify us correctly and show us at the appropriate time. When we talk about keywords, we're usually talking about keyword terms, and so in the example that we've used a lot, we talk about personal injury attorney Dallas. And so personal injury attorney is the keyword, Dallas is the location modifier here, but our full target keyword would then be personal injury attorney Dallas. And using that in the most appropriate places or the most important places without using it to excess so that it's not user-friendly anymore is our best path for making sure that the search engines deem us relevant and show our pages at the right time. And so if we're optimizing content, whether this is our web page or our social media profile or any other content that we produce out there, even articles, they're going to follow this same basic formula. First, we need to identify what our main target keyword is. And then we want to use it in all of these places, or as many of these places as we can, and still keep things visually appealing and user-friendly. So we want to make sure that we use our target keyword, in this example, personal injury attorney, and ideally personal injury attorney Dallas, in our website URL. We want to make sure that we include it in the page title. Page title is one of the most important factors in optimization, so having your keywords there really carries a lot of weight. That is the snippet of text that's going to show up as a clickable link when people find you in the search engines, and having the keywords there helps it to rank, and it also helps people, encouraging people to click on the link, which is the ultimate goal. The description is the snippet of text that shows up in the search results just below the link, and having your keyword there definitely helps you to show up in searches, and it reassures people that they're finding the information that they want and encourages them to click through to your web page or your profile or whatever it is that we happen to be optimizing. Websites and a lot of profiles will include a keywords field. I recommend that you use the keywords field. It's one more place to include your keywords, and although Google says that they don't take them into account, other search engines do. So it just makes good sense to use the keywords fields. Within the body text, the articles, or the body of the page, or the blog post, it's important that the keywords get used again, and we can signify their importance by using things like bold text, italic text, and turning them into anchor text links. All of those things show that they're a little bit more important and makes them to be associated with the page and increases the relevancy of the page. We don't always have to use just an exact keyword. Sometimes our links and our bold text can be long tail keywords, so instead of just personal injury attorney, it could be something like find a personal injury attorney in Dallas, or best personal injury attorney in Dallas, or consultation with a personal injury attorney in Dallas. Ways to utilize the keyword but combine them with other words so that we're not continually repeating the same thing in all of these elements, but we have all of the core keywords there. So the same thing would apply to the headings. It's important that the keywords are used in the page headings, and as many of those classifications as possible, the H1 all the way down through the H5 can all have an impact on the search engine friendliness, but also the user friendliness. Using your keywords within the headings on a page makes it easier for people to scan through the page and make sure that they found exactly the information they want, and that's what gets them to read a little bit deeper or take the action that we want them to take. Images can also be extremely powerful for optimization. Having them on your page is a good thing in general, and then making sure that they are optimized for the keywords, which means including the keyword in the file name, including the keyword in the alt text, and including the keyword in the image caption. Everywhere that we can encode our keywords and associate them with these images, it's going to increase the relevancy of our page. If our page has our specified keywords in all of these important locations, and it even includes images that reinforce that keyword, it's going to help strengthen our overall optimization, make it easier for people to find the information they want, which is the key for making the search engines find us and display our information at those appropriate times. So on-page optimization is really focused on giving the search engines what they want. They want to be able to classify data, and so we have to make sure that we tell them exactly where to classify our data by using our descriptive keywords in all of the appropriate label fields and all of the most significant areas that we can. Now that we've optimized our on-page content to signify as much relevance as we can, we want to do some other things to help improve the authority, trust, and engagement of all of our pages. One of those specific things that we can do is utilize authorship to claim our content. It's the equivalent of digitally signing our work. It ties any published content back to our Google Plus profile, and by actually claiming the content, Google trusts it a little bit more and allows us to build up some author rank over time so that content will rank more easily. So we should utilize authorship certainly on our blog posts, but really anywhere else that content is published. So if articles are syndicated onto any other directory sites, it should be utilized there as well. We want to create shareable content by making it easy to quote the blog posts and to write informative blog posts about interesting topics. It's easier to encourage people to share them. Anything that we can do to make engagement easier, which is going to help build our authority, which is the second half of the equation for search engine optimization, the better results we're going to get. So the last thing I suggest here as far as on-page optimization is making shareable content, but then making it really easy to share, and that includes adding social sharing buttons and actually asking people to share the content, suggesting that they make comments, share it with their friends, share it on Facebook, whatever it is. Simply asking people to do it is going to increase the likelihood that they're actually going to share the content. The more that people share the content, the more the content is going to be seen as authoritative. So the more trust and engagement we can build, the more authority we get, and the more often we're going to rank. So we'll get into the big second half of search engine optimization, which is really authority. The first half is relevance, and the second half is authority. You build relevance by what you put on the page, and you build trust and authority by being found other places. So that means that you want to be listed everywhere that you can, and you want to start with the most high authority and high traffic sites. So by being listed in the major directories, making sure you're listed in Google, making sure that you have profiles on the high profile social networks, places like Yelp, places like Facebook and YouTube and Yellow Pages, for attorneys being listed places like lawyers.com. All of those are places that are going to bring in traffic, but also bring very high quality backlinks and citations from high quality trusted authority sites. So we want to build all of our profiles there and follow the same on-page optimization rules, making sure that we include all of our keywords and that we utilize any of the other tools we have for signifying their importance, whether it's headings or anchor text, bold text. All of those things can be used on directory sites and profiles and other places as well to help boost the relevance of those pages while we do other things to boost their authority. One of the best ways to continue to build authority is to create and publish content on a regular basis. So we want to create that that content that encourages engagement, that easily shareable content, and then we want to distribute it on authority channels, places that are already trusted. So top directory sites, video distribution sites, press release sites, blogs, and all of the social channels. Sharing all of this high content or syndicating all of this content in multiple places helps the search engines see us as more of an authority. The more often they see links back to a particular website or profile or a specific name, address, and phone number listed somewhere, the more they assume that profile is an authority. So the more content we can generate that has links and citations pointing back to all of our directories as well as our main website, the better we're going to be able to be everywhere and create the dominant online presence. So just a quick recap on what you need to know about SEO. Remember that SEO is not just about ranking in Google. It's about being discovered and optimized for all of the different search engines that are out there. And it's made up of two main parts, which is relevance and authority. We build relevance by what we do on our page, and that includes our web page and all of our profiles. To be seen as relevant, we have to use all of the appropriate keyword terms and related terms to whatever we're targeting. And we want to make sure that we use those terms in the most significant places on any web page, the URL, the title, the description, and all of the other elements. Off page, we want to do everything we can to build trust and authority. the more often our content, our links, and our citation, our name, address, and phone number is found off page and found on places with high trust and authority, the more of that authority is going to be transferred to us, and the more often we're going to show up in search results. So optimize your content by using the right keywords, and make sure that you distribute your content, but focus on distributing it to the places that you trust. If you do those things, search engine optimization takes on a much broader perspective, and it's really about creating a dominant online presence to capture as much traffic as you can. Focus on converting that traffic into new clients and new cases for your attorneys. In the next video, I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of these concepts and why SEO is not enough, and how you can take a broader view and really get maximum results. On this video, we're going to talk about why SEO is not enough, and why you should really focus on creating a dominant online presence to get the best results possible from online marketing. So first off, SEO to most people really just means getting your website to rank at the top of Google. And the association that most people have with it is a little bit unsavory. And that's because in the past, a lot of people who have sold SEO, A, haven't delivered results, and B, have used a lot of trickery and what are called black hat techniques. Things that are not Google recommended practices or prohibited by Google, and they've been trying to trick Google or beat Google or find some sort of loophole. And so as a result, a lot of people hear SEO and they don't want to hear anymore. And also, a lot of businesses, and specifically attorneys, have probably paid for SEO in the past and have probably not gotten the best results. And one of the big reasons is that, again, so many of the tactics that used to be successful were in violation of Google's best practices. And so when Google really started clamping down on things, those websites stopped ranking. So what I talk about is the idea that SEO is really not enough, and that you need to look at it as a more holistic process. And we're talking more about optimizing their online presence and really all of their marketing, because to get the best results, all of these things need to work together. So in order to get the best results from search engines, you need to show up as many times as you possibly can. A lot of people make the distinction between SEO and SEM. SEO being search engine optimization and trying to get your website to show up here, and SEM, search engine marketing, really has come to mean pay-per-click. And because there's so much confusion about terms and so many negative connotations with it, I try to avoid most of those terms in my discussions anyway. Invariably, you talk about getting people traffic from Google or getting people internet traffic, and they start to associate it as SEO, and may end up wanting to call you an SEO professional. But what I would say is that I take a look at your entire online presence to make sure that you get the maximum results that you can, so that we can bring in the most new clients and cases. So in order to understand why SEO is not enough, you just need to look at the search engine page and understand what's going on here. And having this type of conversation with prospects will really differentiate you from most others out there, because most people don't focus on such a holistic approach. But the important thing to keep in mind is that there are different types of users on the internet, and studies have shown that somewhere around 40% of internet users don't even know that these are ads, or don't even pay attention to the fact that these are ads, even though it's very clearly marked here as an ad, and Google's changed their layout several times. But a lot of people just click on what stands out the most. These results at the top that are made to stand out because they're Google AdWords. And so some people are always going to click on an ad. It's just what they do. Some people know their ads and they're never going to click on an ad. And some people are always going to click on the top result here, and some people are always going to click on one of the map results. But most likely those aren't the same people. And so if you neglect any one of these areas, you're missing out on a huge opportunity. So to really capture the full opportunity out there, you need to have ads for a variety of reasons, but the one I'm talking about now is that some people are always going to click on the ads. And you need to optimize your website so that it can show up organically and do the great things like using authorship so that your picture shows up, because some people are always going to click on the top ranked Google result. But some people are never going to. Some people are always going to be looking at these map results. And so you need to have a properly optimized Google page, and you need to have a Google page that helps you stand out next to your competitors. Some people aren't going to click on any of those places. Some people are highly skeptical of what shows up at the top of the page, and they usually want to scroll down. And so that's why it's important to try and get multiple placements on the first page. It's difficult to get your website to show up multiple times on the first page anymore. Google has put in some filters that kind of prevent that from happening because they want to show diversity. But because they want to show diversity, that leads to additional opportunity to get placements on the first page. And so by utilizing websites that are already trusted, that are already going to rank highly, you can have multiple placements. So one of those shows up perfectly in this example is Yelp. So it is listing personal injury attorneys in Yelp, and it's taking us to a search for personal injury attorneys. But you notice those profiles on Yelp that are doing the best are actually also included here. And so you can have your name listed here yet again. And as we've looked at, lawyers.com is another site that is frequently going to rank. And it doesn't matter how much you spend on your pay-per-click ads, or how good you are at organic SEO, or how well optimized your Google Plus page is, you're not going to outrank Yelp. Google wants to show diversity, so they're going to show some of these directories, and Yelp is going to be here. So the best way to take advantage of that is to also be listed in Yelp. And of course, as I mentioned in another video, Apple loves Yelp, and so if you ask Siri for a local business, she just asks Yelp anyway. So to show up in Apple searches, you've got to take advantage of a Yelp profile. So if we look at this keyword term here, we're going to find personal injury attorney in Los Angeles is definitely one of the, or accident attorney in Los Angeles is what I searched for. They're definitely interchangeable, and I'll show you that by looking at some of the search results here. Well, nope, so personal's not highlighted. So accident attorney is the keyword term that we searched for here. Personal injury attorney is another variation of it. I've found that accident attorney actually goes for a higher cost per click. May also end up being more competitive, so may not always be the one that you want to target. You want to do your research to figure that out based on the cost per click, the traffic volume, and the overall level of competition. But I went for accident attorney Los Angeles because it is one of the most expensive keywords that you can buy. And we'll see that here, ranked organically is a specific attorney. They've got one placement on the page, and they've also managed to get themselves onto the map. And so there are two ways that they can get traffic from this page, and not a lot of their competitors have managed to do so. This attorney has managed to rank organically, and they're also taking advantage of the ads platform. If they were showing up on the map, then they could have a third placement, and if they had a popular Yelp profile, then they could potentially have a fourth placement right here. Nobody even on this page is taking advantage of all of the different opportunities that they have to show up. We see a couple of them that are taking advantage of at least two of them, but nobody has really maximized their exposure on this page, and often that's because people take a very tunnel view approach to online marketing, and they're going to focus on pay-per-click or SEO or maps marketing or reputation marketing. All of those things work very well, and it's important to be able to specialize, but to be able to truly get the maximum results from online and from digital marketing, you need to take advantage of all of those platforms. So it doesn't mean you have to be the expert in all of those platforms. You can utilize resources and outsourcing, and we talk about some of the options for that in this program so that you've got the professionals that you can turn to, but understanding and being able to explain to prospects that there are multiple paths to success and that there are multiple different opportunities available is going to help you land more deals and land bigger deals. On this video, we're talking about Reputation 101. We're going to cover why reputation is so important for attorneys and some of the simple things that you can do to help them improve their online reputation and get better results from all of their marketing efforts. There's lots of great reputation management and reputation marketing courses out there. This is not a full course on reputation. There's some great software you can buy to make a lot of these things work better or easier. What I want to do is help you understand why it's so important so that you can explain it to your prospects and just give you some simple techniques that actually make a really big difference in helping people to generate positive reviews online and really leverage the power of reputation. So we're again looking at a Google search here for Accident Attorney Los Angeles and focusing in on the maps results. This 7-pack here of the Google Plus pages that are ranking at the top of the map. You'll notice that a few of these pages clearly stand out, and it's those that have a score and have a star rating. So first off, in order to get a star rating, you've got to have at least 5 reviews on Google. So these folks here are just 1 review away from getting a star rating, and if they knew that, they would probably find it pretty easy to get that 1 review and improve their profile, and would likely get a lot more traffic from this highly competitive search where they do already rank. But as it stands right now, most of the clicks are going to those that have the higher star ranking. Those that don't have any reviews and don't have any stars just don't seem like as good of choices. And so even though they're showing up and ranking well, they're likely not getting very much traffic at all. And in fact, having a 5-star rating here, even compared to competitors that have a 4.6 or a 4.7, is likely leading to a much, much higher click-through rate for this particular attorney. And you can verify that when you look at the amount of traffic that they're getting. It is an astronomical amount to this particular website. They rank well for this keyword term, and they rank well for hundreds of other keyword terms as well. So it's no surprise. But the fact that they've got their reviews and they've got a 5-star rating is helping them to get a lot more traffic. So some really simple ideas that you can help them to implement to get more reviews can have a pretty big impact. And the first part of the conversation is just explaining the importance of the reviews and letting them know that 5 really is a magic number, and making sure that they're all 5-star, doing everything you can to get 5-star reviews can really go a long way. But you absolutely don't want to help them or encourage them to write fake reviews. However, nobody said that they all have to be reviews from their past clients. They certainly can be reviews from other colleagues, current and past employees, anybody that they've worked with in other capacities, teachers that they've had. Anybody like that can leave a review that simply vouches for their character, even if they weren't particularly a client. It would be ideal to have all clients on here, but the truth of the matter is that reviews for legal cases can be a touchy subject, and sometimes people may not be able to talk about it publicly. So reviews in the legal realm can be a bit of a touchy subject. Attorneys are also typically cautious to push too hard on getting reviews. They have a very high ethical standard, and they don't want to come across as too salesy. So some of the ideas they may like, some of the ideas they may not like as much. But simply helping them to understand the importance of the reviews and some of the different ways that they can generate them can really go a long way. So suggesting that they get them from some of the other people that they've associated with in their professional career is one way to shortcut the process and get them to 5 reviews. A couple other things that really do have a big impact are just asking for them, whether they're going to ask in person or ask in a follow-up email, or even include a link on their website to make it easy for people to review them. Simply asking for the reviews does wonders for increasing the number of reviews that they actually get. And next I'm going to show you one quick trick that will help shortcut that process even further. If they're going to link to their Google page and ask people for a review, it's possible to link straight to the review box. So I'll show you how you do that. So instead of just using a link that goes straight to a Google profile and then expecting people to be able to figure out how to find the review box, which is on the About page and here in the middle, but not terribly obvious, you can link people directly to the review box, taking out any additional steps and making it easy as possible so that more people actually follow through with it. And you can use that link either on the website or in an email signature or any dedicated emails that they send out requesting these reviews, and it's really simple to create. You simply go to the Google Plus page, and up in the address bar, we're going to change the URL just a little bit. We're going to add a modifier to it. And you do that simply by putting a question mark and then typing review equals 1. When we hit return, now instead of just sitting on the page, we're actually on the review box where we could leave our review, type our comments, and publish it. So you just copy and paste this link, and this is the one you use to share anytime the attorney is requesting specific reviews. Just a quick shortcut that makes things easier and actually improves your results. Welcome to this training video about mobile marketing for attorneys. I say attorneys, but really I mean all legal professionals. They are referred to by many different names or titles in different parts of the world. They're called attorneys, lawyers, solicitors, legal counsel, legal practitioners, legal representatives, advocates, barristers, and even some less than savory terms like ambulance chasers. In this video, I will most frequently refer to them as attorneys. No matter what you call them, the fact is that mobile marketing is something they need. In this video, we're going to cover why attorneys need to go mobile, how to find and contact attorneys who need to go mobile using the Go Mobile Leads Automator, and how to use mobile marketing as your hook to get in front of lawyers and offer them mobile marketing as well as other services. Let's start out by looking at 3 major reasons why attorneys need to go mobile. Number 1, mobile is becoming dominant. More and more every day, people rely on their smartphones to find local information. The biggest law firms have jumped on the trend in recent years, but most lawyers still aren't taking advantage of mobile. This is a huge opportunity for lawyers to beat their competition and a huge opportunity for marketing consultants to land clients and have a positive impact on their practice. Number 2, mobile converts, which means that when you help attorneys go mobile, you can deliver a very effective way for them to get new clients and cases, and that leads to opportunities to sell them additional services and increase your monthly recurring revenue. Number 3, not being mobile friendly hurts their image. Lawyers take their business personally. They usually include their personal name and their practice name, and they know that their image is an important factor in being successful. Next, let's talk about each of these reasons in a bit more detail. First up, let's talk about how mobile is becoming dominant. For the last few years, the big Wall Street research firms have been talking about mobile ubiquity. Simply said, that means mobile is everywhere. These research firms have been preaching mobile because of the huge growth we've seen in the industry, and it has created massive investment opportunities. The biggest companies in the world, like Google, American Express, Facebook, Microsoft, they're all spending billions to go mobile. The smartphone has become an indispensable tool in business, and lawyers are a prime example. In fact, 90% of attorneys use smartphones daily. First it was the BlackBerry, and now iPhones and Androids. Lawyers rely on their smartphones to check their email, conduct legal research, log billable hours, and many other functions that are vital to running their law practice. Legal professionals use their smartphones daily because they're convenient and effective, and so do their prospective clients. When you talk with attorneys about mobile marketing, ask them if they have a smartphone. Chances are they have one within reach at that very moment, and that will help illustrate just how pervasive mobile has become. Most attorneys aren't using mobile marketing yet. However, all we need to do is look at big law firms to see that mobile is a powerful tool for legal professionals. The biggest law firms increased their mobile presence by using mobile apps and mobile websites by 63% year over year from 2012 to 2013. The trend is growing with increasing speed, and it represents a tremendous opportunity for law firms to leverage technology to grow their practice. Law firms need to know that the leaders in their industry are embracing mobile, and they need to as well in order to compete. These days, it's not just attorneys and other professionals who rely on smartphones. More than 57% of the U.S. population owns a smartphone, and that number is increasing every day. All you need to do is look around to see the evidence. Any place where people have a free moment, you will see them using their smartphones. Whether it's waiting in line or sitting in a waiting room, people instinctively reach for their phones to pass the time. It has become an addiction. Most people already own a smartphone, and most smartphone users spend a massive amount of time using their device every day. The average is over 2 hours per day, which works out to somewhere around 13% of the day, depending on how much time is spent sleeping. But of course, most smartphone users even take their phone to bed with them. When you talk to lawyers about the power of mobile, ask them, do you think this trend is going away? Another phenomenon of the mobile revolution is something called multi-screening, which is simply using more than one screen or device at a time. 40% of smartphone users are browsing on their smartphones even while they're watching TV. Now, because of multi-screening, even TV commercials, which are one of the most expensive ways to advertise, can be far more effective when supported by mobile marketing. When people see a commercial for something they're interested in, such as an attorney, they frequently reach for their smartphone to do a little research. If they have a poor mobile experience, that often leads to a poor impression of the business and lost opportunity. Attorneys spend a lot of money on expensive methods of advertising. It's not unusual for them to spend hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars on marketing and advertising. Helping them to get a better return on those investments is a great way to add value as their marketing partner and earn their business. When people want information, whether at home or on the go, searching on their smartphone is often their first choice. So that means that mobile marketing is not just about reaching people who are on the go. It is one powerful aspect, but you need to think about the big picture. 77% of mobile searches are done when a PC or laptop is available. It's simply because it's faster and more convenient. As I mentioned on the last slide, when people are sitting on the couch watching TV and want more information, they almost always have their smartphone within reach, and it's their first option. People frequently begin their search on a mobile device and continue it later on a larger screen, or sometimes vice versa. It's important to offer a seamless experience from one device to another, or attorneys risk losing potential clients because they can't engage on the device of their choice. Mobile is a thread that runs through all of their marketing efforts and makes them more integrated and helps them all perform better. The big players in every industry, including legal, recognize the importance of mobile and are investing in their mobile presence just like in the early days of the internet. So clearly, mobile has reached critical mass. As Eric Schmidt of Google recently said, mobile is no longer winning. It has already won. Next, let's talk about another convincing reason why attorneys need to go mobile. Mobile converts. For legal professionals, mobile equals new clients and new cases. And remember, that is what they really want. Some people misjudge the effectiveness of mobile marketing because they don't consider the multiple types of conversions that come from having a mobile presence. Because of things like multi-screening and lack of tracking, it can be difficult to attribute new business to the appropriate source, but mobile contributes to several different types of conversions. When someone sees a TV commercial, billboard, or print ad, or even when they are given a referral from a friend and decide to use their smartphone to do some research and then decide to call and schedule a consultation based on what they found, mobile has played an important part in acquiring that lead, even though it started with an ad or a referral. It's important to help attorneys understand the different types of conversions that come from a mobile presence. Mobile makes it easy for people to call and schedule appointments and consultations. It makes it easy for people to get directions to their office. An effective mobile presence will encourage people to book consultations online and sign up for email lists and newsletters, and even allow people to submit questions for the attorney directly from their smartphone. This helps attorneys build their lists and nurture leads so they can turn them into prospects and clients. One reason that mobile converts at such a high rate is because it reaches prospects who are closer to making a buying decision. That is, closer to hiring an attorney. Mobile is effective during the early stages of the buying cycle known as awareness. However, mobile, and more specifically mobile search, is outstanding at connecting with people who are considering whether or not they should hire an attorney, people who are researching the attorney they want to hire, either because they discovered the attorney in a search or because they were referred by someone and are now checking them out online, and those people who are ready to hire a lawyer and just want to find contact information. By helping attorneys go mobile, you can help them target the right people at the right time and help them improve their overall return on their marketing dollars. Another powerful reason mobile converts so well is that mobile searches are typically done with intent, and so they usually lead to action. In fact, 77% of the time, mobile searches lead to additional action. That is, making a call, getting directions, or scheduling a consultation. Remember, mobile helps convert leads that come from all sources because smartphones are the easiest way for people to find information and contact other people. If an attorney is difficult to find or contact using a smartphone, they risk losing even the most motivated leads. More good news is that mobile searches usually lead to quick action. 85% of the time it's within 5 hours, which is when their intent to hire someone is the highest. Especially when it comes to legal matters, people searching on a mobile device are usually highly motivated to find a solution. A strong mobile presence allows attorneys to provide their prospective clients with what they want when they want it, and that will provide them with new clients and new cases, which is like oxygen for their practice. Law firms must have new clients and cases if they are to survive. Next, let's talk about another convincing reason that attorneys need to go mobile. Mobile converts. For legal professionals, mobile equals new clients and new cases. And remember, that is what they really want. Some people misjudge the effectiveness of mobile marketing because they don't consider the multiple types of conversions that come from having a mobile presence. Because of things like multi-screening and lack of tracking, it can be difficult to attribute new business to the appropriate source. But mobile contributes to different types of conversions in several different ways. When someone sees a TV commercial, billboard, or print ad, or even when they are given a referral from a friend and decide to use their smartphone to do some research and then decide to call and schedule a consultation based on what they find, mobile has played an important part in acquiring that lead, even though it started with an ad or a referral. It's important to help attorneys understand the different types of conversions that come from a mobile presence. Mobile makes it easy for people to call and schedule appointments and consultations. It makes it easy for people to get directions to their office. An effective mobile presence will encourage people to book consultations and sign up for email lists and newsletters, and even allow people to submit questions for the attorney directly from their smartphone. This helps attorneys to build their lists and nurture leads so that they can turn them into prospects and clients. Now, let's talk about big reason number 3 for why attorneys need to go mobile. And this is one that appeals both emotionally and logically. Not having a mobile-friendly presence hurts their image and credibility, which ultimately causes them to lose business and potential profits. Attorneys often use their personal name and their image in their marketing. They know that building trust is a key to their success. Unfortunately, not being mobile-friendly doesn't build trust. It destroys it. Research has shown that when people see a business that hasn't made the efforts to present a good image online, which includes being mobile-friendly, they equate that with the business simply not caring. Nobody wants to hire a lawyer who doesn't care. More research has shown that without a mobile-friendly site, 40% of the time, prospects will leave a site and go to a competitor. This includes the people that were brought in with expensive advertising methods like TV, radio, and billboards, as well as the leads from pay-per-click campaigns, search engine optimization, and social media. It even includes those precious prospects who were referred directly from previous clients and painstaking networking activities. A bad mobile site may mean that an attorney who is working hard and spending money to promote their practice is just generating leads for their competition. And speaking of those precious referrals, 57% of users say they will not recommend a business with a poorly designed mobile website. Without a mobile-friendly online presence, attorneys are missing out on the chance to build social proof from reviews, and that is a huge lost opportunity. Social media can be a great source of new clients for lawyers, but without an effective mobile presence, lawyers will fail to take full advantage of the opportunity. 57% of Facebook use is mobile. 78% of Twitter use is mobile. In fact, 60% of mobile users use their device daily for social networking activities. So that means that there's a very good chance that social traffic will come from a mobile device. And it's very important to integrate social into the mobile experience in order to amplify brand presence and truly make social media work. Most people who have smartphones use social media, and most people who use social media do so from a mobile device. Law firms that are active on social media but don't have a mobile-friendly website make excellent prospects. They have embraced digital marketing to some degree, and they're already investing time and/or money. Once you help them to understand that most people using social media are mobile, they will better understand why they need to go mobile. Not only does not being mobile hurt attorneys' image and credibility with prospects, it hurts their credibility and authority with the search engines. In fact, Google says, from an SEO perspective, websites without easy-to-use mobile versions may fall in search ranking, making it more difficult for your customers to find you. It's even been said that without mobile SEO, there is no SEO. Mobile marketing is often the weak link in practice marketing, and helping law firms understand the value of mobile and helping them to fix the problem is a great way to land clients and build trust. Speaking of lost opportunity, it's important to keep in mind that mobile is our favorite way to search for local businesses like attorneys. In fact, 2 out of 3 searches for local information are done by mobile users, and that number is increasing every day. That means that an attorney who ignores mobile is focusing on a shrinking demographic. As we discussed earlier, these searches are highly valuable because they're usually done with intent, so they lead to a high rate of conversion, which means they lead to new clients and new cases. Remember, mobile marketing doesn't exist in a vacuum. It can impact all facets of marketing. Not having a mobile-friendly presence will make traditional marketing, SEO, pay-per-click, and social media less effective. Once attorneys understand that mobile is a vital piece to all of their marketing efforts, they begin to see that it is something they simply must address. I think by now I have made it clearly evident that attorneys and law firms need to go mobile. Remember these 3 big reasons. The internet has gone mobile, and mobile is a dominant force in online marketing. Mobile marketing reaches the right people at the right time. Mobile converts. Mobile converts to profits. Mobile is now so important that not being mobile friendly hurts their image and credibility, and it handicaps all of their other marketing efforts. By helping attorneys go mobile, you can help them reach an ever-growing source of online traffic that has been proven to convert to new clients and cases, all while helping them to improve their image and increase the return they get on all of their marketing and advertising. Using mobile as your hook for starting the conversation allows you to target a specific problem and provide a solution that delivers results, which leads to opportunities to provide more services and increase your monthly recurring income. Now we're going to talk about how to implement an attorney mobile marketing prospecting campaign. Offering to help attorneys go mobile can be a great way to land new clients. The Go Mobile Lead Automator is an excellent tool for finding leads for a mobile marketing campaign. When you use the tool to find leads, you'll know if they have a mobile-friendly site or not. I suggest that you market to both those that do not have a mobile site and those that do, but you should customize the message for each group. Attorneys who don't have a mobile site need to understand the value of mobile and how it impacts all of their marketing. As part of this program, you now have a white paper you can give away to attract leads and educate them about the power of mobile so you can offer them a mobile site. Attorneys that do have a mobile website probably already understand the value of mobile marketing, but most still aren't taking full advantage of it, and they will also benefit from the white paper. And because most of them have terrible mobile sites that aren't optimized for conversion, they make good prospects for better mobile sites as well as mobile apps and other marketing services. Now I'm going to show you how to use the Go Mobile Lead Automator tool to find leads. Module 2 of this program is all about the Lead Automator tool, so by now you should have downloaded and activated your copy and already be familiar with the software, so I won't take time explaining all of that. Instead, I'm going to focus on the exact steps you should take to generate leads for this attorney mobile marketing prospecting campaign. When you open up the software, you're going to be on the Leads tab. In the keyword field, enter your keyword, something like personal injury attorney. I suggest that you choose a specific type of attorney to target. There's lots of different types of attorneys, and some of them just spend more on their marketing than others. Personal injury attorneys or accident attorneys are some of the best prospects. DUI attorneys, criminal attorneys, and divorce or family law attorneys are also great choices. If you do just search for the keyword attorney, you're going to end up with a list that isn't as targeted. And ideally, you really want to be able to focus on a specific type of attorney so you can customize your messages to them and so you can target those that are already spending the most on marketing. Either way, you're probably going to find that a few different practice specialties end up listed in your results. And that's because many law firms work in several areas of the law. It's also because some of them are just listed in the wrong category online, and because those that have a dominant online presence show up in a variety of searches and rank well for a variety of different terms. So you can either filter your list out when you're done, or just use a slightly more general message when you send out your messages. Next, you're going to want to enter a location. For this example, I'm going to use Dallas. It can be a specific city or region. I suggest that you do start with the city that you live in. We've given you email and phone scripts, and it is possible to do all of this without ever leaving your house. But ultimately, you will have a higher closing rate if you meet with people face-to-face, especially when you're going after big checks. Next, you just select the appropriate Google country URL. And I suggest that you keep all of these boxes checked over here. If you're going to uncheck any of them, the first one I would suggest may be the deal sites. There really aren't a lot of attorneys that are running Groupons or living social ads. And the only reason you'd uncheck any of them is the more data that you have the tool search for, the longer the search will take. Now, it is possible to run this search quickly by unchecking all of the boxes, and you might consider that because you can always come back to the Research Leads tab, upload your list, and get the data that you missed the first time. But I would suggest checking all of the boxes and getting all of the data up front. In this campaign, we're going to be targeting leads based on whether or not they have a mobile optimized site or not. And as I mentioned earlier in this video, when you do find leads that are spending money on pay-per-click or actively marketing on Facebook and Twitter, but are not mobile optimized, those are some of the best prospects because they're wasting money on lost opportunity. If you want to use proxies, check this box to set them up. Using proxies will spread the web requests out over various IP addresses. One advantage to using proxies is that some of the sites that the tool uses to gather information have limits in place, and after a certain number of searches from one IP address, they won't return any more data for a certain period of time. One of the examples of one of these fields that runs into limitations is owner first name and owner last name. If you run a lot of searches in a short period of time without proxies, eventually you won't get the owner information on your list. It isn't vital that you get that info, but it can be very helpful. So you may want to use proxies and or limit the number of lists that you run each day. Now, just click the Find Leads button and let the software do its magic. The software will run anywhere from a few minutes to an hour, depending on how much data you let it collect. You can minimize the window and let it work in the background, but if you don't use proxies and you run a Google search in a browser while the tool is running, don't be surprised if you're asked to enter CAPTCHA. The tool is sending a lot of requests to the internet from your IP. Let's let the tool run for a bit and see what we get. Okay, so the tool has been running for about 15 minutes. You can see that it is 18% complete, and so far we've gathered 36 leads. In this case, we haven't gotten owner first name and owner last name. I'm not terribly concerned about that. I typically don't use that information, and we've still got a ton of valuable information to go with here. You can see that a good number of these leads do have email addresses already. The ones that don't, it may be a good idea for you to make a phone call and gather some email addresses, or even hire an outsourcer to do that for you. There's lots of useful data here that we can use to target these prospects and identify the problems that they have that we're able to fix for them. Things like whether or not they're ranking on the first page, either through the organic results or showing up on the map. You may target those that are not ranking and offer SEO services. And as we go through the data coming back, you can see that some of them have bad reviews. If you want to focus on reputation management or reputation marketing, these may be good prospects to go after. You may even decide to focus on those that have some reviews but don't yet have a Google score. They need to have at least 5 reviews on Google before they can get a score. The tool has also returned reviews that they have on several other review sites, the number they have, and whether or not they're good or bad. Shows whether or not they're using images on their website, videos, and as I mentioned, not many of them running Groupons or living social offers. And as we keep moving over, one of the main pieces of data that we're looking for this campaign is whether or not they have a mobile optimized site. And you can see that many of them do not, making them great prospects to offer mobile sites to. And several of them do have mobile optimized sites, making them great prospects to offer improved mobile sites, those that are optimized for conversion or even offering them mobile apps. I prefer to download all of the data when it's done and work in a spreadsheet, but the tool also has a great filter tool. And so if we just click Open Filter, we can go through and even filter this list while it is still searching, just for example's sake. I'm going to go to Mobile Optimized Site. It's set to equal to, and I'm going to put did not find. When I apply the filter, now we've filtered it down to 16 leads that currently do not have a mobile optimized website. Like we were talking about before, if you target those that are already using marketing that is much more effective when combined with a mobile-friendly presence, you have some really hot prospects. And so one of those that we talked about are those that are marketing on Facebook, because remember, 60% of Facebook users are using it from the mobile device. Anybody who clicks on a link on a Facebook page from their mobile device and goes to a web page that is not mobile optimized is likely to bounce, leave the site, and signals lost opportunity for the attorney. So let's filter out this list and just look at some that do not have a mobile optimized site but are active in marketing on Facebook. So let's go to Facebook posts in the last 30 days. Let's change this to greater than, say, 10. Apply the filter again. And at this point, we've now got 2 hot prospects that are actively marketing on Facebook but do not have a mobile-friendly presence. If we scroll over here, we can see that of these leads that do not have the mobile-friendly site, both of them have made 11 Facebook posts in the last 30 days. So they're actively putting effort into marketing on Facebook, and they're very likely sending that traffic to a non-mobile optimized presence. That lost opportunity makes them prime prospects. Now, my preferred approach is to let the tool gather as much data as possible and as many leads as possible and download it all into a spreadsheet so that I can filter it there and use it in a variety of different ways. We've got a ton of useful data. We've identified lots of leads that have lots of problems that we can solve. And so I would simply reset this filter, close it, and let the tool run. Usually, you'll get about 200 leads. When you select the leads here, it will only select as many as 75 at a time. And so if you've got 200 leads, you'll simply need to download them in batches. Download the first 75 using the Select All button, and then delete those. Click Save and save your list. Delete those. and start the process over again. When you click the checkbox again, you'll highlight the next 75 leads. You click Save Selected, you'll download those into a CSV file, delete those, and then move on to the final 50 remaining leads. You'll have 3 different spreadsheets that you can work as different lists or just combine into one big list. So I'm going to go ahead and let the tool run. I'm going to get my 200 leads, get as much data as I can, and then move on to the next step. Okay, so now we've used the Go Mobile Leads Automator to find a list of leads based on our selected keywords and location. Next, we want to create 2 lists. We can do that either by using the built-in filter in the Leads Automator or just by working with the spreadsheet of leads that we've saved. We've got 2 prospecting email templates to use. So we want to create one list of attorneys that do not have a mobile optimized site and a list of attorneys that do have a mobile optimized site. And next, we're going to cover how to contact leads using the Go Mobile Lead Automator. We could simply start emailing, messaging, and calling leads right now. We've got a lot of data to work with. However, you're going to get better results if you set up a funnel and follow-up system first. As part of this program, I've included a done-for-you funnel and follow-up system. The first component is the prospecting script, and I've included one for those that are not mobile optimized and one for those that do already have a mobile optimized. Now we're going to take a look at a marketing audit report that has been completed and personalized. I'm going to go through where you get all of the data to complete the report, what sites you're going to want to use to show your prospect as evidence of these problems, and then why each one of these issues is important to improving their online presence and helping them to get better results. So the first thing that we did is customize the report just with the name of the firm and the URL. And then after we went through each section, totaled up their score for each individual section, gave them a grade, and gave them a total grade. This particular attorney got an F. You'll find that many of them do, and you'll certainly want to handle that tactfully when you're reviewing this report with them. They don't like seeing Fs. They're not used to seeing Fs. They didn't get through law school by getting a lot of Fs. So you definitely want to point out the things that need to be fixed, but you should phrase things in the light of that this is a great opportunity, all this room for improvement. These things are going to help us get much better results, and don't spend too much time harping on the things that they're doing wrong. They probably already know that there's some things that aren't being done or that are being done wrong, or else they probably wouldn't even be talking to you. I like to color code the scores and the grades here. Anything that is above 90%, I'm going to color code green. Between 70 and 89, yellow, and anything below 70 is going to be red, really helping it to jump off the page and identify it as a major problem that needs to be fixed. You'll see that there are 3 sections to the report. There's the Google score, the on-site score, and the off-site score. 3 major areas that need to be addressed in order to truly get the best results. So first up is the Google score. The reason that Google gets its own section is that the majority of online searches are done through Google. And so by giving Google what they want, you have a big opportunity to improve your results. It's where most of the traffic is coming from, so let's make sure that we optimize for them. If we scroll down here, we'll move to the first section, the Google section, and question number 1 is simply, are they ranking on the first page of Google for their main keyword? Now, you can get this data from the report you'll get from the Go Mobile Leads Automator. It is based on whatever keyword you used to search, and so you do want to make sure that when you're grading them that you take into account the keyword that they're actually targeting on their website. In this particular example, I searched for personal injury attorney. When I got to their website, I noticed that they're really targeting trial attorney. So since that's what they're targeting, that's what I graded this report based on. Either way, a quick Google search for trial attorney is going to show me that their page is nowhere to be found here. this is a good opportunity to start educating them on what's actually on the page. Most people don't really know what they're looking at when they look at a Google search results page, and so breaking down the different sections and explaining that to them and how it can be to their advantage is a great way to start laying the foundation and establishing yourself as an online marketing expert and somebody that they really want to trust. So at the top of the page, featured most prominently, are our Google ads. So only way to get here is through an AdWords account and by doing Google AdWords and pay-per-click. Next we see the Dallas Trial Lawyers Association. So basically a directory site for a local association. It ranks highly because Google likes to show a lot of diversity within their search results, and they've hit the main target keyword both in their page title and in the description of their page. So since this page is ranking, trial lawyers in Dallas should be listed on this website. Gives them the opportunity to be discovered through the visitor or by the visitors of that website, and will also probably give them a very valuable backlink and citation for their business. Next we see a couple of individual firm websites showing up here, but one of them clearly stands out, and that is obviously this one because of the image showing up. The image is showing up because they have implemented authorship on this page. Authorship is simply something that Google created to allow people to claim authorship of their work online. They realized that in their effort to fight web spam, that associating authors with content would help them to do so, because most people that are producing garbage and spam online tend to do it anonymously, and the people that are producing good content are willing to sign or claim or take credit for their work. So they created a simple system for you to claim authorship of your work by linking your Google Plus profile to the pages of your blog. So this attorney has done so. As a result, her picture shows up in the search results, and you can bet a lot more people click on this website than the websites around it, simply because it stands out. So while reports will tell you that implementing authorship does not directly improve search rankings, they will also tell you that it increases click-through. And increased click-through leads to Google associating more relevance, more authority, and more trust, which in turn leads to higher rankings. So whether directly or indirectly, having authorship on your site and on your blog is a huge component to improving your results, both from search ranking and for click-throughs. So if we look at some of the other results showing up on the page here, we've got more individual attorneys, another attorney that is using authorship, and then we've got a job board site down here. It's very typical to see diversity in search result pages. Ads, individual websites, directory sites. Google likes to show diversity to make sure that people are really getting what they're searching for. The more specific the search, the less diversity you tend to see there. I'll give you another example. First search was for trial lawyer. This is for trial attorney. And while they're basically the same term, they are going to get us different results, and they are truly unique keywords. So we still see AdWord ads showing up, but now
Alright, so in this video we're going to talk about Google AdWords and why some AdWords campaigns do very well and why others are not successful and quite frankly can fail. So we're going to go through that, and I'm going to show you some examples and all that. So let's get into it. So the first thing we want to just reiterate here is why Google is king. Okay, and so this is why the majority of this program, as you notice, is focused around Google in one way or another, right? Whether it be some of the stuff that Jeff's showing you about search engine optimization, or having mobile websites, or reputation, you know, all that kind of stuff, that all has to do with Google, right? People searching in Google and finding you in Google. So it's very important because a lot of these attorneys, some of them have tried AdWords and they failed, and I'm going to talk to you in this video why that is. Other attorneys have never tried AdWords at all, and they're doing things like billboards and TV and radio advertising and all that kind of stuff, where they can get a much higher return on investment from Google. And by the way, I know this because I've seen behind the scenes of my attorney clients that do all types of other advertising like TV and billboard and newspaper ads and radio and all that kind of stuff, and I've seen that the lowest cost per conversion, the lowest cost per lead, and basically the best return on investment that they're getting comes from Google. And in my case, my experience and my specialty is obviously with Google AdWords, and that's what I've seen, an incredible return on investment. So let's talk about that today. So the reason why, very important for you to realize this, okay? So you can explain this to an attorney when you're speaking to them. It's very important that you understand the difference between TV, so like billboards and TV, that's what I call interruption advertising, right? So interruption advertising is like, I hope enough people drive by this billboard where maybe a few people will be interested enough in my message, and I interrupt them while they're driving, and maybe they're interested enough to give me a call. There's that, and then there's Google, where they're literally going into Google and typing in a search for Google, right? So like the example I commonly give is if someone is typing into Google personal injury attorney in Dallas, they're probably looking to hire a personal injury attorney in Dallas that week. Right? So that is, aside from a personal referral, right? Aside from someone saying, hey, this is the best attorney in the world, you have to go see them, right? Aside from a personal referral, which, by the way, you need to get a lot of clients in order to generate referrals. The more clients you get from Google and do a good job for them, the more referrals that attorney will get. So as far as advertising and marketing is concerned, Google is the highest quality lead, right? Because again, it's a red hot lead. They're searching, finding, and calling you. They've already taken an action, and they're much closer to becoming a client than someone that you simply interrupt with your advertising. So very, very important for you to realize that, and for you to be able to communicate that with other attorneys. If they've never tried Google advertising, Google AdWords, like I'm going to show you, but they've done, billboards and TV and other stuff, you can explain to them that there's a big difference, right? Google, it's people searching for you, and you only get charged when someone clicks on your ad. With Google AdWords, you only get charged when someone clicks on your ad. So it means they've actually done a search specifically for you, and you're not even getting charged unless they actually click on your ad and go to your landing page. And we'll talk about landing pages in this presentation as well. So very, very important for you to realize that. One more thing I want to mention here is with regards to yellow pages. So, I spoke with an attorney who said, I used to be doing $1 million a year, and now my business has been cut in half almost. I'm only doing about $600,000 a year now. He basically said he was making his million from the yellow pages. That's how he was doing. And now he's like, less and less people are searching for the yellow pages, right? I mean, think about it. When was the last time, I don't even remember the last time I saw a yellow pages. I don't even use a yellow pages as a door stopper anymore. I don't even have one in my house, right? There's no need for a yellow page because you can just simply go on Google. So Google is the new yellow pages. So you may talk with a lot of attorneys, especially some of the old school attorneys who have been around for a long time and used to have a lot of success from the yellow pages, and you can communicate to them that Google is the new yellow pages. If your business has gone down recently because the yellow pages is not as effective, that's because people are searching Google instead of the yellow pages, and that's only going to continue to grow more and more, especially with the huge growth in people searching from their phones and all that kind of stuff that Google is just dominating. So very important for you to realize that. So here's just a screenshot so you can see, right? You can see these top 3 results here are ads. Always when you do a Google search, the top 3 results here are ads. And just recently Google added a little tab next to each one that says ads. Right, so actually, there's a little thing next to each ad that says ad. So it's actually more clear that they're an ad. And I've been getting some questions recently from people saying, "Oh, have you seen that Google added that little tab next to each ad that clearly identifies that it's an ad? Do you think that's going to hurt our results?" And I have not seen any. All right, in this video we're going to talk about the importance of a landing page, specifically with Google AdWords, sending your traffic to a high converting landing page like the ones that you have provided for you pre-written in your landing page generator, and why these are so important for you. Okay, so very important for you to realize, and this is actually my favorite template out of the templates in the landing page generator. And you can see you get to put a call to action in this blue strip across the top. You may be entitled to financial compensation, call now. And this is a proven landing page formula. Okay, so this logo here on the top left, this call now for your free consultation on the top right for attorneys, and then you have the opt-in box right underneath that. Okay, and then here you're going to have either a video or an image. Okay, either one. You can see if I go to the landing page generator here, you have a choice. You can either put in an image, a JPEG, or a video in this section here. Okay, so in this one it has a video. Now the cool thing is you can just grab any video straight from YouTube. Let me show you actually how you can do that really easily. So if you have an attorney, a client, so actually, let me explain a couple reasons where you're going to use this landing page before I show you how to grab the video from YouTube. So this landing page is actually great for a couple reasons. Number one, it converts really well to Google AdWords traffic. So obviously when you set up the Google AdWords campaign using the step-by-step instructions that I show you in this program, you're going to send that traffic to a landing page. You're going to put one of these landing pages up online for the clients, following the step-by-step instructions. Again, next to every single one of these landing pages is a link called Publish, and if you just click on that Publish link, it shows you step-by-step instructions on how to put these landing pages up online onto any website. Okay, so you have step-by-step instructions on how to do that after you click the Publish link in your landing page generator next to any one of the landing pages. Okay, so a couple things though. You can actually use these landing pages, right? These are landing page mock-ups that you can actually use to land clients as well. So again, you're going to use these landing pages and put them up online and drive the AdWords traffic to these landing pages because they're going to convert way better than just a normal website. But also, you can use these landing page mock-ups to land clients. So let's say here's a personal injury attorney landing page that you have pre-written for you. And, you could, if you're prospecting for personal injury attorneys, you can say, hey, let's say they're already advertising on Google and you see that they don't have a landing page. Like this guy. Actually, let me show you. I just saw this example. I just did a quick Google search and I clicked on one of the ads, and this is the website. This is what I got dropped on. Okay, so basically, this is not as effective as a landing page, obviously, right? So if someone clicks on your ad and you go here, right, and then it's like, oh, news and articles, services, welcome, links, personal injury, visas, immigration, all this kind of stuff. So let's say I'm interested in personal injury. I land on this page. Then I'm like, okay, I see all this other stuff. Oh, personal injury. Okay, let me click there, personal injury. And then it still has all this other stuff up here. And it's like one paragraph about personal injury. I mean, it's pretty amazing, how some of these people. So this is not effective, okay? Driving traffic to some main website like this is just not effective. And again, there's missing some very important components. First of all, there's no call now for your free consultation up here on the top right, like we have on the landing page. There's no headline. Headlines have been proven to be one of the most important factors of conversion, having a good headline that draws people in right away. There's no headline here. There's no bullet points. This is look at these long jumbled together paragraphs. It's not good for conversion. And I'll show you, like one of the things about conversion is that you want to make it really easy on the eyes. So here you see you hit this page, right? You have the strong call to action up here, another call to action actually on top. You may be entitled to financial compensation because, look, the fact of the matter is, someone who's searching for a personal injury attorney, they're looking for financial compensation. They want money, right? That's what they want. And that's why this headline says, if you've been injured in an accident, you may be entitled to a large financial settlement. With our help, you can get the settlement you deserve. That's what they want. They want a large financial settlement. They want the settlement they deserve. And then you see we don't have long, jumbled together paragraphs here. We have bullet points, right? Our experienced attorneys can help you find caring and compassionate doctors, pay medical bills, avoid financial difficulty when unable to work, obtain compensation for pain and suffering. Our law firm is capable of handling all levels of personal injury and wrongful death cases. Learn how we can determine your case's maximum value. By knowing that, we can hold out for every penny. We won't back down until we get you a settlement that's fair. If you're in need of an attorney that will give you a dedicated, courteous, and professional representation, call us now, right? Call now for your free consultation. And then there's just some more text here, right? If you've been injured in a car, truck, motorcycle, bicycle, construction accident, or someone you know has been involved in a wrongful death incident, then let us help you get the money you deserve, right? So these are all benefits. This is what people want. They want money. You're giving them all the biggest benefits. It's very easy on the eyes. So one of the most important things about conversion and copywriting, this is good copy on this page, and one of the most important factors of that is making it easy on the eyes. So you don't want long, jumbled together paragraph. You don't want tiny print, right? Like this guy has this tiny print, long jumbled together paragraphs, very difficult to read, no headline, no bullet points, and not to mention the fact that if someone is looking for a personal injury attorney, they don't want to have to search around and have to find somewhere to go, right? So it's very important. So and people have what's called online ADD. And online ADD means that if you send the traffic to some main website, they're going to click around there and go here and go there and go to your blog, and that's not what you want. And so you notice that these landing pages, they don't have any links across the top and no links down the bottom here, and that is on purpose, okay? We purposely want to keep people focused on one decision marketing, right? One decision marketing means we want people to take one decision. We want to put our best foot forward, and what is the goal? So if you think about it, right? If someone clicks on your ad for personal injury attorney, what is the goal? The goal is for someone to call for a free consultation. That is the goal. That's step one, right? Step one is call now for a free consultation. That's what we want them to do. We want them to pick up the phone and call the office. So that's the whole entire goal of this page, right? To take them put your best foot forward and give them all the information they need. That's very easy to consume. They don't have to read long pages. They get to this page. They see the biggest benefits of why they should call you, and there's multiple call to actions. If they can't call now, they can enter their information here, right? So that's what you want, and that's why landing pages are so effective and work so well. Okay, so you want to follow this model here and really just follow the pre-written landing pages, but that's why landing pages will convert much better than a website like the one I just showed you, right? These landing pages are going to have a much higher conversion than a website like that. And again, the other thing is that if someone clicks on your personal injury ad, they should be dropped directly on the personal injury landing page. If someone clicks on an ad for IRS attorney, they should be dropped right on the IRS attorney landing page. If they click on an ad for foreclosure defense attorney, they should be dropped right on the foreclosure defense attorney landing page, right? So, right, pretty self-explanatory. So, again, you can use these landing page mock-ups to land attorney clients. You can say, hey, I noticed you don't even have a landing page. Did you know that you could dramatically increase the amount of leads you're getting for the same amount of money spent if you just had a high converting landing page? The most important aspect of conversion, right? And so many attorneys don't even know what a landing page is. And so if you want to get in the door with them, you can say, hey, can I create a landing page mock-up for you to show you what that would look like? You can use that as a tool as well. It's actually not something I do very often. I don't create landing page mock-ups ahead of time for attorneys very often, but it's definitely something you can use as a tool, and it's already completely done for you. And so you can actually take a screenshot of their logo from their website and upload it into the section here in the landing page generator with a logo. You just choose the file and upload it there if you took a screenshot. And then the video here, let me go to YouTube and show you real quick. So I just went to YouTube. I already typed in Injury Attorney Dallas. If I click on this link here for this video, okay, let me pause that video. And then right underneath this video, every video in YouTube, right underneath it is going to be a share button. So there's a button that says share, and you click on that share button, and then there's something that says embed, and you click on that embed, and then there's a code. You can literally just copy that code from right here. I copy that code, and then I go put that in my landing page generator. So again, really simple. Under every video, there's a share button. You click the share button, then you click embed, and then there's a code. You can copy that code. You can paste it right here in the landing page generator where the video media is. Or if they don't have a video, you can simply upload an image, any image that you want, right? So for an injury attorney, you might have an image of, a car crash or something, and you have that, and you upload that image there, and then instead of a video here, it would be an image of a car crash, right? So that's essentially what you would want, what you want to do. A couple other things I want to show you on this landing page is these links across the bottom here. So you see we have privacy policy, terms, and contact. So that's to satisfy Google. If it was up to me, we'd have no links on here at all, because we don't want people to get distracted at all. We want people to stay completely focused, no distractions, pick up the phone and call for the free consultation. That is the goal, right? But Google likes to see privacy policy and terms and a contact us page, so we have these links tiny at the bottom here: privacy policy, terms, and contact. Okay, so that's really the sole purpose of these there. And by the way, with the landing page generator, these are preloaded, a generic privacy policy and a generic terms. So when you follow the instructions for putting your landing page up online, after you click the publish link next to any of your landing pages, you'll see step-by-step instructions, and you'll also see instructions for putting the privacy policy and terms pages up online, which are already, generic privacy policy and terms already done for you. So that is it. That is really all I wanted to show you here. This is a proven landing page formula, so follow it. Use it as a tool to land clients, these mock-ups, and when you're speaking with clients, always educate them on the importance of a high-converting landing page and how it can dramatically improve their results. And so that's you, again, educating them. They're going to look up to you as the expert, as the authority, and as this, landing page expert, And so, for example, if an attorney says to you, oh, yeah, I tried Google AdWords. I had some Dex-Knows or Yodel do it for me, and it didn't really work out, and say, oh, did they create a high-converting landing page for you? And they'll be like, I don't know. What's that, right? And it's like, oh, well, that's the most important part of the success of any AdWords campaign is having a high-converting landing page, right? Because with AdWords, you're only paying when someone clicks on your ad. So when someone clicks on your ad, you need to have a page that converts a high amount of those clicks into leads. And that's why you need a specific high-converting landing page. You never want to send the traffic to your main website. And that's what I specialize in. I specialize in creating these high-converting landing pages, as well as good high-converting ads, which is another important component of the success of your campaign. And we also know exactly which keywords and ads and everything to use for your campaign. So, that's why we have so much success when we work with attorneys. So, again, that's just off the top of my head how you can talk to them. But in this video, I just wanted to kind of explain the landing page layout and why it is so effective. Pretty much every top marketer in the world that I know of uses landing pages, and this is a landing page template that's specifically Google friendly. Okay, you need a landing page that's Google friendly and very good for attorneys and local businesses in general, but this is a proven template for attorneys using Google AdWords. So just stick to the formula and you'll have great success. Alright, so in this video I'm going to show you how you can easily set up your Google AdWords campaigns. So you only really need to worry about this after you have landed a client. So after you have landed a client, you would set up a Google AdWords campaign, and remember, every client needs to have their own unique Google AdWords campaign. They would have their own unique Google AdWords login and their own Google AdWords campaign, obviously. You don't want to be running 5 different clients out of one account. First of all, each account needs to have its own unique billing information in there anyway. So, I'm going to show you how to set it up. So when you log into any account, you'll see here, create your first campaign. So I just set up this demo account here so you can see. So I'll click on create my first campaign. And then what you're always going to want to do, the first thing you're always going to want to do here is you're going to want to change this to search network only. Okay, so you're going to select from the drop down here, search network only. Display network is when your ads show on websites, right? So if there's a website that accepts Google ads and your ad can show on the side of that website, that's much lower quality traffic. Search network is literally when someone goes to google.com and types into the search box, a keyword, and your ad appears at the top of the page. So search traffic is the highest quality traffic, in my opinion, because it's someone who's going into Google and searching for you, right? So if they go into Google and they type in family law attorney and they see your ad at the top of the page, that's probably someone who's looking to hire a family law attorney that week. Very, very high quality lead. So this is a big mistake. A lot of people do search and display network, and that's a big mistake. You never want to do that. You only want to do search network only, and so that's going to get you your highest quality traffic, okay? So here we're going to do, I'm just going to name it family law, okay? So this is for a family law attorney. Okay, and then I'm just going to go down here. So that's the first part. I do always just leave that checked, okay? So Google Search Network or Search Partners. So that could be, for instance, some website that allows you to do a Google search, has like a search bar on their website or something like that. But for the most part, it's going to be people searching on google.com. But either way, it's search traffic. So that's fine. You're going to leave that checked. Devices, it says all ads will show on all eligible devices by default. I'll show you how you can change that later on and adjust that if you want, but for now we'll just continue on. Okay, here is where you're going to choose your location. Now, you can choose, typically you're going to want to choose, you can choose either a city. So for example, let's say I want to, target Cleveland, Ohio, okay? And what you're going to want to do is, what's interesting, if I type in Cleveland all the way, is you'll see, let's see. So you'll see you have Cleveland, Ohio, here, the city, and then also if you look down here, let me show you here. If you look down here, you see Cleveland, Akron, Ohio, Nielsen DMA region. So this is just the city of Cleveland, 755,000 people. This is Cleveland, Akron, Canton, which is 5 million people. So that's like all of the Cleveland suburbs going all the way out to Akron, which I think is like a half-hour away or something. So, depending on how much you want to do, you can select targeting this way. Now, let me show you another way to do targeting, though, which is very relevant for local businesses, is to do click on this here, which is Advanced Search, okay? So you click on Advanced Search, and then what you're going to want to do is click on Radius Targeting right here. So you click on Radius Targeting, okay? And then you enter in an address here, okay? So you can enter, I don't know if it's going to show anything here. Let me just do 123 Main Street, comma, Cleveland, Ohio. Let's see what happens there, okay? And then you hit the search button here after you've typed in. So typically you'd put in the business address, okay? And I like a 20-mile radius is a pretty good radius, okay? You can expand it a little more, and you can maybe even ask your client if they want to expand it a little more, especially if they're in a rural area. You might expand it a little more. If you're in a major city, you probably want to keep it to 20 miles, okay? If you think about it, right? Our people typically don't travel 40, 50 miles to see an attorney, right, for the most part. So you want to keep it relevant because you don't want to be getting clicks from people that are 40 miles away. So let's say so you want to keep this generally a 20-mile radius unless it's a really rural area where maybe people do drive 30, 40 miles, to see an attorney. So then I'll click search, and let's see. And apparently there is a 123 Main Street in Cleveland, Ohio. So if I wanted to do that, there you go. I hit the search button. I would just click add. Okay, so I'll click the add button and it added it. And there you go. It's added the 20-mile radius around 123 Main Street in Cleveland, Ohio. Now I'll click done. And there it is. It's targeting that area right there. So again, you can choose by the name of the city or a 20-mile radius around the business, which oftentimes I used to target by city. Now more often I target by a radius around the office because it just gives you kind of more targeted clients there. Okay, so I'll scroll down here. I don't really touch this. I just keep the languages as English. I don't really touch anything there. And then I always select on the bid strategy here. You're going to always select I'll manually set my bids for clicks. You're never going to let AdWords set your bids for you. Okay, you're going to say I'll manually set my bids for clicks. Okay, and then so for a family law attorney. Now I have in here recommendations because I'm familiar with family law attorney, okay? So I actually have on here, I have some, the keywords and ads that I'm going to use to save time here. I've already done, got my basic keywords. So what I typically do is, you want to start high. See, here's the thing about bid, right? Your bid. You want to start high enough where you're going to be in one of the top 3 positions on the page. If you bid too low, like if I just put in a $2 bid here, I'm probably going to end up in position number 8 on the page, if I even end up on page 1 at all, right? If I put a $4 bid here, I might end up on the bottom right-hand side of the page when people do a Google search. Okay, so as a matter of fact, let me even bring one up here. Okay, I'll even do a Google search for you here. So if I do family law attorney. Okay. So, okay, here's the top 3 positions at the top of the page, and here is, down the right side of the page, okay? So if I bid like $4 a click, I'm probably going to end up right here. Now the problem with that, and now if I bid high, if I bid $30 a click, I'll probably be number one every time, right here. Okay? So really, ideally, when you're first starting out, you want to make sure you're in one of the top 3 positions on the page. If you end up being down here on the page, it's going to really mess up the results of your campaign. You're going to get a really low click-through rate, meaning that the amount of clicks you get on your ads is going to be really low. Now, Google rewards you for having a high click-through rate. Now, there's been a lot of studies and eye charts that show that when someone does a Google search, right away the first places that their eyes go are right here. So they have like heat maps where you can see where people look, and these top 3 positions is exactly where people's eyes go. So you're going to get a much higher click-through rate, which means you're obviously going to get more leads for your clients. You are going to pay more per click to be in one of the top 3 positions than you would be to be down here, but you're going to have a higher click-through rate, and Google will typically reward you, and you're going to get way more leads. Okay? So when you're starting out, you always want to be in these top 3 positions. Now later on down the road, you'll be able to optimize your campaign. So if you see that you're overpaying, so if you, let's say, set your bid to $20 a click, and you see later on, you go and check your stats, after you set up your campaign, you go and check your stats, and you see that you're paying on average about $15 a click, and you're always in position number 1. Well, then you might say to yourself, well, it depends. If your client's really happy and they're like, yeah, this is awesome, we're getting a great return on investment, then great, you could just keep it there and always be number 1. But if they say, well, we're paying kind of a lot per lead, we'd like to be paying less per lead, then you might lower that bid. If you know that for 15 bucks you're always in position number 1, later on, after you get some results, you might want to lower that bid to $10 or $8 and see if you can maybe be in position number 2 or 3. Okay, so position number 3 is probably going to get you most often the best bang for your buck. Okay, so if you're trying to really be, I don't want to say cheap, but if your client is really is very conscious of their budget and doesn't want to spend too much money on each lead, then maybe you want to try to be position number 3. So you're still in the position number 2 or number 3, where you're still in the top 3, but to be in position number 1 all the time, you might be overbidding sometimes. Okay, so that's typically, now when I first start out, I don't mind, the first couple of days, you could check it after, a day or two and see, am I always in position number 1? And then you'll see how many leads have come through. Is the client happy with the amount of leads they're getting? If they are, then great. Always be number 1, because you're going to get the most leads if you're in position number 1. If not, if they want to get a lower cost per lead, and they're not quite as happy with the cost per lead that they're paying, being in position number 1, then you'll lower it and try to make yourself be around position number 3 here. So you'll lower it a little bit and see where that takes you there. Okay? So we'll fine-tune that later on. So for now, what my recommendation was for family law is to be bidding around $12 per click. Okay? So default bid is going to be $12 per click. And that's what I think is going to get you right around position number 1 or 2 or maybe 3 on the page. It all depends on your city, by the way. So a lot of people use a lot of these, traffic estimators and things like that, which you can do, by the way. You can use, there's a Google traffic estimator. But for me, I don't even use those tools, to be perfectly honest with you. I found that they're really inaccurate, and there's so many moving pieces. Okay, so if you're in like Los Angeles and there's tons of competitors bidding on family law attorney in that little area, then $12 a click might put you in position number 3. If you're in a rural area, $12 a click might have you always in position number 1 on the page. So, and what else? There's so many moving factors, like, for example, tomorrow, 2 new competitors might jump into the game and start bidding on Google AdWords, and that might drive your cost per click higher, or it might put you lower on the page if they're bidding really high. Okay, and then the next day though, 3 competitors might move out, and then your cost per click would go down, and you'd be higher up on the page. So there's like so many people ask me all the time, like, how do I, before I start a campaign, how do I know what the cost per click is going to be? You're not going to know until you run the campaign. So just get it set up, bid a bid amount that is, what you think will get you in the top 3 positions at least. Make sure you're always in the top 3 positions starting out. I can't stress that enough. Okay, so bid a little higher, because after day 1 or day 2, you can always lower that bid. Okay, so if this was a personal injury attorney, I might be bidding $50 a click, because I know personal injury attorney is very competitive. But for family law attorneys, much less competitive, it's $12. I'll put $12 a click, and that's based on the experience, because I know. So I'm giving you that one. If you're setting up a family law attorney campaign, just use $12 $12 per click. Budget, whatever whatever your client wants to do, budget per day. Maybe when you're starting out, you just want to do $100 a day. Or maybe less. I don't know what kind of budget they've given you, but $100 a day I think is a pretty good place to start. And then after a day or two, you might have some data to see where you are, and if the client's happy with the results, you can raise that to $200 a day. If they're not quite happy with the results, you can lower your cost per click, so you're not paying so much per click. Okay, so those are some adjustments you can make later on. But this is where you put your budget per day. Now, ad extensions, which you are going to want to always have location extensions, site link extensions, and call extensions. But I'm going to add these later on, okay? I'm going to show you how you can add these a little bit later on, especially with the location extensions. Let me see. With the locations, I'm going to show you how to do that later, because they're going to try to make you integrate a Google Plus Local account, formerly known as Google Places. If you try to enter your location extension right here, they're going to try to force you to enter in a Google Plus Local account in order to integrate the business's address and phone number into the ads. But I'm going to show you how to do that another way, where you can manually add location extensions. So I'll show you that a little bit later on, as well as site links. I'll show you how you can add site links later on and the best way to do those. And call extensions, this you can add, right? You can add it right here if you want, okay? So call extensions, you just simply select that one there. I'll show you how to add the other two later on, but you could put in call extensions right here. You would just put in a phone number, okay? So you could put your tracking number in here. So the same tracking number that you might be using on your landing page, which again, you always want to be using tracking numbers on your landing page. You're going to want to put that tracking number here in the call extension. So you literally would just put in a tracking number, okay? So new phone number here. And then I'll put in the phone number right there, my tracking number, so you want to have a tracking number that's forwarding to the business's main number. This way, all calls go straight to the business, but also you have a record of all calls that came through. Okay, so you can put the phone number in there, and then you're just going to put, all the rest of this stuff you'll just leave as is. Okay, actually I'm going to put my phone number here, then I'm going to show. So the rest of this I'll leave as is, and then I'm going to hit save. Okay, I don't have a phone number to put in here because this is just a demo, but you get the point. You put a phone number here, and everything else you'll leave the same, and you just hit save. That's all. Okay, so I'll uncheck this now, but you get the point. You can do that. So here we go. I'm going to save and continue. That's the basic initial setup here. Let's see, enter your landing page to get keyword suggestions. Well, I'm not going to do that. This is actually a new feature here that I have not seen until just recently, and we're not going to need to do that. We don't need Google's suggestions right now, so we'll just skip that top part there. Okay, and then we're going to go to create ad groups. So I already have here the keywords for family law attorney, the keywords. I'm going to call this ad group number 1. You see here I have ad group number 1 called family law. So I'm going to put family law here. Okay, let me bring my keywords back here. And I got my keywords right here for this ad group already. And look, the keywords are very basic when you're first starting out. If you look at these keywords, it's just family law, all different variations of family law keyword. Okay, you just literally want to copy and paste this. And then I have here city name, right? So here, I'll just copy and paste this in here so you can see a little bit better. So, okay, those are my keywords for that ad group. I'm going to copy and paste them. Okay, so these are my keywords, and they're really, family law attorneys, family law lawyer, family law lawyers, right, and different variations of this. Okay, so that's what you want to do. You want to really just have your basic keywords there. Okay, and just you don't have to worry about anything like this. Okay. You don't really need to worry about Google suggestions right now, because what happens is, you see, one of the biggest mistakes I see too many of my students make is that they go crazy with keyword research, especially people who have a lot of background in SEO, search engine optimization. They know a lot about keyword research, and so they end up doing hours and hours of keyword research and coming up with hundreds of different keywords, and what happens is you can blow through your budget very quickly without getting good results if you go too broad with your keywords. So you want to start with really only the most targeted, focused keywords. So for example, for family law attorney, what do you think are going to be the most targeted, high-quality keywords that people would type in? Okay, so they're going to be family law attorney, family law lawyer, family law lawyers. And then here you see I have city name. So then you're going to want to have these keywords with the city name in there too. So whatever city you're in, so let's say you're in Cleveland, I would just have family law plus Cleveland, right? Right, and I would just do that here because the keywords I gave you, some of them you need to fill in the city name so that you have the name of the city in the keyword there. Okay. For now, I'm just going to remove these city name keywords because then Google's going to be like, "What do you mean city name? That's not like a word." So you have to enter in your city there. Okay. I'll delete those for now. But again, if you look at where I got the keywords from, you'll see that there's a place to enter the city name. So whatever city you're targeting, whatever city the business is located in, you would just put that in there and replace city name with the name of that city, obviously. Right? So there you go. Continue to ads. Okay, so I'll hit continue to ads. Now, destination URL, that's going to be the link of your landing page. Okay, so you would simply put in the link of your landing page right here. So let's say my landing page is let's say I have the domain www.clevelandfamilylaw/free consultation. Maybe that's where my landing page is. Okay, so let's say that's where my landing page is up on this link, clevelandfamilylaw. I gotta put .com obviously. www.clevelandfamilylaw.com/free consultation. Let's say that's where the landing page is located. So that's what you'll put right there. Go back to my keywords here. So back here with the keywords, I already have the ads that you can use for this ad group here. So the headline is okay. It's telling me here the URL isn't working. Okay, obviously because I just made up that URL. Okay, but that's pretty cool actually that they tell you if the URL is working or not. So you know if you have the wrong URL in there, you'll know ahead of time. So that's good to know. Now, so here I have with my headline. My headline here is city name, family law attorney. Okay. I gave the option here on this headline to use city name, family law attorney, or city name, family lawyer if you can't fit, right? So for example, let me try here. Cleveland family law attorney. Okay, doesn't fit. So what I'm going to just simply do is do Cleveland family lawyer instead. Now, if you were in a city that is a shorter name than Cleveland, okay, then like for example, if it was like, I don't know, Maine family law attorney, that does fit. So, again, if it doesn't fit, if you have Cleveland, okay, Cleveland family, you just have to adjust. So Cleveland family lawyer. Okay. Now the display URL, this is interesting, okay? The display URL, as long as you have to have the root domain the same. So my root domain, right, is Cleveland. The root domain has to be the same as your destination URL for the display URL. The display URL is the URL that actually shows in your ad. Okay? So amazingly, Google allows you to actually have a different URL in your ad as opposed to where the landing page is actually hosted. So if your landing page is hosted on clevelandfamilylaw.com/free consultation, you can actually simply have clevelandfamilylaw.com/call now if you wanted to, right? Or whatever you want to put here. You could put free consult if you want. Free consult. You could put clevelandfamilylaw.com/attorney. So this is actually something you can split test in your ads as well, is trying different display URLs. And remember, as long as this is the same, as long as clevelandfamilylaw.com is the same as where your destination URL is clevelandfamilylaw.com/free consultation. As long as this part, the root domain, I guess you would call it, clevelandfamilylaw.com is the root domain. As long as that's the same, you can play around with whatever you want to put at the end. So even if I have my display URL, Cleveland Family, and this might be a little confusing, so you might not even worry about it. For the most part, you might just put exactly what, you might just put clevelandfamilylaw.com as the display URL if you want. If this is confusing to you, then don't worry about it. Just put whatever your root domain is right there. But if you want to play around with it a little, you know, I can put attorney. Even if there's no such page called clevelandfamilylaw.com/attorney, I can still use that as my display URL, the URL that's going to show in the ads. Okay, so you can see here's a side ad preview. You can see it has my headline, Cleveland Family Law Attorney, and this is the display URL, clevelandfamilylaw.com/attorney. Right? It's interesting that they even allow you to have a different URL in your ad than where you're actually sending people to, but they do as long as your root domain is the same. Right? So I wouldn't be able to put like familylaw.com. I wouldn't be able to use familylaw.com in my display URL because my destination where the page is actually hosted is on clevelandfamilylaw.com, right? So I would not be able to, that has to be the same there as it is here, okay? So let me copy that and paste that here. Great. So add text. So here is where you're going to put line 1, and let me go back. Let me go back to my ad here. Okay, so I have a couple different ads you can use. The first one I have here for line 1 of the ad, free consultation, call us now. Now here's the thing you want to do. You want to have this period at the end of your first line. And what that does is, check out this preview here, right here, okay? Check out this preview here. You see, you know, let me put in line 2 of the ad as well so you can see. Okay. Let me show you this. So line 2 here is, let us help you protect your rights. Okay. Now, if you look here, I took away the period, and now if you look at the preview here, it just has the headline, and then this is all on the bottom line. Free consultation, call us now, let us help you protect your rights. Now, if I put a period here, watch what happens. I put a period, and now the free consultation, call us now, moved up to the top line of the ad. Now that's important because I find that you typically get a much higher click-through rate when you have a period at the end of the first line, which makes this appear on the top line. Because now the top line of your ad is bigger. Instead of just having Cleveland Family Lawyer on the top line, now you have Cleveland Family Lawyer, free consultation, call us now. And then the second line says, let us help you protect your rights. So again, remember, if I remove the period, it all goes down to the bottom, and my headline is shorter, and it moves the text down here. If I put a period there, boom, it makes the top line longer, which is going to help you have a higher click-through rate. So that's what you're going to want to do there, okay? So really simple, always want to have a period. And that's it. For device preference, you don't... for the most part, I don't want to get too complicated here, so just don't check the mobile box. You don't need to check the mobile box. It's actually not really necessary to check the mobile box. So maybe I'll get into that a little bit later in another video, but it's really not necessary. Your ads will still show just fine on mobile. What this is for, I'll just explain it really quick. If you want to have an ad that's different for when people show on mobile devices, for when people search on mobile devices, if you want a different ad to show for those mobile searchers, then you can create an ad that is specifically for mobile and check the mobile checkbox. So if I check the mobile checkbox, this ad is pretty much only going to show on mobile devices, I believe. So when I spoke to my Google rep about this, she said, yeah, well, what's good about it is when you're doing when people search for mobile, you want to have more of a call to action for someone to call you right now. And I'm like, well, I typically have that in my ad anyway, right? Like free consultation, call us now is a great call to action. So I don't really need to create a separate ad for mobile because, you know, this is going to be a great ad whether it's for mobile or desktop. Okay, but let's say you didn't. I don't know. Let's say for whatever reason you want to create an ad that looks different for when people search on mobile devices. That's when you would check this. But for the most part, don't even worry about it. Now, typically you would hit save. I'm not going to hit save because I don't want this, bad URL to show here. So I'm just going to click cancel. But typically you would just click save, okay? And then you would go to write your next ad. All right. But for now, I'm just going to click cancel, okay? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to save this ad group and create ads later because I don't really have a good domain to show you to use. So I'm just going to hit save and create ads later. Okay, I'm going to do save and finish because I'm not entering billing information there. Okay, so here we go. My campaign is up with the one ad group. If I click on it, okay, you can see my keywords. They're all in there, right? You can see my maximum cost per click right here, set to $12, right? So they're all in there, okay? So there's my keywords. Now the ads, again, remember, the ads are not there. So you can always add ads at a later time, right? So here you go. Click there and you add the ads, right? So that's it. You add the headline, description, same thing. Display URL, destination URL, and save your ad. So that's what you do here. So I give you 2 different ads. I recommend you always write at least 2 different ads because you want to be split testing. Okay, you want to be able to split test your ads. So that's really important that you always have at least 2 different ads in there as well. Okay, so I'll go back and do that later. Now, I just noticed, let's go back to the settings here really quick, and I'm going to go back to campaign settings. Now, once this is set up, now I can change my mobile bid adjustments. Once the first ad group is set up, I can go back here and change my mobile bid adjustment if I want. So, this is interesting. I mean, you know, some people, it depends, you know, really depends. I think typically, you know, if you look at here, if I do change mobile bid, typically it's going to be the same. But what I can do here is if I want to bid less for mobile, let's say I want to decrease my mobile bid by 50%. Okay, see, it shows me a $10 bid would become a $5 bid. So my bid, if you remember, I put in a $12 bid. So if I did decrease by 50%, then my bid would be $6 for mobile. Now, it really all depends on the niche. You know, I've seen some niches that do really well with mobile traffic and other niches that, you know, mobile does not convert very well for them. So it's really something that you kind of have to test, okay? So it's pretty interesting there, but you kind of have to test it to see. I really can't give you any set answer on yes, definitely do mobile, definitely don't do mobile. So for the most part, I would just leave it as is, especially when you're first starting out. Again, now the landing pages that you get with the landing page generator are mobile responsive theme landing pages. So that's awesome. They should convert really well on mobile devices in most cases. So that's really good. If you're using some main website, if you're not using a landing page created by the landing page generator and you're sending traffic to some main website that is not, you know, mobile responsive theme, not mobile optimized, which, by the way, I never recommend that you send traffic to a main website. I always recommend you send traffic to a landing page. But let's say that your landing page is not mobile responsive theme, and you don't have a mobile website, right? You know, then you might convert lower to mobile traffic. So in that case, you might want to lower. And if you don't want your ads to show on mobile traffic at all, you can simply decrease your bid by 100%. Okay, so that's what you can do there if you want to. All right, let's go back to all the rest of the settings. I want to show you the rest of the settings again. This is all the stuff we just did before, and focus on clicks. Okay, so for the most part, when you're starting out, you are going to want to focus on clicks. Okay, let me show you here. And focus on clicks, and you want to leave everything as is here. Now, later on, you want to have some conversion tracking going, okay? So I'll talk about that in a later video about conversion tracking and all that kind of stuff, because you want to be tracking for conversions for sure. And then later on, you can use some of these, you know, enable enhanced CPC. And what that'll do is that'll optimize your placement for conversion. So based on where you've received the most conversions in the past, Google will be able to, instead of just focusing on clicks, Google with enhanced CPC, you'll be able to focus more on conversions. But don't worry about that right now, especially when you're first starting out. Later on, after you have enough conversion data, after you've been running the campaign for a month or two and you've been tracking conversions, then later on you can come back in here and click on Enable Enhanced CPC. Okay? Okay, great. So that's that. Now I'm going to go back to the Ad Groups tab right here. And I'm going to create my second ad group. So that first ad group had all of the family law keywords. And again, with the ad groups, you really want to make sure that you have ad groups that are, you know, similar to, in each ad group, you want to have keywords that are very similar. So the family law ad group, if you see all these keywords have the word family law lawyer, family law attorney, family law, family law, family law, right? Now, for the next ad group, so I'm going to go back to the campaign. By the way, you can always just click on the name of the campaign here to go back. And now I'm going to create a second ad group. And as you can see here, I have the name of the second ad group is divorce attorney, right? So if someone types in divorce attorney, we're going to be bidding on those keywords. If you're a family law attorney, that means you're a divorce attorney as well. So and now we're going to create the ad for the divorce attorney here, and add the keywords. So actually, I'll add the keywords first. No, you know what? Let's just go in order. I'll do the ad. So here's the ad. City name divorce attorney. So I'll do Cleveland, divorce attorney. Oh, too long. So let me try Cleveland divorce lawyer. There we go. That fit. Line 1 of the ad would be, and again, you always want to have at least 2 different ads. Okay, so I'm going to, you always want to be split testing at least 2. I recommend even 3 different ads to split test, so you can see which ads, you know, perform more, get more clicks, and all that kind of stuff. So on this one, I'll try something different. I'll have get the legal advice you need fast. Let's see, does that not fit here? The legal advice you need fast. Boom. Okay. So there we go. That's line 1. Then let's go to, and you see I have the period at the end there. Now, with regards to capitalization, okay, I like capitalizing words, but Google will not allow you to capitalize big, long words. But like a word like fast, a lot of times they will. Now, every once in a while, your ad might get disapproved. If you have a word that's in all caps, they might tell you it's excessive capitalization and your ad is not approved. But I find that for short words like the word fast or call now, if you want to put now in all caps, N-O-W, that kind of stuff can work. You see FA, so I'll keep that in caps. Sometimes having your words some words in caps makes your ads stand out on the page, pop off the page a little more, and get you more clicks. So I like using that trick. That's a cool little trick that not a lot of people use that I like to use, is having some words in caps, especially short words there. Then I'll have free consultation, call us now. All right, put that in line 2. And if I have my display URL of Cleveland familylaw.com/free consult, and you know, and then your display URL is exactly where your landing page is hosted. So that one, you know, you just have to put exactly where your landing page is hosted. That's what you'd put in the destination URL there, as I mentioned before. Okay, so then going to the keywords, I have my keywords right here for this one, and it is the divorce attorney, divorce lawyer keywords. Okay, so I'll put those in here. All right. I don't know why spacing was a little messed up there. Okay, so there you go. So now you see, now the difference here is this, right? So you see I have these divorce attorney, divorce lawyer, these keywords, and you have city name, divorce lawyer, all that kind of stuff. So I'll delete the ones with city name because you have to enter the city name. I'm not going to go through and replace all those keywords right now, but you get the point. You would put in the name of the city where the business is located, and with these keywords here. Okay, so these are my divorce attorney, divorce lawyer keywords. Now, the important thing to realize here is that you see you have divorce attorney as the ad group, and then so if someone types in divorce attorney into Google, you want them to see an ad. If they're in Cleveland and they're searching for a divorce attorney or a divorce lawyer, you want your ad to show up Cleveland divorce lawyer. If someone types into Google family law attorney, and they're in Cleveland, then you want your ad to say Cleveland family law attorney, right? So that's why we set up 2 separate ad groups, because for each ad group we can have a separate ad. So for this ad group I have all the divorce keywords, and that's why my ad in the headline says divorce. In the other ad group, I'll just go back. I won't even save this right now. I'll just go back later on because you get the point. I'm not going to save this ad group here because this isn't really a working URL, right? But typically you would hit save, and here you would have your second ad group created, right? So if I go back here, yeah, I'm going to cancel this ad group, but typically you would save it. If I go back to family law, right? Again, you have all your family law keywords, and if someone clicks on any of those keywords, they would have, they would see your family law ad, right? So that's what you want. You want relevancy. You don't want to have you don't want to just have one ad group and have all your keywords in one ad group and just have one in general thing, unless it's a very niched target. But in most cases you want to, so for example, right, let me give you another example. Personal injury attorney. So you'd have an ad group that says personal injury attorney. That'd be one ad group, and all your keywords would have personal injury attorney, personal injury lawyer, yada yada yada, right? Then you'd have another ad group called accident attorney. Wait, let me backtrack there. So in the ad group that's personal injury attorney, you're gonna have all the personal injury attorney keywords, and your ads, so if someone types in any keyword like personal injury attorney, your ad is going to say personal injury attorney, free consultation, call now, right? So something like that. So if they type in personal injury attorney as a keyword, they're going to see an ad that says personal injury attorney. Now your next ad group would be called accident attorney, okay? And for accident attorney, you'd have all the keywords like accident lawyer, accident attorney, car accident attorney, truck accident attorney, motorcycle accident attorney, all those types of keywords. And whenever someone types in one of those keywords, they would see your ad that says accident attorney, Cleveland accident attorney, right? If they're in Cleveland and they're searching for an accident attorney, you want your ad to show up that says Cleveland accident attorney. Makes sense. It's very relevant. It's all about being congruent with what the prospect is searching for. That's how you get the best results with this, okay? So then you might, with the personal injury attorney, you're probably going to have another ad group called wrongful death. Right? Wrongful death is another thing that a lot personal injury attorneys do, right? If there's, a wrongful death case. So in that case, you'd have all the keywords like wrongful death lawyer, wrongful death attorney, wrongful death, and then if someone searched any wrongful death keyword, your ad for that ad group would say Cleveland wrongful death attorney. So, right, someone types in wrongful death attorney, they see an ad now at the top that says wrongful death attorney. This is going to give you a huge advantage. A lot of your competitors will just say like Cleveland attorney in their ad, and they'll just put all their keywords under one ad group. Whether someone types in personal injury attorney or accident attorney or wrongful death, they just see the same ad, Cleveland attorney. That's not the way to do it. You're going to have a huge competitive advantage over those people when you separate similar types of keywords into different ad groups and have different ads, right? So again, car accident attorney would have an ad that shows Cleveland accident attorney. Personal injury attorney would have an ad that shows Cleveland personal injury attorney. Wrongful death would have an ad that showed Cleveland wrongful death attorney, right? So I think you get the point. So there you go. Very important for you to realize that. And that is how you do that. I'm going to cover here, now once you have this set up, this is where you'll go to Ad Extensions. You see this tab here called Ad Extensions. And the Ad Extensions, Ad Extensions is where you can add your site link extensions and your location extensions, okay? And I'm going to go over this in a different video, how to do your site link extensions and location extensions. But they are very, very important that you add site link extensions and location extensions. Very, very important that you do this. It's going to make a huge difference. It's going to make your ad much bigger on the page and stand out more, and you're going to get way more clicks and leads if you have site link extensions and location extensions. But I'll go through those in a different video. So that was the basic campaign setup there. So once you land a client, again, you don't need to know this until after you land a client that is interested in Google AdWords services, but once they are, this is how you're going to go through setting up the account. Okay, so wait a minute. One more thing. One thing I forgot here. This is really weird. I forgot to set the times that you want the ads running. So I don't know how I missed that one, but again, I'll click. Anytime you want to go back to the beginning, you just click on the name of the campaign here at the top. So I'll click on Family Law there. And then I'll click on Settings again. And then, oh, you know what? I really apologize. I forgot here that the campaign type here, needs to be all features. I didn't do that. That's sneaky Google got me there. It automatically sets it to standard. But you want to always do all features, okay? So let me show you that again. So here, so I should have showed you this in the beginning when I was originally setting up the campaign. I put the name of the campaign, I did the search, all that, but I forgot to put campaign type. So search network only. It should not be standard. It needs to be search network only, all features. All features. You always need to click all features there, okay? So I'll go back and do that now. All features, save. I just realized, I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't show them how to set the time schedule. So when you do all features, it's going to give you more settings that you can do here. So I was wondering why I missed a few settings there. So always need to do search network only, all features, okay? So you don't need to worry about this. This shopping settings and all this kind of stuff, run product listings, that's for people that have like e-commerce websites and sell physical products online and all that. You don't need to worry about any of that. Just leave that as is. Okay, we got the search network. Everything else is the same here. Here's what you need. No, we don't need the location options, right? You're going to just leave this the same. You're typically going to leave this the same, the location options, okay? What we are going to do is shopping channels again. You leave that the same. And delivery method, this is something I didn't show you before. Delivery method, you're going to, I typically do accelerated, show ads more quickly until budget is reached. Okay, so that's something else that you're going to want to do there, is have accelerated. You want to always choose accelerated for your ads. And that basically just means that because you're going to set a time, you're going to set your ads to run. You only want your ads to run when someone's available to answer the phone. So for me, I guess if you were on a really small budget, only doing $50 a day, maybe you could do standard, but I always do accelerated because I don't want to miss out on clicks. So let's say you have a budget of $50 a day. With standard, you might do a Google search and you might not see your ad. And you're like, wait a minute, why didn't I see my ad? Well, you might have spent $30 already today, and Google says, at this rate, he's going to burn through his budget by noon. So then, they don't show your ads again until the afternoon or something, right? So I just like accelerated. So, your ads are always going to show. You're not going to have to worry about your client calling you up and saying, hey, how come I just did a Google search and I didn't see my ad, right? So always do accelerated, in my opinion. At least that's what I would do. So here, I'm going to save that, accelerated. Now here's the other thing I want to show you. All these extra settings popped up. I apologize. I should have showed these. You should have been, shown. I should have showed you these in the beginning of the video, but I forgot that it needs to be selected up here. It needs to be selected search network only, all features. Okay. You can always go back later on, like I just did. Click on the campaign, go to settings, and you can always change these settings later on. So now that I have these extra features, schedule start date. Okay. So here's the deal, right? You're going to have your ads showing all days and time, right? Showing ads all the time. Now, what you can do is you can easily do a schedule. So it's very important. You only want to have your ads running when someone is available to answer the phone. Okay, the worst thing is if you're paying for clicks and the customer's running ads and paying for clicks, and someone clicks on your ad and they click on your landing and they go to your landing page and they pick up the phone and they're a hot lead and they call and they get your voicemail. Right? What they're probably going to do is hang up the phone and not leave a voicemail, and they're probably going to call the next ad. Right? So it's kind of like wasted money. So typically when I first start with a client, I'll make sure, hey, when do you have someone available to answer the phone? And so let's say it's normal business hours, Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'll only set the ads to run at that time. Then once they're getting really good results later on, I'll tell them, hey, get an after hours answering service so that we can run ads 24 hours a day, and then you can get a lot more traffic. You can get a lot more leads. So to set an ad schedule, you just click here, add schedule, and then you can create a custom schedule. And you can do here, right, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Right? You have a lot of flexibility. You can put it on. You can not show ads on. You can do a custom schedule. You can have You can only have your ads show only on Mondays if you want. I mean, you can do whatever you want. But typically, you'll just do something like that. Okay, so I'll save that. Okay, and now you can see that's when my ads are going to run, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Something else that's pretty cool here, let's say they want to run ads on weekends, but they don't want to spend as much on weekends, or they think weekends are not as good. You can actually do another one and add another schedule that is, let's say you want to run ads Saturday from like 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So I'll save that, and now check this out. Let's say they're like, yeah, I'll run ads on the weekend, but weekends are not really good for me. So you say, okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we decrease the bids by 50% on the weekends? So so this way, at least your ads are still running, but we're decreasing your bid. You might appear on the right side of the page, which is not ideal. I'm not really crazy about this idea, by the way, but I figured since it is a feature that's available now, I figured I would show it to you. I don't use this feature much, decreasing certain times of the day or certain days, decreasing the bid, but it's open to you if you want to. Okay, so that's pretty simple how you set your ad schedule there. So I will go back to the settings again, and I think we covered, let's see what else we didn't cover. Keyword matching options. Okay, cool. So this is good that we found this one too. This is also only available when you have Search Network all features. And I always do not include close variants, because what these include plurals, misspellings, and other close variants. I don't really like that because I don't, I like to have exactly the keywords. I don't want Google deciding, oh, that was a misspelling of one of the keywords you had, and your ad shows for some totally non-relevant keyword. So for me, I always do not include close variants, because I don't want Google deciding that, oh yeah, someone misspelled one of my keywords, so my ad was showing for some other keyword or something like that. So I just do not include close variants, and that's it. You don't have to worry about anything else here. Oh, wait a minute. One last thing. Ad delivery. Ad rotation. Okay, yeah, I think we went over this before. Optimize for clicks. Show ads expected to provide more clicks. We did go over that before. And if you had conversion data, you could optimize for. Actually, I don't think we did show this one. So you're going to optimize for clicks. Show ads expected to provide more clicks. But later on down the road, If you're tracking conversions, you can have Google optimize for conversions if you want as well. So again, you have to be tracking conversions. You're going to want at least probably like a month of conversion data, and then maybe you would select optimize for conversions. So Google would show your keywords and ads, actually your ads. This is specifically for ads. Google would show your ads that are optimizing for conversions rather than just the ads that are getting the most clicks, right? So that's something. But again, you don't have to worry about this. You're going to leave it as optimized for clicks. You're going to leave it that way until you have at least a month worth of conversion data. So that's it. And I apologize that I forgot to have search network only all features. But again, that's what you always want to make sure you do: search network only all features. And now we've gone through everything. I'll run through it one more time right now just to be sure, because I should have done this from the beginning for you, but again, no harm done. It's the exact same thing. You can go back and change these settings and everything else anytime you want. So you're going to have search network only all features. You're not going to touch the shopping settings in our case. Networks are going to be searched. That's fine. Devices, you can change your mobile bid adjustment here like I showed you earlier. Here's where you're going to select your location, which I showed you earlier. You're not going to touch this. You're not going to touch this. You're not going to touch shopping channels. The bid strategy, focus on clicks. Okay, we went over that. Delivery method, you're going to select accelerated in most cases. At least that's what I do. And ad extensions, we'll do this later on. I'll show you in another video about ad extensions because those are really important. I want to give you some more tips on those, so we'll do that in a later video. Here's where you set your ad schedule when you want your ads to run. And with your ad rotation, you're going to optimize for clicks until you have some conversion data later on. And for this, you're going to do the keyword matching options. You're going to do not include close variants, and everything else you don't touch any of these down here at all. And that is it. That is how you want your settings to be. So that's it. Now you have the full campaign setup completely done exactly the way you want to do it. Okay, in this video, I'm going to show you how you add these location extensions and site links. Okay, so I just brought you back to this screenshot because I just want to show you again what the location and site links are. Okay, location extensions. So see again, look at ad number 2 here on the screen, because this ad number 2, if you notice, out of the first 3 ads, ad number 1, they do have their address and phone number integrated, but they don't have site links. Ad number 2 has these site links. You see these 4 links here: pedestrian injuries, broken bones, burn injuries, car accident. Those are called site links. And they have their address and phone number integrated in the ad. So ad number 2 is the only one out of the top 3, and this is a very competitive niche, and you can see how much money these attorneys are missing out on here. This person doesn't have site links. And number 3, they don't. The third ad on the page, they don't have their address and phone number or the site links. They don't have their location extensions or site links integrated. So just want to show you again, and now I'm going to show you within the Google campaign how to set up site links and location extensions, because this is very, very, very important. I do not recommend setting a campaign live without having site links and this location extension. Okay, because it's going to affect the results of your campaign. And I don't want you setting a campaign live without the site links and without the address and phone number integrated here, and then saying, oh, yeah, I didn't get, the attorney wasn't happy with the results. You know, you have to do this right. When it comes to Google AdWords, every little thing makes a big difference. So, you know, site links and location extensions are something that are very, very important to the success of your campaign. So always, always, always make sure you have site links and the location extension, which is this address and phone number, integrated with your ad. So now I'm going to show you how to do that. Okay, so here we are back in the campaign that we set up. Okay, so the demo campaign that we did here. So basically, when you're in, you can always just click on this name of the campaign there to get back to the start. Okay, so I click on the campaign name, and I'm back to you know, this is going to be the main tab that I kind of, you know, usually start from here when you log into an AdWords account. So you'd log in, you click on the name of your campaign right there. The demo campaign we set up was family law. Now you see these tabs across the top. You're going to click on this tab that says Ad Extensions. Okay, so it's you have these other tabs across the top. You're going to click on the specifically on this tab here that says Ad Extensions. All right, so I click on the one that says Ad Extensions, and then typically here you'll see it'll usually default to either site links or location extensions or whatever it is. But so here you can see from the drop down you can have site link extensions, location extensions, and call extensions. I believe when we set up the campaign originally, we already entered the call extensions, but these are the three that you're going to want to have. Okay, these three here are the important ones. You don't need to worry about these other two down here. Okay, the review extensions, just as a side note, they are pretty cool, but a review extension is only like if this attorney won an award from some, let's say, a magazine, and you have to show proof, you know, to Google with this review. So like, let's say they won an award like best attorney in Miami, you know, 2012, right? And by some magazine. If they have a link on their website that shows best attorney in Miami, and it's a link on their website and you can prove it, then you can use the review extensions. Unfortunately for me, I've never been able to use the review extensions because I don't have clients that have won some big award from some national publication that has a link online that I can prove to Google. So I've actually never used these last two extensions, and you definitely don't want to use the app extensions. So basically, again, these are the three extensions we're going to want: site links, locations, and call extensions. And again, you have the drop down here. Once you click on the Add Extensions tab, you have the drop down here: site links, location extensions, call extensions. Those are the ones you want to do, very important. Call extensions are really simple. We already did those when we originally set it up, but if you didn't do it in your initial setup, you would just click on call extensions here. Okay, you'd click on extension, and then you would hit new phone number, and then you would simply put in the phone number here, and that's it. You know, you can you just hit save. You'd leave everything else as is, and you just hit save. Okay, I think we did that earlier, so no need to do that again. So let's go back up to let's do location extensions first. Okay, so location extensions. Now you used to have to integrate a Google Places account. It's called now Google Plus Local, formerly known as Google Places. You used to have to integrate a Google Places account in order to have these location extensions show. But actually these days there's a new feature that Google rolled out, which is really, really awesome, because we don't want to always have to integrate our Google Places account. So it's much easier if you just do this. So you select location extensions from the drop down, like I just did, and then what you have to do here is right next to location extensions, you see this little tab here that says upgraded. You're going to click on that, and you're going to select not upgraded. And then once you select not upgraded, this thing appears here, this link down here appears, manually entered addresses, and that's what you're going to want to do. See, usually they try to make you, integrate a Google Places account, and it's just much easier to manually enter the address. So again, you click on not upgraded on the tab here, right next to location extensions, not upgraded, and then you'll see this manually entered address. Now, just so you know, it's weird how Google hides this like this. So if I do location extensions, if I start from here, if it's on upgraded, I can't manually add the location extension. It's really weird. I have to select not upgraded, and then I can see here manually entered addresses. Okay, so I'll click on manually entered addresses, and then I can hit the red, this red button here to add a new extension. And there it is. I mean, I just enter the company name, I enter the phone number, and in the phone number you're going to enter the same tracking number that you're using on the landing page, right? So you're going to always want to have a tracking number on your landing page, which you can get a free tracking number from Google Voice. Simply google.com/voice is a free tracking number that you can use on your landing page. Again, that's www.google.com/voice to get a free tracking number, and that you're going to want to use a tracking number always on your landing page. All right, and then you're going to put that tracking number in here as well. So just in case someone calls off of the ad directly without clicking on the ad, so if they never go to your landing page and they just look at your ad and call the number on the ad, you'll have your tracking number in here. And by the way, in the call extensions, when you set up the call extension, you're going to use your tracking number in the call extensions as well, so that everything goes through your tracking number and is completely tracked back to you, right? You want to, when you do your reporting at the end of the month, you don't want to be missing any leads if someone didn't click on your ad and they didn't go to your landing page. Let's say they just saw your ad and called the number right off the ad. Then you want to make sure your tracking number is the one number that they call. So you're going to enter your tracking number here, the company name here, their address, city, state, zip, and then everything else here you just leave as is, and you hit save, and that's it. Then you'll have your location extension integrated. It's very simple. Again, simply enter their information, hit save, and that's it. Done. And that's what you do there to enter that location extension. And then site link extensions, okay? So site link extensions, what you want to do here, again, it'd be on the site link extensions tab. You click on this red button here that says extension, okay? And then you have to add some new ones. So you would go here, new site link. Now you want to have 4 site link extensions, okay? You want to have 4 site link extensions. Very important that you do that, right? If I go back to the ad that I just showed you, you'll notice they had 4 site link extensions. You always want to have 4 site link extensions, okay? So it's really simple. You just put in a link text, whatever you want to appear, and I'll actually bring that back up so you can see it again, what that looked like. Okay, so you see these site link extensions here, right? So they entered pedestrian injuries is one site link, broken bones is another site link, burn injuries is another site link, and car accidents is another site link. So those are the 4 site links they entered. Okay, so go back here now. Okay, so I'm back here in the site link. So for the first one, so for family law, my first site link will probably say something like family law attorney. And then you're going to put in, now here's a trick, and below this video you should see instructions or just written. Basically I'm going to explain it to you right now so you don't even really need to look at it, but basically here's a trick that I do. This is a really really kind of sneaky trick that I do. So basically here's the deal. With these site links, for each of the 4 site links you need to have a unique URL. Okay? So basically, you can't just have all of the site links going to, you know, clevelandfamilylaw.com. You can't have all the site links going there. You would need to have one site link going to clevelandfamilylaw.com, let's say /, you know, page A, for example, right? So here's what you do. You basically are going to take your landing page and you're going to duplicate it 4 times, and you're going to name it something slightly different each time. So you're basically going to name your first site link. You're going to use the URL clevelandfamilylaw.com /page A, and you would simply duplicate your landing page that you have up online and rename it as /page A. Then you're going to duplicate the landing page again and rename it as page B for your second site link. Then you're going to duplicate your landing page again and rename it as page-C for your third site link. And finally, for your fourth site link, you duplicate the landing page again and you're going to do page-D. So here's why that's important, because you always want people to go to your landing page. Now Google originally created these site links so that people could be taken to different pages on your site, right? Google was assuming that most of their advertisers are not as smart as us and are not using a landing page, and Google's assuming that most of these advertisers might have a different page on their site. One page called family law, another page called divorce attorney, another page called, you know, whatever. So basically they were saying, okay, let's give them 4 site links where they can link to 4 different parts of their site. Well, we don't want to link to 4 different parts of the website because we don't want to send our traffic to the main website. We want to always send traffic to our landing page. So the trick that I figured out was that you could duplicate your landing page 4 times and just name it something slightly different each time, and then that would give you a 4 unique URLs, right? So my unique URLs are page A, page B, page C, page D. That's 4 unique URLs, right? It doesn't matter that it's the same landing page, just duplicated 4 times with a different URL. That's all it really is, right? So I would just have page A, and that would be it. Then I'd hit save. Okay. Then once I save that, so for example, I'll just hit save. Let's see what happens because this is a fake page. So I'll just hit save. Okay. So that's my one site link. Now I got to go to my second site link. Okay. So my second site link, let's say someone's searching for a family law attorney, but they're searching it because they're going through a divorce or something, so they want to look for a divorce attorney. So this site link I'm going to call divorce attorney. Okay? And for this one I'm going to use www.clevelandfamilylaw.com /page B. Right? So again, I've duplicated the landing page 4 times, and I've just renamed it as four different things. This one's page B. I'm going to save that one. Okay, now I got 2 site links. Now I'm going to do another one, because remember, we need 4 site links. So for the third site link, I'll simply use something like, I'll say, maybe speak with an attorney. And that one's going to be www.clevelandfamilylaw.com/page C. That's my third one. We'll add that site link. Okay, now we're going to do our fourth and final site link. Maybe we'll put it as free consultation. Free consultation, call now. Too many words. So, free consultation, call us. All right, that's enough. That barely fit it there, right? It'll tell you if you go over the amount of character limit for the site link extension. So, free consultation, call us. And that one we're going to use www.clevelandfamilylaw.com/page D. Right? And I'm going to save that. And there you go. Now I have my 4 site links. It says disapproved because it's a bad website, probably. That's why it said disapproved there. But then I would just hit save, and then my 4 site links would be saved there. Right? That's it. Really, really simple. There's how you have 4 site links that you integrate. Now, obviously, for each different type of attorney, you would use 4 different site links. So if this was a personal injury attorney, right, instead of family law attorney, I would say something like personal injury cases. Okay, you basically just want to have something that's going to compel people to click on it, or that people might be interested in. So if it was a personal injury, or let's say it was, or let's say I would do this. I would do accident, or since we're in Cleveland, I would do Cleveland accident, maybe settlement. That doesn't fit. So I would say, I would just put accident settlement, right? Maybe that would be my first site link. If this was a personal injury attorney, that would be my site link. My first site link would be accident settlement. If it was a personal injury attorney, my second site link would I would probably put let's say slip and fall. Slip and fall. Right? This way, if they were contacting about a slip and fall, there would be that. And speak with an attorney, that's pretty much generic enough to go on any type of attorney campaign. Speak with an attorney and free consultation, call us. Those are good site links that you can use in any no matter what type of attorney you're working with. So that's it. You want to always have 4 site links, and you would just hit save, and that would be it. Right? So that would be your 4 site links there. And you would save those, and now you have 4 site links. You have your location extensions, you have your call extensions, and there you go. That is a great campaign setup there. You're going to have a great looking ad that's going to have all your site links integrated, your location extension integrated. You got the right keywords, you got the right ads, you set up the campaign the right way, and you got a good high converting landing page. You are well on your way. You are better than 99% of other local business advertisers, other attorneys that are trying to advertise or do this themselves, or hire some big nationwide PPC management company that doesn't know anything about, landing pages and conversion and adding all these site links and stuff like that. So you'll be way ahead of all those people. And yeah, well on your way. Doing great. Okay, so in this video we're going to talk about remarketing, which is one of the highest return on investments that your clients can get. Remarketing is very, very effective, and we'll explain what that means right now and why exactly it is so effective. And you should be using this whether you're running Google AdWords or I know people who just provide remarketing as a service to businesses because it's that effective, and especially if they're spending money on any other type of advertising or marketing or anything and driving to their website, you're going to want to remarket to those people. So let's explain what that means. For lack of a better word, we can call it stalker ads. Okay, so what that means, I guess that's kind of a funny way to look at it, but basically your prospects will think that your ads are everywhere. So what happens is this. Once your client lands on your landing page or lands on the main website, essentially you can put the remarketing code anywhere. I recommend that you put the remarketing code if your client has a main website that they're doing any type of SEO for, or if they're doing any other type of advertising, billboard, TV, whatever, newspaper ads, yellow pages, whatever, and people are going to their website, then you're going to want to have that remarketing code on their website, as well as obviously through Google AdWords, where you're sending traffic to the landing page. You're going to put this remarketing code that I'll talk to you about right now on that landing page as well. And so what happens is once that person hits that website or that landing page that has this remarketing code on it, then everywhere they go after that, your ads are following them on the internet, right? So they're going to be, so what happens is prospects start thinking like, wow, their ads are everywhere. These guys are huge. They must be, it's amazing how their ads are all over the internet. Like, so really though, once they land on the website or the landing page, it's cooking them with a code. And you can do this through Google AdWords or through another platform called Perfect Audience that I'm about to tell you about. Both of them are great remarketing platforms, and it allows you to really follow up with your prospects. Because here's the thing: remember that probably in most cases, 80 to 90% of the people that hit your landing page are not going to convert into a lead. That's just the way the numbers work. So, if you have a 10 to 20% conversion on your landing page, that means 80 to 90% of the people don't call. Now, when you're talking about someone's main website, the number's even lower than that. They might only have a 5% conversion on their main website, right? So, so especially, if they're spending money on search engine optimization, if they're spending money on any type of advertising, you're going to want to put this remarketing code through the two platforms that I'm about to explain to you about a little bit more. You're going to want to put this code on their website and on the landing page so that you can remarket to them. Now, it's important to note that remarketing is very, very cheap. You can get clicks from remarketing for less than $1 a click, literally. So that's very important to realize, especially in a competitive niche like with attorneys, where let's say a personal injury attorney, where the click can, sometimes be up there $30, $40, $50 a click in some cases. Obviously, other niches of attorneys might not be that high, but you still might be paying $10 a click, $15 a click. But with remarketing, you can now remarket to those people for less than $1 a click in most cases. So that's very, very important. That you can do that. So I'll explain a little bit more about that as we go on, but it's very, very important that you realize the importance of this and why, these people, especially if they're coming from Google, whether it be from search engine optimization, if your website's ranking and they click on the organic results and land on your site, or whether it's through Google AdWords where, they click on your ad that you're paying a lot of money for. Either way, you're spending money on SEO, or the client's spending money on SEO, or they're spending money on AdWords, or they're spending money on other type of advertising to get these people to their website. And now you're able to remarket to them very, very cheaply. So it's a great way to follow up with these people and stay in their front of mind. Very, very important that you realize that. Now, according to Google, with your remarketing campaign, you will reach approximately 84% of the people that hit your landing page or website within a month. So that's very, very important for you to realize. So out of, let's say, again, remember, if you have 100 people hit the landing page or website, and 80 or 90 of them do not call, you're able to reach 84% of those people through your remarketing campaign, through your remarketing ads within a month or two. So according to Google, again, of about 20 typical websites, out of, let's say your typical big websites that people will be browsing, out of about 20 of them, typically an average user that visits 20 of these sites, about 5 to 10 of these sites will allow Google Display Network ads. And that's where your remarketing campaign on Google, and I'll tell you about another platform called Perfect Audience, but on Google, the remarketing goes through it's called the Google Display Network, which is different from the Google Search Network, right? When someone's going on Google and doing a search for personal injury attorney, that's the Google Search Network. Google Display Network, where remarketing ads run, Google Display Network is when you see ads on a website. Like, let's say you're on a website. Let's say I'm sure you've seen banner ads on the sides of a website before. That's the Google. A lot of that is the Google Display Network. Okay, so for example, many news websites, for example, you can contact them directly and advertise banner ads on their website. But what they do is, for all of the banner advertisements that they can't fill themselves, they'll use the Google Display Network to fill the rest of their ads. So you can get placements on a lot of these major news sites through the Google Display Network, and that again is having an ad on a website. So someone, let's say you're reading a blog, or you're on, whatever the dailynews.com or whatever, whatever it is, whatever the website is that you're browsing, and on the side of that website you see ads, mostly banner ads for the most part. So that is where your remarketing ads would appear once these people get cookied. So many of these people you're going to reach 10 to 18 days out of the month, so you'll be following them around with your ads. And so with Google, and I'll show you, I'll do another video right after this where I'll show you how to set up remarketing within Google AdWords, as well as, Perfect Audience is just really simple, but I'll show you that again in the next video. But essentially, you'll just take that remarketing code, you'll have a webmaster or someone just paste it on the bottom of the landing page or the website before the closing body tag. And again, there's very specific instructions, both with Perfect Audience and once you get the code from Google AdWords to put on a website. So again, you would just need whatever, any webmaster can do this. Anyone who can access the website can easily put this code on there. Okay. Now the two main banner ad sizes that you want. The first one is a 300 by 250 banner. That's the size. Okay. There's two main banner ad sizes that run, and so the first one is 300 by 250, and that's this square ad that looks like this. You've probably seen these type of square ads on the side of a website if you've ever been on a website. Typically, they're on the right side of the page. You'll see a box, with some sort of ad like this. Now, this banner ad that you see on the screen right now, this is a banner ad template that I've used many times before. And it works pretty well because it looks like kind of like a cutout, almost. It just really pops off the page. Most websites have a white background, and even if they don't, this banner ad that you see right here, this really pops off the page, and you can easily edit this. And I'm giving you these exact banner ads templates for you to use, and so you should be able to download those below this video, these banner ads. And then, of course, you would obviously need to, make any edits you need to based on your clients. Now, some clients, specifically attorneys, like higher end attorneys, are going to want something that's more, I guess, branded towards them or more professional looking. Okay, so I've used this, by the way, I've used these banner ads across many different niches for many different purposes, and they work really, really well. They get a lot of clicks because, again, as you can see, it kind of pops off of the page, this ad right here. So again, these are banner ads that you can use, and these are templates that you can use, and they're proven to work. And also know that some attorneys are going to want to do more professional looking ads, specifically the higher end attorneys. Like I have one big higher end attorney client specifically that wanted some really professional looking banner ads, banner ads that matched the rest of their branding on their website and had a picture of them in the banner ad and all that kind of stuff. So obviously you're going to want to accommodate them, but that's going to be whether you do that yourself. If you know how to, I personally don't know how to create banner ads. I'm not a web designer or anything like that. So, we just outsource that to a web designer. They create a professional looking banner ad with his picture on it and, the message that we decided we wanted on there. This is a pretty good message, the one you see on the screen. If you've been injured, you may be entitled to a financial settlement. Call for us for a free consultation to see if you qualify. That's a pretty good message. But again, you'd probably discuss with the attorney exactly which message they want to put. But you definitely want to educate your attorney clients on the power of remarketing. And again, there are some people that offer remarketing as a standalone service, and it works really, really well. So it's really powerful. So you're going to want to educate your attorney. So again, now when you meet with an attorney and you are now educated about all these things, about Google AdWords and remarketing and all these other forms of generating leads, and you can educate them. Remember, education-based marketing, and explain to them the value of this and how you can get clicks for less than $1 a click, and follow up. And 80 to 90% of the people that hit your page, and probably 95% of the people that hit your website don't call. But now you have a way to follow up those people and constantly be in their front of mind. So this is a really, really powerful one. The next banner ad size that you'll get, you should get below this video here, is the 728 by 90 banner. Okay, so that one looks like this, and this one usually goes across the top of the websites. So those are the two, I would say, probably 80% of all banner ad traffic comes from these two sizes, if I'm not mistaken. Roughly, that's a rough estimate off the top of my head. But for the most part, I don't even really worry about any other banner ad sizes. I just do my 728 by 90 and my 300 by 250, which I showed you on the last slide. So this is what the 728 by 90 banner would look like again. So just so you can see what that looks like. So the top two ways to remarket, which I've mentioned and touched on already, is remarketing through Google AdWords, and I'll show you how to set that up in the next video here. And then there's remarketing through perfectaudience.com. So you simply go to, so I actually just recently was put onto perfectaudience.com. For years I've been doing remarketing through Google AdWords, and someone recently told me, like, hey, have you heard of Perfect Audience? You can get clicks for really cheap, and they get placements on a lot of the websites that Google AdWords, through your Google AdWords account, through the Google Display Network, which you set up through the your Google AdWords account, which I'll show you in the next video. They said, hey, did you know that Perfect Audience can get you a lot of placements on a lot of big news sites? I think they even said like CNN and Fox News and all types of big types of websites, major websites, you can get placed on through perfectaudience.com. So that's just another avenue that you can reach your potential clients through. So I've just recently set up a bunch of my clients on perfectaudience.com as well. So now I use both. Why not use both? They're both great remarketing platforms. We know that remarketing works extremely well, and I highly recommend you do this. Even if you aren't doing Google AdWords for your clients, even if you were just doing other services for them, I would say, hey, at least get set up on perfectaudience.com. And it's so simple. You go to perfectaudience.com, you sign up, you register for an account. It's free to register for the account and get the code and all that kind of stuff, and then you pay per click. It's the same thing as Google AdWords, where you pay per click. So you only get charged when people click on your ads. So perfectaudience.com, you go there, you sign up, and as soon as you sign up and register for your free account, it's going to say, hey, here's your code, here's the code, paste this code on all your websites, and it'll tell you, give you exact instructions on where to place it. So it's really simple. It's actually much easier to set up than the remarketing through Google AdWords is, but I'll show you in the next video how to set up remarketing through Google AdWords. But at the very least, remarketing through Perfect Audience is so simple to do, and something you can do right away and get set up for your clients. And it's a great tool, and again, really great way to follow up. And it's something that, again, a lot of top marketers, in fact, all top marketers that I know, use remarketing. But when it comes to local businesses, and attorneys, most of them don't know what remarketing is. Most of them don't even know what it is. So this is a huge, again, another education that you can bring to these attorneys, and a great resource for them to be using. So I highly recommend you use this. And in the next video, we'll show you how to set up remarketing through Google AdWords. And again, for Perfect Audience, there's nothing for me to even tell you. You just go to Perfect Audience, you register for an account, and they give you the code, and they tell you exactly where to put it, and you just follow their instructions. They have tons of tutorials and instructions as well on how to best use their services and all that. So that's a great platform as well that I've just recently started using, and I highly recommend this one as well. Alright, so in this video I'm going to show you how to set up your remarketing campaign within Google AdWords. So we're in this demo account that we set up before, and in order to do remarketing, you're going to need to set up a new campaign. So this is where you'll probably see this as soon as you log in. You click on All Online Campaigns. If you're not on this main screen right away when you first get in, and we're on the Campaigns tab here. That's usually where it automatically drops you on when you first log in. And so you need to create a new campaign. So you just click this red button here that says Campaign, and then you're going to want to select Display Network Only. For remarketing, again, remember, when you're normally setting up your normal Google AdWords campaigns, you always would choose Search Network Only. But with remarketing, only for remarketing campaigns, you're going to choose Display Network Only. Okay, so we're going to choose Display Network Only, and then on the right side here, you're going to see some options, and you're going to choose Remarketing. Okay, so you're going to choose remarketing as the option because we're setting up a remarketing campaign. And then obviously I'm going to name this campaign as remarketing. Okay, so then I'm going to scroll down here, And you don't need to set up dynamic remarketing. You're just going to do the regular remarketing. So you'll click on Set Up Remarketing. And then you need to enter an email address here. Okay, so you would just enter an email address. I will just, I'll just enter an email here. Okay, and we'll hit Save and Continue. Okay, so basically it's going to, well, let's see, we're going to continue here now. And okay, so basically it emails you the code now. It's actually different. They recently changed that. They used to allow you to just copy and paste the code. They used to give it to you right here, and you could then forward it to some webmaster, but these days they email it to you. So they email you the code with the instructions for how to put it on the site, and that's great. You would probably forward that to a webmaster, or if you know how to put code on a site yourself, that's great. Otherwise, you would need a webmaster involved in order to put this remarketing code on a site. That's just the way it is. Anytime you need to add a specific code like this, like a remarketing code, you would need a webmaster to do that. So again, and remember the other remarketing platform I mentioned to you is called Perfect Audience. So what you might want to do is get set up on Perfect Audience and also set up a remarketing campaign here within AdWords, and then then you'll have both of the codes, and then you can just send it to a webmaster and say, hey, here's a remarketing code for Perfect Audience, here's the remarketing code for Google AdWords. Please put both of these codes both on the main website, on every page of the main website, as well as on the landing page, right? And they should be able to literally do that in a matter of minutes. It's just literally pasting some code onto the site. So really, really easy. Okay. So then we're going to hit let's see, return to campaign here. Okay, and you're going to set your budget here. Okay, so you could set $100 a day. Remarketing, you don't spend a ton of money on remarketing. Remember, your clicks, could be around $1 a click, sometimes less, in some cases. So you're not going to spend a ton of money, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. And the other thing is you're only remarketing to people that hit your site. So essentially, the more traffic you get, like if there's a site that's getting a ton of traffic, then obviously they might be spending more money in remarketing. Whereas, a typical attorney website, unless they're a really big attorney that's doing tons of advertising, they're not going to be able to they probably won't even be able to spend $25 a day on remarketing, even if they wanted to. They might be spending $5 or $10 or $15 a day, but hey, that's 5 or 10 or 15 clicks of people that already showed interest, and now they're being remarketed to. Okay, so don't worry about any of this dynamic remarketing stuff. This is like for people who are selling clothes and have e-commerce sites and all that kind of stuff, so you don't need to worry about that. Let's see, we're not going to mess with this one. For ad scheduling, again, so you can schedule when you want the ads to run. I would personally have the remarketing run all day long, run all days and times. So I don't touch any of this. It's usually, so if you just don't touch it, it'll be running all days and hours, right? So that's essentially what it is. So it's going to say show ads all days and hours. Okay. Optimize for clicks. Yes, we want to optimize for clicks. That's exactly what we do. And I always choose for delivery method, I always choose accelerated. We want to show our ads as quickly as possible. Especially with remarketing, it's very unlikely that you're going to hit your budget. You don't want to miss out on people seeing your remarketing ads. So you always want to choose accelerated, show ads as quickly as reasonably possible for remarketing. So then we're going to hit save and continue there. And then you're going to have a remarketing list here. Okay, so right now there's no list size because the code is not on the website yet, so there's nothing going on there. For the ad group, you can just call it remarketing again. For the bid, you could put let's say $1, and let's say you're going to bid. Let's put $1.05 for my bid for remarketing. That's a pretty fair bid there. As a matter of fact, you know what? I might raise that to $1. I might raise it to $1.25 just to make sure I don't miss out on potentially getting clicks because of 20 cents, right? So we'll do $1.25 click bid. Okay. We'll go down here. We got to select the audience. So we're going to do this one here. Okay, so we selected all visitors, and so that'll be when we put that code on our website, it will be remarketing to all visitors that go to our website. Narrow your targeting even further. I don't recommend that. I do not recommend letting AdWords automatically find you new customers either. So always uncheck that box here. This targeting optimization, where it says it's usually checked to let AdWords automatically find you new customers. No, I'm okay on that. I don't need you to find new customers for me. So who knows what they're going to do if that's the case, right? So I always uncheck that box. Then we're going to save and continue. All right, and now we're at our ads. So this is where what's great about the AdWords remarketing is that you can actually enter a text ad as well. So, you know, if this was for a personal injury attorney, I would probably put, again, let's say if it was in Cleveland, right? So I'll do Cleveland injury attorney. That would be my ad, right? Free consultation and no upfront fee. We only get paid if you do. Call us. Okay, so that would be that. You have your display URL. Let's make one up. clevelandinjury.com/free consult. Okay, so again, these are just made up. I just made up a display URL and a destination URL. Of course, the destination URL would be your landing page. So the link to your landing page would go here. And your display URL, again, would need to have the same root domain as your landing page. So if your landing page was on clevelandinjury.com, your display URL needs to have clevelandinjury.com as well. But then you can do the /free consult. So just kind of how I described the display URL in the previous videos about Google AdWords campaign setup. Same thing here. Again, and you can always just leave it as your root domain. If your domain is clevelandinjury.com, you can always just leave it as clevelandinjury.com as your display URL as well. I like to put a little free consult at the end there. Okay, so that's my ad there. Okay, so now I'll go to create next ad. All right. Now, so you want to have at least one text ad in there. That's a good thing to have. And then you're going to put in your image ads. And so your image ads are going to be those ads that I just showed you in the previous video, which would be the 300 by 250 and the 728 by 90. Okay. So yeah, I'm not gonna upload an ad here. So I'm not going to go through all my files on my computer and upload ads here.